Imagine being a registered damage dealer in a world of deadly dungeons, but you don't actually have a single attack skill. You'd probably be dead in a day, right? Well, not this guy. Our protagonist Hanjin is treated like a human battery by his party, doing the grunt work and handing out energy. But he hides one insanely broken secret. He can generate a literally infinite amount of mana. So how does a guy with limitless power end up playing the role of a glorified mana potion? It all starts in a low-level golem dungeon where a raid party is getting absolutely battered by a massive stone beast. The frontline tanks are barely holding on, desperately trying to deflect the monster's heavy blows just to stay alive. Realizing the tanks are about to break, the damage dealers finally rush in to help. But the golem suddenly goes berserk, radiating a massive aura of red energy that threatens to wipe them all out. The team scrambles to throw up their defensive wards, screaming for the mages to finish the beast off before it's too late. But there's a huge problem. One of the frontline fighters is completely out of juice and starts screaming for someone he calls Mana Boy. This is our hero Hanjin Seo. Even though he is technically a level 29 damage dealer right now, he's just the team's walking supply drop. Sweating and exhausted, Hanjin focuses his mind and channels a massive sphere of raw, crackling blue mana, feeding it straight to his teammate. Supercharged by Hanjin's massive energy boost, the fighter gets completely hyped up, bragging that he could take down the Golem King himself with this much power. Without hesitating, he unleashes a blinding blast of magic that completely obliterates the berserk golem. With the monster finally dead, the squad collapses in exhaustion. But instead of thanking Hanjin for saving their lives, the raid leader barks at him to go clean up the battlefield, claiming he didn't do any real hunting today. As Hanjin quietly walks off to do the chores, the other hunters mock him behind his back, laughing at how a registered damage dealer is stuck playing support. What they don't realize is that Hanjin's lack of attack skills is balanced by a terrifyingly overpowered trait. His mana pool is completely infinite, and he is just waiting for the right moment to use it. But the reality of his situation hits hard when he overhears his own teammates complaining about him. They whisper that unless they're facing a massive boss, Hanjin is just dead weight, since most mages have their own mana absorption skills anyway. Hearing them loudly badmouth him on purpose makes his blood boil, but our hero stubbornly refuses to quit. Unfortunately, his guild has other plans. Hanjin is called into the chief's office and hit with a brutal reality check. He's being transferred to the potion production department. When Hanjin desperately protests, arguing that he's almost level 30 and can provide endless mana, the chief coldly shuts him down. He reveals that absolutely no one in the guild wants to hunt with him anymore. His level is too low for solo runs, and his mana battery trick just isn't valuable enough to modern parties. And the kicker, if Hanjin refuses the desk job, he'll be kicked out of the guild entirely. Suddenly practically unemployed overnight, Hanjin sits alone at a park and finally reveals the truth about his so-called infinite mana. It's actually a completely different hidden ability that manifested before he even became a hunter. The power to literally copy and paste any selected target. At first, he thought he hit the jackpot, but he quickly realized the skill was a total dud. Any physical item he duplicates instantly vanishes the moment it leaves his hands, completely ruining his dreams of printing infinite money or reselling high-tier gear. But the worst part is the strict level restrictions. Because he's only a measly level 29, he's completely locked out of copying high-tier weapons. The only reason he earned the nickname Mana Boy is because he discovered a massive loophole. Unlike physical objects, intangible mana doesn't disappear when copied. So he's just been copy-pasting his own energy reserves on an endless loop to feed his team. He even tried copying other hunters' skills, but those require absurd conditions like defeating high-level monsters. It's a vicious cycle. He needs to level up to copy decent weapons, but he needs decent weapons to survive a hunt and level up. Hanjin finds his ticket out of the gutter, the Kalija Dragon Longsword. The legendary weapon is coming to Korea for a final exhibition because its durability is completely shot. But the owner's cash grab is Hanjin's golden opportunity. Just holding the blade permanently boosts a user's level by 200, and anyone over level 30 can wield it. He realizes that if he can just hit level 30 and touch the sword once, he can bypass its broken durability by copying it infinitely. He'd instantly become a level 230 powerhouse. He just needs one more level. A few days later, Hanjin buys his way into a highly illegal, unregistered dungeon raid just to farm that final push of XP. He tags along as a paying moocher for a strike squad tearing through a giant spider burrow, acting as a human mana battery to keep their heavy fire going. The team's main damage dealer is Jeong Park, a junior hunter from Hanjin's own guild who runs these black market raids for easy cash. As Hanjin nervously checks his stats over and over, Jeong teases him for sweating the small stuff, but Hanjin promises to buy the whole squad drinks the second he hits level 30. Squad finally breaches the boss room, stepping into a massive lair filled with eggs to face a level 80 giant spider named Alexa. Hanjin is terrified, knowing a single brush from the beast would instantly obliterate him, but Jeong tells him to relax since he's not the one fighting. The damage dealer explains that spider bosses are actually incredibly easy to farm, as long as you avoid their webs. He casually mentions that even a level 200 hunter is dead meat if they get stuck in the silk, a warning that immediately puts our hero on edge as they step deeper into the sticky lair. Dealer adds one more golden rule. Whatever they do, they cannot touch the spider eggs because a berserk mother spider is a death sentence. But before he can finish the tour, the raid leader snaps at Jeong for wasting time on a paying moocher. Kicking the ground in frustration, the leader complains that Hanjin's entry fee barely covers their time, so they need to hurry this up. Their bickering is cut short when a massive, multi-eyed monstrosity drops from the shadows with a deafening roar. The giant spider is awake, and the raid leader immediately screams at his mage for drawing its aggro. Forced into action, the team launches a coordinated assault. The leader barks orders to dodge the webs and protect the eggs as the damage dealers dive in, slicing through the beast's defenses with brutal efficiency. Watching from the sidelines, Hanjin is blown away by how easily the unregistered hunters handle a boss of this caliber. He grins, realizing that soaking up the XP from this single kill might just catapult him straight past his goal and all the way to level 35. But the tide turns when the giant spider rears back to unleash a massive wave of silk. The leader orders everyone to take cover behind the pillars, but the team's mage decides to play the hero. Bragging that he's a veteran at spider hunts, he tries to incinerate the incoming webs, only to watch in shock as the silk completely absorbs his flames. Humiliated and furious, the mage completely loses his cool. Ignoring his team's frantic warnings to stop, the enraged mage unleashes a massive, point-blank fireball combo right into the nest. The raid leader screams that he's going to hit the eggs, but as the smoke clears and a sickening crunch echoes through the cavern, Hanjin realizes the warning came way too late. The glowing eggs are already cracking open. The raid leader barely has time to scream for everyone to run before the berserk boss violently smashes him away. Hanjin instantly realizes what's coming and yells at Jeong Park to dive behind the pillars, warning the junior hunter that the enraged spider is about to flood the entire cavern with razor-sharp silk. He's absolutely right. The monstrous spider shrieks, radiating a terrifying purple aura as it unleashes a massive, explosive wave of webbing in every direction. In seconds, the cavern turns into a slaughterhouse as hunters are snatched up and completely immobilized by the sticky traps. And the first victim is the arrogant mage who started this whole mess. Trapped in the unbreakable threads, he completely loses his mind, screaming in panic about why his fire magic isn't working and begging for his life as the massive beast looms over him. But the spider shows no mercy. With one sickening crunch, the monster stomps him into paste, leaving nothing behind but a bloody staff. The rest of the raid can only watch in pure terror as they struggle against the webs, helpless as the beast turns its glowing red eyes toward them. Staring death in the face, Hanjin curses himself for risking his life in a highly illegal raid just to grind out one lousy level. The giant spider lunges at him, its massive scythe-like legs slashing down. Blood splatters across the dark cavern as Hanjin takes a devastating hit. But right as he braces for the end, a familiar blue system chime rings out in his mind. His hidden skill finally activates, asking if he wants to paste his copied target. Hanjin confirms the paste, and in a flash of light, his mangled corpse vanishes, instantly replaced by a brand new, fully healed version of himself. This is the true power of his copy-paste skill. By copying his own body before entering a dungeon, he effectively gives himself infinite respawns. Still, dying hurts like hell, and no matter how many times he does it, he can never get used to the agonizing pain. Before he can even catch his breath, the enraged spider boss lunges from the shadows and rips him apart all over again. Hanjin curses his luck as his life fades, forcing him to trigger another respawn just to stay in the game. Gasping for air as he rematerializes, our hero realizes that infinite lives mean nothing if he's just trapped in an endless loop of getting slaughtered. But just as he considers making a run for it, a weak voice calls out from the rubble. Jeong is still alive, wrapped tight in the monster's webbing and begging for help. Hanjin's first instinct is to use the kid as a distraction and bolt, but his conscience won't let him walk away. Refusing to go down as the pathetic senior who let his junior die, he grips his blade and charges straight at the towering beast. He dives right under the creature's massive scythe, parrying the blow at the very last second and redirecting its crushing force away from Jeong. The desperate parry pays off in a massive way as he suddenly realizes his combat contribution was just enough to push him over the edge. He finally hits level 30. But the celebration is cut brutally short when the spider whips around and slaughters him for a third time. Hanjin respawns with a frustrated gasp, but this time the tables have completely turned. Now that he's hit level 30, his level restriction is gone, meaning he can finally paste the ultimate weapon he copied earlier, the legendary Kalija Dragon Longsword. With an overpowered blade now firmly in his grasp, it's time for our hero to flip the script. Realizing that running isn't an option, Hanjin decides to weaponize his own deaths. He resolves to chip away at the boss one strike at a time, knowing his copy-paste skill guarantees he can respawn as many times as it takes to drag the monster down to hell. Fast forward 3 grueling days and our hero has died over 50 times in an endless loop of slaughter and resurrection. He's burned through every single weapon the dead hunting party left behind, but with every brutal death his own stats continue to surge. The giant spider, on the other hand, is wearing down. Unlike Hanjin, the boss has no healing abilities, meaning every tiny scratch is permanent. Still, it's a hellish grind. Hanjin even has to force his own resets by killing himself just to escape the monster's suffocating silk traps. Dodging a barrage of purple energy blasts, Hanjin leaps in for a devastating strike, screaming for the beast to just die already. But mid-swing, his blade shatters into pieces. He curses his luck. He hadn't bothered saving a backup of this specific sword because it was just a low-tier scrap drop. Spider capitalizes instantly, roaring as it unleashes a massive point-blank explosion that sends Hanjin crashing to the ground. But the beast pushed itself too far. Unable to sustain the accumulated damage, the spider's body violently detonates in a massive shockwave. As the dust settles and a glowing red loot core drops from the wreckage, Hanjin collapses on the floor, laughing in pure disbelief he actually won. Catching his breath, Hanjin gloats to the shattered boss that 56 deaths was a small price to pay for the massive wave of level-ups and the rare reward item it just dropped. He rushes over to Jiyeon, shaking the unconscious junior hunter and telling him to wake up so they can finally go grab that expensive whiskey he promised. But the dungeon isn't done with them yet. Dozens of level 30 giant spider hatchlings suddenly swarm out of the darkness, and Hanjin's blood runs cold. Every single one of his weapons is broken, and while his respawn ability might save his own life, Jiyeon is completely defenseless. Before he can even think of a plan, a massive hatchling lunges straight for their throats. Out of nowhere, a blinding blue energy blade slices through the air, obliterating the monster in a single strike. A figure leaps into the fray and unleashes Hellfire, the absolute pinnacle of fire magic, instantly incinerating the entire swarm of hatchlings in a devastating shockwave of blue flames. Hanjin watches in total awe, knowing exactly who just saved them. Only one mage hunter in Korea can cast that spell without an incantation, Jiyeon Kang, the legendary magic swordswoman, head of the audit team and the 5th-ranked hunter in the entire country. She steps through the smoke, asking if they are the only survivors, and a grim Hanjin confirms they are alone. Surveying the absolute slaughter of elite hunters scattered across the cavern, Jiyeon's mind races. She deduces the boss went berserk and wiped out the raid party, but she's utterly baffled as to how this completely unremarkable low-level guy managed to survive ground zero while protecting his friend. Needing answers for this impossible anomaly, she hauls Hanjin straight to an interrogation room at the Korean Hunters Association. Inside the interrogation room, Jiyeon casually wraps up the questioning. She takes the boss drop Hanjin handed over and tells him he's free to go. Hanjin is stunned, asking if she's really going to ignore the fact that he illegally bribed his way into a high-level raid that ended in a total massacre. But Jiyeon flatly states that hunters die every day and they all sign the waiver. She admits the association turns a blind eye to low levels buying carries, so he is completely off the hook. Relieved by how chill she is, Hanjin gets up to leave. Jiyeon mentions they'll deposit his cut of the boss loot soon, but our hero tells her to send the cash straight to his junior, Jiyeon, instead. But as the door clicks shut, Jiyeon's casual demeanor drops. She knows that boss item is incredibly valuable, and she doesn't buy for a second that this unremarkable guy survived a bloodbath by pure luck. She is dead certain Hanjin is hiding a massive secret. And she is absolutely right. Striding down the hall, Hanjin flashes a wicked grin and opens his inventory, revealing he secretly kept the giant spider's stick. A flashback to the dungeon aftermath reveals what really happened. When the spider finally dropped its loot, Hanjin was furious to find out the level 40 item was basically just glorified glue. Feeling scammed after dying dozens of times, he decided to at least make a copy of it. At the moment he touched it, the item dissolved into pure energy and absorbed straight into his body. System alerts flooded his vision, revealing that his copy-paste skill had just leveled up. While his copy skill is still locked, his paste ability has evolved to level 1, unlocking 3 brand new options. Our hero realizes the ultimate cheat code. He can permanently evolve his unique skills by feeding them the right boss items. Hanjin is absolutely floored when he checks the new options for his leveled-up paste skill. Instead of just pasting an item he's actively holding, he can now spawn a copied item for a specific amount of time, place it anywhere he wants, or even isolate specific materials like the giant spider's silk. To make sure he isn't dreaming, he tests the timer function, setting a pasted bandage to last for exactly 1 minute. When he lets go and the item doesn't vanish, he realizes he just unlocked a massive exploit. Grinning like a madman, he starts spamming the skill, realizing he could theoretically paste an item into existence for 30 minutes, 100 years, or even a millennium. With this kind of reality-bending power, he knows his ascent to absolute fortune and fame has officially begun. But to hit the big leagues, he needs a top-tier weapon, and he already has his eyes on the ultimate prize, the legendary Kalija Dragon Longsword. Getting his hands on that sword won't be easy. 2 hours earlier, a heavily armored convoy is rolling across a massive suspension bridge towards Seoul, transporting the very exhibition piece Hanjin wants. Inside the escort vehicle, a chatty hunter asks his stoic partner Alz if she's excited to visit her mother's homeland. But Alz is strictly business, revealing she only took the escort job because she's hunting for something specific inside a Korean dungeon. Suddenly, the lead truck radios in to warn the team that they're passing the massive Incheon Bridge dungeon, meaning the gate's magnetic field is about to jam their communications for the next 5 minutes. While her partner marvels at how sick it is to have a dungeon sitting right in the middle of the ocean, Alls coldly reminds him that his lack of focus is going to get him killed the second a gate actually collapses. Meanwhile, right outside that very same ocean gate, the security detail is completely slacking off. Level 2100 named Xiangmo Kang yawns and complains about how boring guard duty is, while his partner scoffs, telling the lazy Nepo baby that he should be grateful they aren't fighting for their lives. But with the convoy's comms down and the longsword passing right by an unstable gate, things are about to get a lot less boring. Junior guard steps on something squishy and looks down to find a tiny, adorable blue slime. He picks it up, marveling at how cute it is outside the dungeon, and innocently asks Xiangmo if monsters are supposed to be out here. The lazy Nepo baby snaps that obviously they aren't, but as he turns around, the blood completely drains from his face. Looming right behind them is a massive, arrow-riddled green monstrosity. Realizing the gate has completely collapsed into a dungeon break, Xiangmo draws his sword and charges in, but a massive splatter of blood tells us this isn't going to end well for the slacking guards. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the chaos, Hanjin is riding high on his recent victories. His stats have shot up and he's inching closer to the massive milestone of level 50. In this world, hitting level 50 is a game changer. It opens the doors to intermediate dungeons where the monsters are tougher, but the EXP and loot are on a whole other level. Planning to sell off his copied gear, our hero's good mood is suddenly shattered by a massive crash shaking the building. Hallways erupt in pure panic as association staff sprint past, screaming that a dungeon just collapsed out of nowhere. But what makes Hanjin's blood run cold is the chatter among the deployed hunters. They reveal that the convoy hauling the legendary Kalija Dragon Longsword got caught right in the middle of the dungeon break, and the International Association is begging for backup. Hanjin's eyes go wide. His golden ticket to unimaginable power is suddenly sitting in the middle of a war zone. Up on the association rooftop, the response teams are already scrambling. A panicked official barks orders to prioritize protecting the multi-billion-dollar trailer at all costs, but the team captain immediately shuts him down. Stepping up to lead the squad, she declares that the sword means nothing right now. Their only priority is slaughtering the monsters and saving the civilians. The team captain dismisses the stammering official and orders her squad to board the transport ship. But just as they're about to take off, Hanjin bursts onto the tarmac, desperately begging them to wait. Jeong Kang, the rank 5 hunter who already suspects Hanjin is hiding his true strength, is stunned to see the low-level rookie here. Hanjin immediately plays the hero card, shouting that even if he isn't strong enough to fight the monsters, he can at least help evacuate the helpless civilians. As the dropship rockets toward the fiery warzone, Jeong eyes him closely. She admits she never pegged him for the altruistic type, though she recalls how he risked his life to save his junior, Jeong, back in the spider dungeon, prompting Hanjin to just laugh it off nervously. In reality, our hero is only here for one completely selfish reason, securing that multi-billion-dollar longsword. But his inner plotting is cut short when another hunter asks how a dungeon stabilized just 3 weeks ago could suddenly shatter. The captain steps up, reminding the squad that their only job is to plug the breach before this turns into a repeat of the Great Calamity. That name hangs heavy in the dropship. 15 years ago, uncleared dungeons across the globe shattered simultaneously in an apocalyptic dungeon break that flooded the earth with monsters. It turned cities into slaughterhouses and left a young Hanjin orphaned in the rubble. But that wasn't all he lost that day. As a bloody child, he was confronted by a transcendental entity far beyond any mere monster, who cursed him with his reality-bending skill. The godlike being called it a gift and gave him exactly 20 years to live. Now with a glowing brand pulsing on his neck, Hanjin knows his cursed hourglass is rapidly running out, and stealing that sword might be his only way to survive whatever is coming. He calculates that the being will likely return during the next great calamity in exactly 5 years. To stand a chance, Hanjin vows to become the strongest hunter in the world and shatter his curse, but that entire plan hinges on him copying the Kalija Dragon Longsword today. Meanwhile, at the Inchin Bridge, the situation has devolved into an absolute bloodbath. Monsters are tearing through the area, slaughtering civilians left and right, and the few hunters on the ground are hopelessly outnumbered. Amidst the chaos, a veteran hunter cuts down a beast just before it can ambush a dizzy, blood-loss-stricken rookie. The veteran violently scolds the kid, calling him a Nepo baby and warning him to stay alert, though the junior hunter is just grateful to have his life saved for the second time today. With the dungeon's magnetic field completely jamming their communications, they realize no one is coming to save them. Refusing to die waiting, the veteran orders a desperate charge toward the end of the bridge to meet any incoming reinforcements, but their path is immediately blocked by a massive, level 190 Bearman King. Nearby, a hunter named Alls tries to protect a civilian trailer, casting a high-tier defense spell that she boasts could withstand a level 400 beast. But raw magic means nothing when the environment itself gives out, and the entire bridge begins to collapse beneath their feet, rendering her shields completely useless. Just as all hope seems lost, a deafening boom shakes the sky. The surviving hunters look up in absolute shock as a colossal, metallic transport ship bursts through the clouds. The reinforcements have finally arrived, and Hanjin is right on board, ready to flip the script. The reinforcements arrive just in time to witness a total nightmare. The final boss of the Inchin Bridge dungeon, a shadowy, spiky monstrosity known as Quasar, finally rears its ugly head. The hunters scream for everyone to brace for impact as the beast charges up a devastating attack. Quasar unleashes a blinding, golden energy beam that rips straight through the sky, completely obliterating the bridge. Debris rains down in a massive explosion, but amidst the chaos, Hanjin isn't panicking about his life. He's sweating bullets over whether his precious Kalija dragon longsword survived the blast. Priorities right. The dragon goes on an absolute rampage, breathing torrents of fire and blowing the remaining infrastructure to pieces. As hunters are sent free-falling through the air, the team captain barks out new orders, redirecting the association squad to abandon their previous targets and go straight after Quasar. Amidst the falling debris, Jeong Kang suddenly realizes Hanjin is missing, but she brushes off her concern quickly. After seeing what he's capable of, she finds it hard to believe a little explosion like this could take him out. She's right. Nearby, a massive blast of blue flames erupts through the battlefield as another hunter unleashes the devastating Hellfire skill. Hanjin watches from the sidelines in absolute awe, making a mental note to copy that ability for himself someday. But for now, he has his own prize to catch. Deploying his giant spider's silk, our hero swings into the chaos with a sinister grin. The bridge might be falling apart, but Hanjin is just getting started. The captain quickly relays their new strategy. With Jeong and the Hunters Association throwing everything they have at Quasar, the final boss is completely distracted. It's the perfect cover. The team is ordered to move in the shadows and secure the Kalija dragon longsword while the heavy hitters are busy. Slipping through the ruins, Hanjin spots a trail of slaughtered wolf-like monsters, but instead of feeling relieved, a sense of dread washes over him. These creatures are pack hunters, which means the real threat is still lurking nearby. Up ahead, he spots two dungeon guards backed into a corner. The bleeding veteran hunter screams at his junior partner to run, but the stubborn rookie refuses to leave his side. Hanjin crouches behind a wrecked car, fully intending to walk away. He has a mythical sword to steal, and playing hero just isn't on his schedule. But the situation goes from bad to worse. The veteran frantically explains that even though these wolves are only level 15, they swarm in massive packs, and right on cue, a horde of glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows, completely surrounding them. The young hunter, who turns out to be Jeong Park, stubbornly raises his sword, swearing he won't abandon the man who took a hit for him. Hearing those words makes Hanjin freeze. It hits a little too close to home, dragging up bitter memories of a time he desperately begged a friend to wake up and escape with him. Cursing his own conscience, Hanjin throws his plans out the window. Jeong desperately tries to fend off the rabid wolves, but he's quickly overpowered and thrown to the ground. Just as a massive beast lunges in for the kill, Hanjin bursts from the shadows, shattering the monster with a single devastating strike. He asks the stunned junior hunter if he's alright, but there's no time to celebrate. Jeong stammers out a warning as the rest of the pack closes in. Junior Hunter screams that there are simply too many beasts left, begging our hero to run while he still can. He warns that not even a high-level hunter could survive a whole pack of these crystal-studded wolves. But instead of retreating, Hanjin just stands there with his hands in his pockets, a smug grin spreading across his face. For a guy looking to test his limits, this is the perfect setup. As the monstrous wolves lunge forward with jaws wide open, Hanjin casually opens his system interface. He decides to combine his giant spider stick item with one of his copy skills, curious to see how it holds up against a massive mob. In an instant, a barrage of dark metallic webs explodes outward. Before the beasts can even sink their teeth into him, the massive net ensnares the entire pack, slamming them together and crushing them into a towering, tangled bundle of fur and fangs. Level up notification chimes, but Hanjin just clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing that since the webs only bound the beasts instead of outright killing them, his experience gain was painfully low. While Jeong stares in absolute shock, wondering if he just witnessed a super rare skill, the injured veteran speaks up. He asks if Hanjin is with the association, and when Hanjin plays along, the veteran begs him to take the kid to safety. But Jeong stubbornly refuses, shouting that he's not leaving his mentor behind to die. Watching this literal ride-or-die moment play out, Hanjin realizes he can't just leave them stranded. He opens his inventory and tosses the bleeding veteran a mid-grade healing potion. The older man is stunned, knowing exactly how expensive these items are, but Hanjin shuts down his protests. He tells the veteran to drink up so he can walk out of this dungeon alive with his junior, leaving the two hunters speechless as he prepares to move on. Junior Hunter is completely starstruck. He bows deeply, begging for a way to repay the massive favor. Hanjin doesn't hesitate, he just asks for directions to the International Hunters Association's trailer, casually admitting he has a terrible sense of direction. The junior is left dumbfounded that a guy this incredibly strong could get lost so easily. Meanwhile, at that exact trailer, the association's guards are dealing with the dungeon break's fallout. One of the guards easily puts a rampaging beast to sleep, earning a teasing remark from his female partner about his hatred for violence. But their lighthearted moment shatters when an explosive blast rocks the area. A squad of masked thieves emerges from the smoke, and the lead guard, Moore, immediately draws his weapon, furious but unsurprised that rats are trying to steal the Kalija dragon longsword during the chaos. Thieves lunge, but Moore isn't about to let them take the exhibition piece without a fight. He charges forward, shouting that the association's guards aren't weak just because they're babysitting a showpiece. But as he clashes with the assassins, his partner screams for him to stop. It's too late. Moore suddenly drops to the ground, coughing up blood and completely paralyzed, with no idea why his body is suddenly failing him. His partner quickly realizes the horrifying truth. The thieves used a highly illegal poison item that completely blocks mana absorption. If Moore tries to use his energy, it will kill him. The assassins gloat, bragging that they always take the easy route to get what they want. Enraged that they would use a banned poison, the mage flares her own energy, ready to fight to the death. The thieves just laugh, mocking the idea of a mana-blocked mage putting up a fight, and lunge in for the kill to claim the sword. But before their blades can connect, a massive bloody slash rips through the battlefield out of nowhere, stopping the thieves dead in their tracks. The masked thieves freeze in horror as the dust clears, realizing the massive slash didn't come from a savior. A monstrous, red-eyed bear erupts from the debris, roaring with absolute fury. The beast lunges into the assassins, snatching one in its massive jaws and violently thrashing him around like a ragdoll. The surviving thieves panic, realizing the monster guarding the sword wasn't dead at all, it had just been put to sleep, and their battle woke it up. Knowing they are completely outmatched, the last standing assassin curses and leaps away, abandoning his crew to be slaughtered. Watching the massacre, Moore asks his partner Alls if she can put the beast back to sleep, but the poison is still completely blocking her mana. Moore grimly tells the mage that her refusal to fight back is finally going to get her killed today, but Alls just smiles and says that might be true, but she won't let him die. Ignoring his protests, she dashes straight toward the rampaging bear, desperately trying to force her magic to work. But without mana, her spells fizzle out into useless sparks. The monstrous bear lunges forward, its massive claws tearing through the air and slashing Alls across the neck. Bleeding and defenseless, she closes her eyes and apologizes to Moore, bracing for the final, fatal strike. But the killing blow never lands. A familiar blue system window chimes in the darkness, asking if the user wants to paste their copied target. Hanjin Seo steps directly into the monster's path, his eyes locked onto the beast as he intercepts the attack right before it can tear Alls apart. As the Beeman King's massive claws come crashing down, Alls closes her eyes and whispers a final apology to Moore. But instead of tearing her apart, the beast's attack collides head-on with the copied skill Hanjin just pasted into reality. A devastating shockwave rips through the cavern as the attacks violently clash. In a single, catastrophic counterblow, the monstrous bear is completely obliterated, leaving Hanjin standing casually in the settling dust without a single scratch. The junior hunter, Jeong Park, absolutely loses his mind, screaming that our hero just one-shotted the Beeman King and instantly crowning him as his new boss. Hanjin just sighs at the kid's ridiculous logic before turning his attention to the two battered association guards. Stepping forward with a friendly smile, he checks if they're all right, confirming they're the International Association guards. But the heavily injured Moore immediately raises his weapon, coughing up blood as he demands to know if this newcomer is just another thief here for the longsword. Without missing a beat, Hanjin flips the script, lying through his teeth that he was actually sent to help them protect it. Moore isn't buying a word of it, glaring daggers at him and pointing out that the last group of strangers tried to assassinate them. Glancing at the slaughtered, masked thieves, Hanjin realizes the bear did him a massive favor by wiping out the competition, but Moore's intense killing intent proves these guards won't let him walk away alive. Just as things are about to get violent, Jeong steps up to the plate, fiercely defending the man who just saved their lives. The junior hunter flashes an official ID, loudly declaring that Hanjin is a certified Korean Association hunter and that they are the righteous guards of this dungeon. Hanjin is absolutely thrilled by the busybody's perfect timing, realizing this is his golden opportunity to play the hero. Flashing a wicked, predatory grin, he accesses his inventory, ready to seal the deal and con these guards out of their most prized possession. Playing the perfect saint, Hanjin hands over 2 high-grade healing potions to the battered guards. He flashes a warm smile and brushes it off as a small favor, but he knows exactly what he's doing, buttering them up to seamlessly secure the longsword. Meanwhile, the real war is raging outside. Fighter jets tear through the sky as the long-awaited reinforcement guilds finally arrive to take on the colossal dungeon boss, Quasar. Jeong and the others watch in relief, but the veteran hunters know better than to celebrate, because when massive guilds see a prize this big, greed always takes over. Recognizing that the massive dragon is entering its devastating 3rd phase and preparing to unleash lethal shockwaves, the team captain orders an immediate ceasefire. He commands his squad to hold the line and stall for time until every last civilian is safely evacuated. But someone else has a very different plan. A man steps onto the battlefield, radiating an overwhelming aura, Mahyun Gu, the level 503 guild master of the future guild. He smirks as he greets Jeong, making it crystal clear he isn't here to play defense. Jeong panics, warning him that if his attack doesn't kill the dragon instantly, the retaliation will wipe them all out. But Mahyun couldn't care less about the risks. Blinded by the promise of massive boss rewards, he ignores her completely and unleashes a catastrophic dark lightning blast straight at Quasar, forcing everyone to dive for cover from the blinding explosion. Mahyun's catastrophic dark lightning blast rips through the battlefield, slamming directly into the colossal dragon, Quasar, with earth-shattering force. The massive shockwave shatters the nearby suspension bridge, sending cars and debris plummeting toward the sea. Amidst the crumbling asphalt, Hanjin clings to the edge, panting in relief that he somehow survived the blast. He managed to use his giant spider silk to anchor a massive 25-ton trailer and secure the surviving civilians from falling into the ocean. But before he can even catch his breath, a terrifying creak forces him to turn around. Hanjin freezes in absolute horror. Quasar's massive, bloodied jaws are resting right next to him, and he can only pray the colossal beast is actually dead. Suddenly, Mahyun drops from the sky, sarcastically clapping and praising Hanjin for surviving like a tough little small fry. Hanjin instantly recognizes the emblem on the man's chest, the Future Guild, ranked third in the country. Annoyed, Hanjin demands to know why a top-tier guild master is wasting time chatting instead of evacuating people or killing monsters. Mahyun just smirks, casually noting that the civilians are already gone, but he can still hear the ragged breathing of a monster nearby, pointing straight at the mangled dragon. And Mahyun spots Hanjin's giant spider silk. Intrigued, the level 503 hunter casually flicks his finger, and with a single snap of pure energy, effortlessly severs the thread that was strong enough to hold up a 25-ton trailer and a level 200 monster. Hanjin recoils in pure terror, realizing the sheer monstrous strength of the man who just obliterated Quasar. But right as the tension peaks, Hanjin's system goes absolutely crazy. A massive wave of level-up notifications floods in, followed by a sudden alert that his delayed boss reward for killing the Beeman King is finally ready to be claimed. During the barrage of level-up chimes, Mahyun-gu figures out that Hanjin was the one who actually tied down the Beeman King. But with a smug grin, the future guild master reveals that he landed the final blow, meaning the system handed him the boss drop. He casually tosses the Beeman King's claw into the dirt, mocking our hero by saying he doesn't need trash loot and claiming he isn't the type to steal rewards. Hanjin glares daggers at him, but before the tension snaps, Jeong Kang suddenly drops into the fray. The rank 5 hunter immediately recognizes Hanjin, and seeing them together only makes Mahyun hate our hero even more. Jeong demands to know what just happened, but Hanjin quickly brushes her off. Jeong urgently orders Hanjin to evacuate with the civilians, warning that the colossal dragon Quasar is about to wake up and nuke the entire area. When Hanjin asks why they can't just kill the beast while it's down, Jeong breaks down the brutal reality of high-tier bosses. Once their health drops below a third, they trigger a catastrophic last-ditch phase. Right now, Quasar is locked in Phase 3, hiding behind an impenetrable barrier and hoarding all the surrounding mana. Right on cue, the dragon's massive red eyes snap open. The ground violently fractures as Quasar wakes up way earlier than expected, its maw glowing as it charges a devastating blast. While Jeong panics, Mahyun just gets hyped, fully prepared to turn the colossal beast into his next piece of loot. Jeong prays Hanjin survives the incoming carnage, but Mahyun just laughs. He warns our hero not to hold a grudge when he inevitably dies, coldly reminding him that low levels drop dead in dungeons every single day. With a manic grin, the future guildmaster launches himself straight at the dragon. As the shockwave hits, Hanjin dives in and yanks Jeong out of the blast zone, leaving the junior hunter in absolute awe of his boss. Watching Mahyun charge ahead, Hanjin makes a massive, reckless decision. He originally had no intention of fighting a suicidal battle against a colossal dragon, but after getting his Beeman King reward stolen, it's personal. Gritting his teeth, Hanjin bolts straight into the danger zone, vowing to flip the script and steal the final blow on Quasar right out from under the guild master's nose. Hanjin approaches the guards holding the secure trailer, and urgently requests to borrow the Kalija Dragon Longsword. He warns them that Quasar's incoming Phase 3 area of effect attacks will wipe them all out and destroy the weapon anyway. The captain furiously dismisses him as a suicidal low-level, but as the mage guard Hanjin saved earlier explains the real problem. The sword is locked behind a high-level barrier, and since the guards were poisoned, their mana recovery is completely paralyzed. Hanjin's eyes light up. That is exactly what he wanted to hear. Bragging that he's basically a walking mana battery, our hero unleashes his infinite mana generation skill directly into the trailer's locking mechanism. Alls watches in absolute shock as his overflowing energy shatters the seal in seconds. With a quick promise to return the blade, Hanjin dashes toward the prize. The captain scolds Alls for sending a rookie to his death, but she isn't worried. She reminds him that Hanjin managed to completely subdue the Bearman King without dealing a lethal blow, proving this guy is playing on a completely different level. Hanjin drops into the trailer, his heart pounding as he finally reaches out for the legendary Kalija Dragon Longsword. But he isn't the only one waiting for the vault to open. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure in a purple cloak materializes right behind him. Before Hanjin can even react, the assassin drives a curved blade straight through his back. As Hanjin collapses in a pool of his own blood, Jeong and the guards watch in absolute horror. The cloaked assassin steps over our hero's bleeding body and rips the glowing longsword from its mount, smugly gloating over the ultimate free loot. As the system officially registers Hanjin's death, his defensive spider silk traps dissolve into the flooded ruins. The cloaked assassin thinks they've just scored the ultimate free loot, but they have no idea who they're dealing with. In a massive burst of light, Hanjin triggers his unique pace skill, respawning himself right behind the thief. Flipping the script, our hero slashes the shocked assassin, boldly declaring that he's a huge believer in karma and that what goes around comes around. The thief crashes hard into the water, completely blindsided. Hanjin snatches the Kalija dragon longsword out of the air, absolutely thrilled to finally have his hands on the prize. He immediately triggers his copy skill, but the system hits him with a fatal error. His level is insufficient. He stares at the notification in pure disbelief, completely baffled since he's well past level 50 and the sword only requires level 30. That split second of confusion is all it takes. Rising from the water, the assassin curses themselves for almost ruining the reputation of the elite Blood Tour assassin unit. Before Hanjin can react, the thief blitzes him with a brutal counterslash, sending our hero crashing back into the bloody water. Crackling with blue energy, the assassin uses a high-tier healing skill to fully recover. Stepping over Hanjin's bleeding body, they snatch the longsword back and mockingly return his own words, swearing that karma is about to hit him tenfold. Raising the glowing blade high, the assassin vows to execute Hanjin with the very weapon he tried so desperately to steal. As the assassin brings the stolen blade down to finish the job, Hanjin coughs up blood, realizing this might be the end. But the system suddenly chimes in with a miracle. The Kalija longsword begins fusing directly into his body. Hanjin's eyes go wide as he instantly absorbs all of the weapon's stats and unique skills, including hematophagy and shockwave. Because his health has dropped below 25%, the sword's protection mode automatically activates its ultimate berserk skill, which Hanjin immediately pastes to himself. Screaming as the raw energy tears through him, a massive spectral dragon erupts from his body, unleashing a blinding blast of destructive power that obliterates everything in its path. Meanwhile, the battlefield turns into an absolute nightmare as Quasar, the Phase 3 dragon boss, unleashes its massive area of effect attacks. Mahyun-gu and rank 500 Jeong-kang brace themselves as the colossal black dragon opens its jaws and fires a devastating energy beam that shatters the landscape, sending cars and debris flying like toys. But the top-tier hunters refuse to back down. They launch a brutal counter-offensive, clashing head-on with the furious beast until a final, devastating sword strike pierces the dragon from above, officially defeating Quasar and clearing the dungeon. Later that night at the Korea Hunters Association headquarters, the executives gather for an emergency debriefing. The reports confirm that the Incheon Bridge dungeon break resulted in massive casualties, though the top guilds managed to neutralize the threat in just 2 hours. While the room is tense over the gross negligence in dungeon management, one of the executives casually shuts off the monitors, telling the committee to lighten up, arguing that surviving a Quasar-class disaster with any survivors at all is a massive win. But not everyone is buying that excuse. As Association Chairman Antique H-Wang oversees the room, the meeting quickly gets heated. Gyuhan Yu, the level 701 guild master of the number 1 ranked Midas Guild, isn't having it. He slams the Daehyun Guild for their gross mismanagement, arguing that a dungeon cleared just 3 months ago shouldn't be collapsing, and threatens to formally report them to the association. While Jeong-kang quietly hopes our hero managed to escape the chaos, Gyuhan turns his fury entirely on her. He demands to know why a boss that takes 5 months to respawn suddenly appeared today, outright accusing her elite association team of failing to actually kill Quasar during the last raid. Jeong doesn't even blink. Instead of arguing, she casually taps the desk, unleashing a massive shockwave that violently shatters the furniture and sends debris flying through the room. The sudden blast sends the other executives into a panic, and Gyuhan flares up with violent blue energy, threatening to kill her if she pulls a stunt like that again. Before things can escalate into a bloodbath, Chairman H-Wang calmly steps in and apologizes for his staff's conduct. Phased, Jeong explains that a demonstration was just the fastest way to prove her point. She reveals that the shockwave she just used was the exclusive reward from the previous Quasar raid, absolute proof that her team killed it. To back up her claim, she puts Mahyun-gu on the spot, noting that since he supposedly defeated Quasar today, he should recognize the skill. Caught in a total lie, Mahyun awkwardly stammers that he hasn't checked his rewards yet, but quickly agrees with her to save face. Taking credit for someone else's kill is a dangerous game. As the clueless executives applaud Mahyun for his hard work, he seethes internally. He realizes Jeong is intentionally humiliating him for showing up late, and he vows to make her pay, along with the mystery bastard who actually stole the final blow on Quasar. Taking total control of the room, Jeong promises to uncover the real cause behind the dungeon break. But she doesn't stop there. She coldly warns that any guilds who dragged their feet and arrived late today will be held strictly accountable, instantly silencing the entire room. Jeong turns to leave the tense meeting, but before she can exit, representatives from the International Hunters Association crash the room. They drop a massive bombshell. The legendary Kalija dragon longsword was stolen during its transport to the Korean exhibition, and they demand immediate cooperation to hunt it down. International agents interrogate the transport guards, demanding to know why the trailer's seal was broken in the first place. A guard confesses she only opened it because of desperate pleas from two men, one being a hunter named Hanjun from the Korean Association. The entire room freezes. The Korean chairman steps in, utterly confused, and drops a heavy truth. There's no hunter named Hanjun in their ranks. Our hero has been operating as a complete ghost. Hearing that name, Ma-hyun-gu grins like a predator. Realizing Hanjun is just an unaffiliated rogue, the arrogant guild master eagerly brings up Hanjun's recent exploits, seeing the perfect excuse to hunt down the man who humiliated him. The room immediately turns on Jeong, demanding to know if the rogue she was seen with is the one who stole the legendary weapon. But Hanjun doesn't have the sword. Deep underground, the glowing red blade is firmly in the hands of Yi-hyun-gil, the level 301 master of the illicit Blood Tour Guild. Gripping the hilt, Yi-hyun marvels at the weapon's insane power. Just holding it boosts a user's level by a staggering 200. He gleefully admits that spending thousands to orchestrate today's catastrophic dungeon break was worth every penny. Kneeling before him is the cloaked assassin who tried to kill Hanjun earlier. The assassin is stunned to realize his own boss caused the disaster, but quickly apologizes for losing his squad, swearing that the odd rogue who interfered is definitely dead. Tossing him a bag of blood money, Yi-hyun pays out the dead men's shares. But when the assassin assumes they won, Yi-hyun's smile vanishes, and he coldly reveals that the mission was an absolute failure. The assassin stammers in absolute confusion, but Yi-hyun just smirks, asking what kind of idiot hands over a priceless artifact for a measly $750,000. He points out that the Blood Tour assassins were only hired to locate the Kalija longsword, and since they technically failed to secure it cleanly, the penalty for guild failure is death. Realizing he was set up from the start, the assassin lunges forward, screaming that Yi-hyun never planned to let any of them walk away. The guild master doesn't even flinch. He coldly replies that the fewer people who know about the sword's location, the better, adding that the blood money he just handed over should be more than enough to cover a ticket to the underworld. In a blinding flash of golden energy, Yi-hyun effortlessly bisects the remaining assassins, painting his sleek marble office with their blood. The fight is over in a fraction of a second, leaving the treacherous master standing alone among the corpses. But wielding that stolen power comes at a cost. A system warning alerts Yi-hyun that the Kalija dragon longsword's durability has just dropped, leaving it with only 8 points remaining. Squeezing a glowing red fragment of the weapon, he slyly warns the blade not to shatter before he can fully restore it. Suddenly, a dark, otherworldly voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that this power was a gift bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, far away, the sands of a mystical hourglass begin to flow once more. Hanjun violently gasps for air, clutching his neck in a cold sweat as he wakes up in a hospital bed, realizing his frozen time has finally resumed. Before our hero can even process being alive, Jeong Park, his loyal junior hunter, practically tackles him in a tearful hug, screaming how glad he is that his boss survived. Pushing the kid off, Hanjun listens as Jeong frantically explains how a massive explosion of light went off right after he fell into the water at the Incheon Bridge dungeon. Still exhausted, Hanjun sighs, completely annoyed by all the noisy fuss. But the injured veteran hunter, resting in the next bed over, quickly sets him straight. He reveals that Jeong is the only reason Hanjun is breathing right now. The kid had completely lost his mind, threatening the massive Daehyun Guild search team and giving the Hunters Association absolute hell until they agreed to dredge Hanjun out of the water. Hanjun is stunned. He can't believe a low-level hunter's threats actually forced a powerhouse like the Daehyun Guild to move. For a split second, he wonders if Jeong has some secret blood tie to Daehyun's guild master, Manseong Kang, but quickly brushes the thought off, figuring he's just been watching way too many soap operas. Back at the Hunters Association, Chairman Antique H-Wing sits down with the guard captain and her mages. The captain calmly confirms they witnessed the bridge incident firsthand, but the chairman immediately senses something is off. She's far too relaxed for someone who just watched her top scouting prospect supposedly die. Unfazed by his suspicion, the captain smoothly pivots the conversation, offering the association's full backing to retrieve the stolen Kalija longsword regardless of any formal request. Chairman assumes they'll need a squad of high-level hunters to track it down, but Alls drops a bombshell. They already have the sword's exact coordinates. He reveals that while the weapon doesn't bind to a specific master, it is secretly engraved with a tracking pattern that locks onto a user's level. Alls can sense its exact location and notes it was active just an hour ago. The chairman is stunned. This classified tracking feature completely explains why the guards were so willing to lend a priceless artifact to Hanjun in the first place. There's a massive catch. Alls warns that the sword's durability has rapidly degraded down to a critical level of 10, and if they don't move immediately, the weapon will shatter completely. The captain then reveals the real stakes. That blade is the only remaining clue to finding Alls' mother, who vanished during the Great Calamity 15 years ago. Stunned that she knows his deepest secret, Alls instantly bows down, begging the captain for her help to recover his mother's keepsake before it's gone forever. Elsewhere, rank 5 hunter Jeong Kang is walking down the hall, putting the pieces together herself. She knows Alls and more are definitely hiding something, and she's absolutely convinced Hanjun isn't dead. A guy with his level of grit doesn't just roll over and die that easily. Her thoughts are interrupted by a familiar executive, who casually asks if it isn't finally time for her to return to the massive Daehyun guild. But Ji-young firmly shuts him down. She points out that as dungeon spawns skyrocket, the major guilds have devolved into greedy corporations that only care about profit, which is exactly what causes deadly dungeon breaks in the first place. She makes it crystal clear that corporate greed is the exact reason she left them to fight for the association instead. Ji-young finishes her tense standoff by warning her father, the Daehyun guild master, that if the dungeon break traces back to his guild's negligence, she won't hesitate to hold him accountable. With a cold glare, she tells him to stop by the hospital. Meanwhile, at that very hospital, Hanjin is marveling at his massive stat boosts. But the real prize isn't his level, it's his copy-paste ability. Even though he didn't get to keep the physical Kalija longsword, he successfully copied all of its overpowered abilities. This is a massive win, letting him use the sword's insane powers during hunts without painting a giant target on his back. He realizes the sword's berserk passive was the only reason he survived the dungeon, automatically multiplying his stats the second his health dropped below 25%. A perfectly timed buff gave him the power to obliterate the level 400 Quasar Dragon, and the rewards for taking down the boss are absolutely broken. His copy-paste skill actually evolved, absorbing the dragon's shockwave and fusing it into a brand new resonant wave attack. On top of that, his spider silk leveled up, allowing him to unleash his wave and blood-draining abilities at the exact same time. Realizing his skill can now absorb and fuse boss abilities, Hanjin breaks into a sinister, maniacal grin right in the middle of a hospital elevator, completely terrifying the other passengers. As he steps out, plotting his revenge against the Bloodtour guildmaster who stabbed him, a loud smack echoes through the hall. Hanjin snaps out of it only to see Ji-young furiously scolding someone for not running away from danger. He's completely thrown off by her emotional outburst until the victim whines and calls her sis, blaming her for not closing the dungeon properly. It turns out our hero just stumbled right into a messy family dispute. As her brother whines about the dungeon, Hanjin suddenly connects the dots. The crazy rumors about Ji-young threatening the entire Hunters Association weren't just gossip, they were completely true. And when her brother asks where Hanjin is, our hero's heart drops. He assumes she's hunting him down for impersonating an association hunter and losing the Kalija longsword. Panicking, he decides to sneak away to find the stolen weapon before she spots him. But the moment he turns around, he bumps right into someone and freezes. It's the dungeon guards. Moore glares down at him, calling him a longsword thief and noting how perfectly healthy he looks for a dead man. Our hero realizes he is absolutely screwed. Before Hanjin can even blink, Moore grabs him by the shoulder and violently slams him against the wall. The guard is absolutely furious that Hanjin tricked them with the fake association badge and demands to know if he was secretly working with the guild master who stabbed him. Hanjin desperately tries to explain that it's all a massive misunderstanding, but Moore is completely blinded by rage. Even as the mage alls yells at him not to draw his weapon in a hospital, Moore promises he won't use any special skills. He just wants to stab our hero to settle the score before dragging him away. As the furious guard lunges forward with his blade, Hanjin realizes he has no other choice. He didn't want to reveal his cards here, but survival comes first. He instantly activates his copied boss skill, Resonant Frequency, unleashing a massive, shattering shockwave that violently erupts through the corridor. Blast knocks the guards back and stops the attack dead in its tracks, but the real problem is who just witnessed it. A few feet away, Ji-young watches in absolute shock, immediately recognizing the attack as the boss Quasar's signature shockwave. And now, she's staring right at Hanjin, wondering how a low-level con artist is wielding the power of a deadly dungeon boss. Still watching him from the shadows, Ji-young can't shake the feeling that something about this supposed weakling has completely changed. Meanwhile, far from the hospital chaos, a massive pop concert wraps up. The crowd goes wild for the rising idol group IF, but the real star of the show is a girl named Xiaolei Li. As the gig ends, Xiaolei waves goodbye to her bandmates and tears out of the parking lot in a brand new red sports car. Her fellow idols watch in pure jealousy, wondering how she can afford such an insane ride when they haven't even seen their first paychecks yet. But Xiaolei's joyride is cut short when a massive black SUV violently swerves into her lane. She slams on the brakes, screaming curses at the reckless driver. SUV doors pop open, and a confident man steps out, completely ignoring her rage. He casually drops a heavy black weapon case onto the hood of her car, asking how her idol's shoot went before dropping the real reason he's here. He tells her it's time to hit a dungeon because she has things to restore, and beneath her sunglasses, Xiaolei's eyes glow a dangerous red, proving this pop star is living a deadly double life. The exact same time, in a destroyed sector of the city, Alls and the rest of the elite mage guards arrive at a massive crater. They've been frantically tracking the energy signature of his mother's stolen Kalija dragon longsword, but they're too late. The trail is completely cold, leaving Alls with a grim realization. They have no choice but to wait until the thief draws the blade again. But just as they hit a dead end, Ji-young suddenly remembers a crucial detail from the ambush. The thug who stabbed him had bragged about working for the Bloodtour Guild. Hanjin realizes this must be a secret underground syndicate, which perfectly explains why they've managed to stay completely off the radar. The guards warn that waiting for the thieves to use the fragile sword again is a terrible plan, but our hero isn't worried. He already has enough information and he knows exactly who to ask to track down this shady guild. Meanwhile, the tragic truth behind the pop idol Xiaolei Li's dangerous double life is finally revealed. 15 years ago, during the devastating Great Calamity, a transcendental being gifted her a bizarre, unranked ability. It wasn't a standard hunter awakening, but a literal Control+Z command that allowed her to restore any target to its previous state. From shattered swords to severe flesh wounds, she could completely undo the damage in a flash of green light. She started out flipping broken electronics and healing minor injuries for cash, but it wasn't nearly enough to cover her real goal. Her parents had been left in a deep coma since the calamity, and she quickly discovered that fully restoring them required a massive amount of hunter-exclusive mana. Without that energy, she could only fix shallow cuts. Desperate to save her family, Xiaolei began diving into dungeons alongside real hunters, working as a lowly baggage carrier or a backup healer just to siphon whatever mana she could get her hands on. But for an unawakened civilian, the dungeons were an absolute death trap, and the hunters she worked with were even worse. Mocked for begging for mana, scammed, and nearly killed on multiple occasions, she was pushed to her absolute breaking point, desperate to escape the nightmare but trapped by the need to wake her parents. During one of those brutal early runs, while scavenging gear off a dying hunter to survive, she was approached by an armored man who found her ruthlessness amusing. This was Yi-Hyung-gil, the man who would eventually become the Bloodtour Guild master. Years later, during a private meeting, Yi-Hyung mocks her cushy pop idol lifestyle, pointing out she can gorge herself and just use her skill to undo the calories. He admits he recruited her back then because seeing a little girl rob a corpse without blinking proved they were exactly the same kind of monster. Gritting her teeth, Xiaolei slams her hands on the table and demands to know why he's forcing her back into a dungeon. In response, Yi-Hyung reveals the cracked, demonic longsword he stole from Hanjin's mother. He needs her to use her skill to restore the blade, but the required mana is far too massive to harvest outside of a gate. To sweeten the deal, he promises this raid will be her final job. Xiaolei instantly jumps to her feet, asking if he finally found the infinite mana source needed to wake her parents. Yi-Hyung dodges the question but dangles the perfect bait, swearing that if she comes with him this one last time, he'll give her exactly what she wants. Meanwhile, Hanjin and Ji-Young arrive outside the towering headquarters of the Future Guild. Hanjin realizes Ji-Young's top-tier intel contact is actually Ma-Hyun-gu, the level 503 guild master he knows is a notorious kill stealer. When he asks why they aren't consulting the rank 1 or 2 guilds instead, Ji-Young shuts him down, revealing that when it comes to dungeon secrets, the Future Guild is the absolute highest authority in the world. Ji-Young explains that the association officially acknowledges Master Ma-Hyun-gu's unrivaled obsession with clearing dungeons. Ma-Hyun proudly confirms this, revealing his intel team has been tracking a legendary item, the giant golem's heart, an infinite mana generator dropped by a hidden boss in the Snowy Mountain dungeon. He explains that during their research, his team stumbled onto a secret recruitment drive by the Bloodtour Guild. They were quietly assembling a 30-man party of level 90+ hunters for that exact mountain. He warns Hanjin that Bloodtour is a ruthless underground syndicate, dealing in everything from assassinations to wiping out rival parties. Hanjin's mind races. An infinite mana generator is a priceless artifact, but how does it connect to his mother's stolen longsword? The blade barely has any durability left, so using it to fight a giant golem makes zero sense. Seeing him mumble in confusion, Ji-Young puts the pieces together. Bloodtour must have found the hidden dungeon's location and mobilized to steal the heart. But the mage guard all shuts that theory down. She reveals that the hidden dungeon hasn't been seen in 15 long years. When the others ask how she knows this, she dodges the specifics, admitting only that she's done extensive personal research on the famously worthless Tier 1 mountain. Still, Ma-Hyun flashes a knowing smirk. If an underground syndicate is wasting time there, they definitely found something massive. Hanjin immediately asks when the thieves are moving out. Ma-Hyun warns that their recruitment ended a while ago, meaning Bloodtour might already be inside. Gritting his teeth, Hanjin realizes this was a premeditated strike planned long before they ever stole the sword. Without hesitating, Ji-Young declares they are going after them right now. But they can't just walk into a dangerous dungeon alone. Ji-Young turns back to Ma-Hyun and demands he hand over his guild's elite standby party. The future guild master nervously tries to play dumb, but Ji-Young already knows his private forces rival the official Hunter Association itself. She's not taking no for an answer. Ma-Hyun sweats and tries to backpedal, warning Ji-Young that his intel might be flawed, and there is a very good reason everyone avoids the Snowy Mountain dungeon like the plague. Out in the frozen wasteland itself, the environment is brutal, but the real nightmare is the local monsters, level 40 rock golems. They might not hit hard, but they swarm in massive hordes and regenerate endlessly unless their hidden cores are shattered. Mahyun's elite strike team is already freezing, cursing their bad luck for being dragged into this mess. But Hanjin is right there with them, casually watching as the future guild's elite captain steps up to the front lines, radiating a terrifying red aura. The vanguard clashes with the golem horde, shattering their icy rock bodies into pieces. But just as the system mechanics warned, the monsters simply rebuild themselves, threatening to overwhelm the hunters through sheer numbers. Frustrated that they'll be stuck in the snow all day, the elite captain barks at his men to target the cores. Pulling out a golden artifact, he unleashes a massive vortex of red energy that instantly obliterates a huge chunk of the horde. With the ice cleared, he commands his squad to smash the exposed cores and push forward, determined to slaughter every last golem in their path. Watching the massacre from the back, Hanjin smirks. The captain might have whined about coming here, but our hero has to admit the man packs a serious punch. There's a specific reason they're going on a total rampage instead of sneaking past the mobs. Before they arrived, Jiyoung explained that this is an inductive dungeon, meaning they have to slaughter a massive quota of monsters just to force the mid-boss out of hiding. Back at the office, Mahyun rubs his temples, admitting that dungeons hiding a secret second dungeon inside them are always an absolute headache. As the briefing continues, the researcher elaborates on the mechanics. Unlike normal dungeons where you can skip straight to the boss, inductive dungeons lock their zones behind strict kill conditions. 15 years ago, a system error derailed this very dungeon, hiding its true depths from the world. Now, the only way to fix the progression is to massacre the golems as fast as humanly possible to force the mid-boss to spawn. And the stakes are massive. The mid-boss drops a golden key required to unlock the next zone, and the Bloodtour Guild is definitely hunting for it. If Bloodtour gets their hands on that key first, the entire operation is dead. But Hanjin couldn't care less about Bloodtour's grand master plan. He just wants to secure the Kalija Dragon longsword for himself. Dodging a massive lunge, he activates his copy skill, pasting the properties of a giant spider silk to trigger a devastating resonant wave. The resulting shockwave blasts the golems to pieces, leaving the future guild elites absolutely speechless. Giant spider silk is notorious for being a completely useless trash drop from low-level dungeons, yet Hanjin is weaponizing it into an absolute nuke. Not wanting to be outdone, the future guild elite captain directs his vanguard, calling out to his heavy hitter, Moore. Moore steps up, gripping his blade before unleashing a massive downward strike that shatters the frozen ground and pulverizes the remaining golems into red crystalline dust. Their momentum hits a brick wall when a colossal red-eyed golem erupts from the snow. The monster is simply too massive, and before the squad can fall back, it slams the ground, sending the hunters flying through the air. Seeing the vanguard break, Jiyoung lunges into the fray, her spear tearing through the debris to intercept the beast. Right on her heels, Hanjin follows up with a brutal sword strike, triggering a quasar shockwave that blasts the monster back and gives the battered hunters room to breathe. Jiyoung catches her breath in the snow, only to freeze when three unexpected figures approach through the blizzard. It turns out to be Jiyoung, Hanjin's fiercely loyal junior hunter. Jiyoung is completely baffled as to what he is doing in a high-stakes raid, but the kid proudly declares he is here as part of his boss's personal hunt party. Turns out that before the raid, Jiyoung had thrown an absolute tantrum, terrified that Hanjin's notoriously terrible sense of direction would get him lost and killed in the dungeon. Not wanting to deal with the headache, our hero agreed to bring the kid along to the snowy mountain, pulling him away from the main operations team to handle a very specific task involving his navigation skills. Jiyoung still cannot wrap her head around why a supposed low-level like Hanjin is pulling the strings, but Jiyoung snaps at her to never underestimate his boss. The kid drops a massive bombshell, revealing that he saw the aftermath of the Quasar raid and knows it was Hanjin who sliced the boss to pieces, not her or Mahyun. Watching Hanjin effortlessly spam Quasar's shockwave in the snow, Jiyoung realizes the kid is telling the absolute truth, leaving her completely stunned at just how powerful our con artist really is. But while the vanguard is busy fighting for their lives, the real rats are creeping in the shadows. Hiding nearby in the snow are members of the Bloodtour Guild, completely cloaked by stealth skills. They are here to leech the dungeon's mana and snatch up dropped items while the future guild does all the heavy lifting. When one of the thieves worries that a rank 5 powerhouse like Jiyoung might detect them, her partner just smirks. He points out that arrogant high levels never bother training their tracking skills, while Bloodtour's low-level grunts have maxed out their stealth just to survive. He brags that their guild's entire philosophy revolves around working smarter instead of harder. The smuggler then checks in on their mana transfer progress, reminding his partner that the transmitter she is holding cost an absolute fortune. To make matters worse, it takes the equivalent of slaughtering at least 100 monsters just to charge a single unit, meaning they need to milk this raid for every drop of energy it has. Hiding in the shadows, Xiaolei Li, the pop idol secretly working as a restorer, asks how much mana it will take to fix the Kalija Dragon longsword. Her Bloodtour partner estimates it'll take double the energy of a massive dungeon reset. She realizes he stole that legendary blade specifically to shatter the powerful barrier protecting this dungeon's hidden boss. When she nervously questions his sources and calls their sneaky operation petty, he shuts her down with a death glare. But Xiaolei swallows her pride. As long as she gets her hands on the infinite mana generator to save her parents, she's willing to play the villain. Meanwhile, out on the snowy battlefield, Hanjin's loyal junior Gyeong is sweating bullets. Even after slaughtering 200 golems, the swarm just keeps coming. But as he fights, he spots something strange, a glowing red core that looks completely different from the rest. He tries to grab it, but before he can make a move, the sphere shoots straight into the ground, triggering a massive chain reaction of cracking red energy. Gyeong freezes, asking what's happening, but his veteran teammates calmly explain that the golem hunt is over. They've just triggered the next stage. The ground shatters completely as the dungeon's mid-boss, a level 150 shift golem, erupts from the darkness with a deafening roar. The colossal rock monster instantly lunges, slamming its massive fist down and sending debris flying as Gyeong panics at its sheer, overwhelming size. Hanjin instantly counterattacks, unleashing a surge of dark, crackling energy that rips through the ground and seemingly shatters the colossal golem in a single blow. Gyeong and the vanguard fighters are stunned, thinking they were terrified for nothing. But the fight is far from over. The monster's rocky exterior explodes into a storm of debris, exposing its glowing red core. The core immediately tries to flee and rebuild itself, but thinking fast, our hero uses his copied giant spider silk skill to wrap the glowing orb and lock it down. Except that just makes things worse. The monster actually starts regenerating around the spider silk, using it as new armor. Hanjin realizes he has to obliterate the core before the golem fully rebuilds itself, but before he can strike, Gyeong Kang yells for him to step aside. The rank 5 hunter leaps into the air and unleashes her signature hellfire, engulfing the monstrous creature in a blinding explosion of blue flames. As the energy clears, Gyeong warns the vanguard leaders that simply breaking the core won't work. They have to melt the golem down completely while it regenerates. The elite captain clicks his tongue, snapping back that they already know, but if they don't find a better strategy soon, they'll be stuck melting the remains of every single golem they've hunted so far. Watching the chaos, Hanjin finally understands why the shift golem is considered a living nightmare. He remembers the golden rule of inductive dungeons. The environment of the next zone is entirely dependent on how the previous one was cleared. By constantly regenerating and adapting to their attacks, the mid-boss turns the dungeon's own mechanics into an endless trap. Shift Golem is a nightmare because its core constantly moves, rebuilding its armor by absorbing the scrap of every golem they've already killed. To beat this mid-boss, they only have two options: somehow capture and destroy the moving core, or completely incinerate every single piece of golem debris in the room. Gyeong Kang steps up to take the second option, unleashing her blazing hellfire. But the monster is relentlessly fast. It instantly flanks her, forcing the rank 5 hunter to detonate another massive wave of blue flames just to keep it at bay. Watching the chaos, Hanjin is frustrated. He can't use his longsword's true abilities without drawing unwanted attention from the vanguard observers, leaving them with no way to pin down the golem's core. But then he remembers a forgotten reward, the Bearman King's Claw. Flipping the script, our hero uses his unique copy-paste skills to hack the item system mechanics. He absorbs its pinning effect into his paste skill, combining it with his giant spider silk to create an unbreakable snare. Then he binds the claw's damage effect into his copy skill, allowing him to drain 15% of a target's health and mana on impact. Armed with his new custom trap, Hanjin lunges into the fray. Meanwhile, the rest of the team watches in horror as Gyeong continues to burn through the battlefield. Melting an entire room of endless golem scrap requires an ocean of energy, and no matter how skilled she is, her reserves aren't infinite. As the beast charges through the debris, Gyeong unleashes another hellfire strike, but the flames fizzle out into nothing. Staggering backwards, she realizes the worst-case scenario has just become a reality. She is completely out of mana, and the towering golem is already swinging its deadly blades right at her. The golem's massive blades slice through the air, inches away from tearing Gyeong apart. But before the fatal blow can land, Hanjin steps right in front of her, deploying his newly hacked snare. Gyeong can only stare in absolute shock as our hero completely blocks the strike. Watching from the sidelines, Mahyun-gu is completely baffled, having no idea how a low-level item like giant spider silk is holding back a boss monster. Hanjin doesn't have time to explain his copy-paste skills, so he barks at the future guildmaster to smash the golem apart one last time. Mahyun argues that breaking it is useless since it just regenerates, but Hanjin insists he finally has a way to capture the core before it shifts again. Clicking his tongue, Mahyun warns Hanjin that there will be hell to pay if this fails, before launching himself at the boss. With a devastating, explosive strike, the brawler completely obliterates the golem's outer shell, sending chunks of debris flying and fully exposing the glowing red core. This is the exact opening Hanjin was waiting for. He instantly activates his paste skill, and the modified spider silk shoots out like a bullet, weaving perfectly through the flying shrapnel to wrap tightly around the exposed core. Hanjin flashes a triumphant grin. His theory was spot on. By snaring the core midair, he completely isolates it from the surrounding scrap metal, instantly shutting down the boss's infinite regeneration. The rest of the team is absolutely stunned. Mahyun and Gyeong can't comprehend how Hanjin just neutralized a high-tier boss with a cheap beginner dungeon reward. But as the Vanguard elites celebrate catching the core, Gyeong starts connecting the dots. Looking back at the giant spider raid and the deadly quasar operation, she realizes Hanjin has always been the one pulling off the impossible right when it mattered most. With the golem finally down, the dust settles over the desolate, rocky landscape. The team takes a moment to catch their breath, thinking the worst is over. But in an inductive dungeon, dropping your guard is a death sentence. Suddenly, Mahyun whips around, his expression dropping into sheer panic as a brand new threat approaches. That looming threat is none other than the Bloodtor Guild, watching from the shadows. Their masked leader is absolutely stunned that Hanjin's team managed to capture the Shift Golem's core. Realizing that securing the dungeon's key just got a lot harder, he orders his men to stop siphoning mana and pushes up their scheduled operation. He decides to step in personally to deal with our hero, turning to the Popidal-turned-healer Xiaolei Li and warning her to gear up for a fight. The masked leader has no idea he's being watched. Peeking from a nearby cliff is Xiaomo Jiyoung's younger brother. Before the raid, Hanjin used his massive payout from the giant spider silk to buy a top-tier stealth skill gem just for him. Hanjin benched the rookie from the dangerous frontline, giving him a secret, high-stakes mission instead. Track the Bloodtor bastards, wait for them to locate the hidden dungeon, and report back so they can ambush the ambushers. Watching the masked leader leave Xiaolei alone with the guild's massive mana collector, Xiangmo realizes the enemy is making their move. Knowing his sister Jiyoung, Mahyun, and Hanjin are risking their lives on the battlefield, the young hunter steels his resolve to do his part and warn the team. Meanwhile, back at the crater, the vanguard team isn't facing an enemy ambush just yet. They're actually trying to give Hanjin the kill. Mahyun and Jiyoung insist that since our hero caught the core, he has earned the right to destroy it. Hanjin isn't used to getting this much respect in a dungeon, but he doesn't hesitate to raise his blade. With one brutal, sweeping strike, he shatters the core into a million pieces, officially defeating the Shift Golem. Instantly, the system floods his vision with a massive, unstoppable chain of level-up notifications, rewarding him for pulling off the impossible. But the real prize isn't just the stats. From the shattered remains of the core, a massive, ornate golden key materializes in front of him. It's the key to a locked heart, the exact item required to unlock the hidden door to the giant golem's true core, and the very thing the Bloodtor Guild is about to kill them for. Hanjin triumphantly hoists the golden key to a locked heart. His party is thrilled, pointing out that he's now one step closer to finally finding his missing mother. But our hero keeps his cool, reminding them that this is just the entry ticket. The real nightmare is waiting inside the hidden dungeon. Still, the immediate rewards are absolutely insane. Thanks to the massive EXP drop, Hanjin's base level skyrockets to 85, but with his overpowered longsword stat boost, he's effectively swinging with the power of a level 285 hunter. He can practically taste his debut as an elite solo player. Nearby, the vanguard forces are secretly watching the celebration. Moore scoffs at Hanjin for getting excited over a mere mid-boss, only for the elite captain to mockingly remind him that he was the one struggling against it earlier. But before Moore can snap back, the entire cavern violently shakes. A massive, rune-covered obelisk crashes right into the middle of the vanguard squad. It's a dungeon claymore, a devastating, high-tier explosive meant for taking down colossal monsters. The vanguard leaders desperately scream for everyone to get behind a barrier, but they're entirely out of time. The claymore detonates with a blinding flash, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that completely obliterates the vanguard forces. In seconds, the icy terrain is reduced to a scorched, bloody crater littered with bodies. The masked leader of the Bloodtor Guild casually strolls through the burning wreckage, laughing to himself. He admits the explosive was a bit pricey, but figures that if you're willing to ditch your morals, working smarter always beats working harder. He steps up to claim the golden key from the rubble, but he's in for a rude awakening. Hanjin is already waiting for him. Instantly flipping the script, our hero unleashes a swarm of giant spider silk to trap the masked leader, then lunges forward with his Kalija dragon longsword, ready to take the Bloodtor Guild down himself. Hanjin lunges in for the kill, demanding the masked man hand over the key. But the Bloodtor leader just laughs, mocking our hero for thinking his giant spider silk was enough to stop him. Before Hanjin's blade can even connect, the masked tactician flips the script, unleashing a hidden trap of his own. A massive red energy blast rips through the battlefield, catching Hanjin completely off guard and sending him plummeting into the rubble. His allies watch in absolute horror as their heavy hitter is blasted right out of the sky. Refusing to let Hanjin fall in vain, Jiyoung instantly steps up, charging his devastating Hell Blaster skill. His team screams at him to pull back, warning that he'll be caught in the blast radius, but Jiyoung ignores them and detonates a colossal sphere of blue energy directly over the enemy. When the dust settles, Jiyoung is left coughing up blood, barely able to stand as he leans on his spear. Nayeon frantically begs Xiaolei to use her restoration skill, but they quickly realize a terrifying truth. The initial explosion dispersed a toxic gas that completely blocks mana absorption. It's a ruthless blooder tactic designed specifically to cripple high-level hunters, leaving the vanguard forces completely defenseless. As the panic sets in, the masked leader casually steps out of the shadows, complaining that he just wanted to keep things easy. Mahyun freezes in pure terror, recognizing the enemy's movement as shadow drift, the absolute strongest stealth skill in existence, a technique so dangerous it was supposedly erased by previous generations of hunters. With the Vanguard Guild immobilized and Hanjin buried in the debris, the masked leader steps over the blood-stained ground. Unopposed, he reaches down and claims his ultimate prize, the golden key to a locked heart. Admiring the glowing key, the masked leader thinks his mission is finally complete, but he knows there's one loose end. Grabbing Hanjin by the throat and lifting his battered body from the rubble, the Blood Master snarls that this won't truly be over until our hero is dead. Bleeding from the mouth, Hanjin just smirks. He tells the masked man that he was thinking the exact same thing, mocking the guild master as nothing more than a scumbag thief for stealing his loot. Before the leader can snap his neck, Hanjin triggers a brutal counterattack. By copying the Bearman King's deadly claw ability and fusing it with his giant spider silk, he instantly wraps thick threads around the masked leader's torso. Then, massive, jagged fangs erupt directly from the bandages, violently crushing the guild master in a storm of razor-sharp bone. A colossal, spiked structure blasts out of the ground, completely shredding the area. Watching from the sidelines, the surviving Bloodtour grunts panic, recognizing the devastating attack that previously annihilated the shift golem. Hanjin steps up to the towering spikes, casually boasting that the thief should have known better than to mess with his hard-earned gear. He releases the silk, expecting to see a corpse, but a chilling voice echoes from the darkness behind him. The masked leader steps out of the shadows, completely unharmed. He admits the attack almost killed him, and if he hadn't used his shadow drift to swap places at the last second, he'd be dead. Furious that he was nearly taken out by a cheap trick, the guild master's eyes glow red as he swears to end Hanjin's life right here and now. But Hanjin isn't worried in the slightest. Wiping the blood from his lip, he reveals a crucial secret. His nickname is Mana Boy for a reason. Even while pinned down, he was secretly funneling his own mana to his allies from afar. The masked leader freezes in confusion, right as a massive wave of red energy erupts behind him. The toxic gas has been countered, and Jeong Kang, the rank 5 hunter, rises to his feet, crackling with overflowing power as he promises to burn the entire Bloodtour guild to the ground. Jeong channels all that transferred mana into a devastating orb of dark lightning. The masked leader instantly panics. He recognizes this as Mahyun Gu's signature move, and it's a perfect counter to his shadow drift skill. He knows if that blast connects, he's dead on the spot. Desperate, the masked leader screams for Ciale to hit the reset button. The pop idol immediately complies, unleashing a blinding surge of blue energy that engulfs the battlefield, acting like a literal Control-Z command to revert the snowy mountain dungeon back to its original state. Suddenly, the wind howls as shattered rocks defy gravity. The hunters watch in absolute horror as the scattered rubble violently swirls together, and Jeong realizes the terrifying truth. The dungeon hasn't just been healed, it's been completely reset. From the swirling debris, an entire army of massive stone golems with glowing red eyes reassembles and rises from the earth. With an earth-shattering roar, a colossal golem charges forward, bringing a massive, crackling fist down on the hunters. Jeong is forced on the defensive, throwing up a red energy barrier to protect the group. But with the toxic gas still choking the area and restricting his mana absorption, he knows he's trapped. He can't fight off an army of respawned golems while holding the shield, but staying put is just a slow death sentence, leaving him desperately searching for a way out before they're all crushed. Just as the poison gas threatens to suffocate them all, Jeong shatters the stalemate, erupting with a massive blast of blue energy. The scarred veteran hunter watches in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how Jeong still has power until the truth is revealed. Hanjin's nickname in the dungeons is Mana Boy. Our low-level hero possesses an impossible unique skill that generates infinite mana, pumping it directly into his allies. For a non-mage to overflow level 500 hunters with pure energy defies every rule in the system. Watching this impossible feat unfold, Mahyun Gu, the future guild master, immediately shifts his priorities. He realizes that instead of wasting time hunting for the giant golem's hidden core, recruiting a walking infinite mana battery like Hanjin into the future guild would be worth billions. Meanwhile, Hanjin is putting the pieces together. Recognizing the enemy's ruthless tactics and manipulation of the dungeon's mechanics, he realizes the Bloodtour guild must have been the exact same group that orchestrated the catastrophic Inchin Bridge dungeon break. As debris rains down, panic spreads among the hunters that Bloodtour might just force Ciale to reset the zone again. But the team's analyst shuts that fear down. He explains that the dungeon's hidden boss hadn't spawned yet due to a system logic glitch, but thanks to Ciale's forced reset, those conditions have finally been met. The hidden dungeon is now 100% guaranteed to open. Hanjin also notices a critical detail. Fewer golems are respawning this time. The other hunters celebrate, assuming Jeong's attacks permanently melted the rest and gave them the perfect opening to wipe out Bloodtour. But Hanjin's gut tells him something much darker is happening, terrified that the masked leader is setting up another Inchin Bridge-level massacre. But as the hunters prepare to push forward, they realize their infinite mana battery is gone. In the chaos of the battle, Hanjin has completely vanished. Far away in a snowy mountain zone, a massive cocoon of giant spider silk bursts open. Hanjin has completely isolated the masked Bloodtor leader, dragging him away from his army. The bloody, cornered tactician screams our hero's name in a blind rage, but before he can even ready his blades, a devastating surprise attack blasts him backward. The masked Bloodtor leader furiously clashes his blades against Hanjin, mocking our hero as just some low-level punk who has no right to block his path. But Hanjin just calmly copies and pastes his giant spider silk, wrapping the assassin in a suffocating white cocoon. The cornered tactician shreds through the webbing with his claws, swearing he's going to make sure Hanjin never uses that skill again. In a blinding flash of yellow energy, the masked leader unleashes the devastating power of the Kalija Dragon Longsword, triggering its release level to obliterate everything in his path. The blast is insane, and Hanjin only barely survives by wrapping himself in layers of his own spider silk. Coughing up blood from the shockwave, our hero realizes a massive silver lining. By taking the hit head-on, he just figured out how to release the longsword's power for himself. Wondering how an underground assassin even knew the sword's secrets, Hanjin decides he'll just beat the answers out of the guy next time. But as the dust settles, he realizes he has a much bigger problem. He's completely lost in an endless, freezing wasteland with zero sense of direction. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association, the top executives hold an emergency meeting. One of the suits tells Manseong not to worry about the strike team since Mahyeon, the future guild master, is with them. But the real issue is their target. The Bloodtor Guild is notorious for flawlessly erasing high-level hunters, leaving behind zero intel. However, a tattooed executive drops a massive bombshell. The Midas Guild's intel team discovered that the ones pulling Bloodtor's strings are none other than Starfield, a colossal multinational global guild. The room reels in shock, questioning why a massive global powerhouse would secretly back a Korean underground guild. Conversation turns to the Golem's snowy mountain dungeon itself. 15 years ago, during the Great Calamity, this exact portal unleashed a horde of devilish rock monsters that nearly wiped them out. The only reason the dungeon was sealed back then was because Jaya, one of the world's greatest mage hunters, sacrificed her own life to close it. Back at the Hunters Association, the executives are sweating over the global interest in the lost giant Golem's heart. Knowing that the ruthless Starfield and Bloodtor guilds will stop at nothing, they suspect the two factions have secretly partnered up for this operation. But the conversation takes a wild turn when one executive asks if Jaya's daughter is in the dungeon just to retrieve the longsword. Manseong drops a bombshell. Jaya was never actually declared dead. Even though missing hunters are always presumed deceased, a lone survivor returned from that very dungeon 5 years ago and testified that the legendary mage hunter was still alive. And the craziest part, the multinational Starfield Guild deliberately tried to cover up the report. Before Manseong can explain further, an assistant bursts through the doors in a complete panic. A massive dungeon break has just erupted right in the middle of the city. The executives flip on the news only to see absolute chaos. A portal has shattered, and towering red-eyed rock golems from the snowy mountain are rampaging through the streets, crushing everything in sight. The association realizes with horror that the hidden dungeon must be collapsing from whatever the Bloodtor Guild is doing inside. Meanwhile, deep inside that very mountain, the Bloodtor Guild strike team trudges through the blistering snow. Pop idol Xiaolei Li looks nervously at the Bloodtor leader, offering to use her restoration skill to heal his injuries. She admits she's never seen the masked tactician take a hit before, clearly rattled by Hanjin's earlier attack. But the leader just smirks through the blood and tells her to look ahead. They've finally reached it, the true hidden dungeon of the Golem's snowy mountain. Looming before them is a massive, glowing crystalline cavern, and the leader announces that the ultimate prize, the giant Golem's heart, is finally within their grasp. As the Bloodtor Guild carefully navigates the rickety wooden bridges suspended over the glowing chasm, Hanjin trails right behind them. Relying on his stealth, our hero creeps through the shadows, completely blown away as he finally lays eyes on the true scale of the hidden dungeon. At the bottom of the cavern, the Bloodtor leader approaches a massive barrier made of rune-covered chains. He smirks, praising the Starfield Guild's flawless intel. This is the exact spot the legendary mage hunter Jaya sealed away 15 years ago to lock up the giant Golem's heart. With the ultimate prize inches away, the leader orders his men to secure the perimeter and tells Xiaolei to prep her restoration skill so they can shatter the seal. But suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. Glaring into the shadows, he announces that a gutsy little rat has been tailing them this whole time. Hanjin freezes in a cold sweat, realizing his cover is totally blown. Before he can even brace himself, one of the Bloodtor men lunges forward in a furious rage and unleashes a blinding slash into the darkness, painting the rocks with a sudden spray of blood. But Hanjin isn't the one who got sliced. The blade actually annihilated a level 30 snowy mountain wild hare, a crazed, bloodthirsty monster that just happened to be creeping up on them at the exact worst moment. Watching from the shadows as the beast is obliterated in a spray of blood, Hanjin doesn't even flinch. Instead, he's just fascinated that regular monsters actually live inside a golem dungeon. When the dead hare drops a red magic stone, a tiny, waddling stone creature scoots out of nowhere, snatches the gem, and looks up at Hanjin. Smiling, our hero pats his new little companion on the head and lets it munch on the loot. This little guy is a first-generation golem, born from a shift golem core that Hanjin copy-pasted into his inventory earlier. Since one core equals one loyal golem, Hanjin realizes his infinite mana skill is completely broken. He can just spam copy the cores to spawn a massive golem army, giving him the power to solo clear dungeons without ever needing a guild. While Hanjin wonders how massive his new pet will get by level 10, the little golem's ears suddenly twitch. Hearing a rustle nearby, it charges into the brush with its tiny fists raised. It flushes out a spy named Xiangmo, who is also secretly tailing the blood tour. Panicking at the sudden ambush, Xiangmo's boss yanks him out of the bushes, and the two of them sprint for their lives. As they flee through the snowy canyon, the boss curses the Blood Tour Guild, assuming their elite senses saw right through Xiangmo's stealth skill. But Xiangmo corrects him. He wasn't the one who triggered the attack. He claims he saw a hothead named Mahyun from the future guild sneaking around with a girl. But Xiangmo has it all wrong. He just caught a glimpse of Hanjin and Xiale in the shadows and completely misidentified them. Xiangmo is reporting back, but he has no idea he's talking to the enemy. Hanjin has completely flipped the script, flawlessly impersonating Xiangmo's boss. The spy frantically apologizes, explaining that he watched the mysterious girl absorb mana and reset the dungeon, but was too terrified to stop her. Playing the part perfectly, Hanjin just playfully ruffles the spy's hair and praises him for a job well done. Xiangmo mentions the girl looked familiar, but gets distracted when he notices Hanjin's little stone golem trailing behind them. Panicking, he asks if the monster is dangerous. Hanjin smoothly lies, claiming the little rock creature is his personal sidekick, leaving Xiangmo completely in awe of his boss's hidden tamer skills. Pointing toward the hidden dungeon across the bridge, Hanjin warns that Blood Tour hunters are stationed outside in stealth. He then gives Xiangmo a direct order: go fetch his sister Gio and Mahyun. When Xiangmo hesitates to leave him alone against enemies wielding a dragon longsword, Hanjin assures him he can monitor them from afar. To seal the deal, he hands the spy a glowing red orb, the ultra-rare Shift Golem core, and tells him the little golem is now his to keep. Xiangmo is moved to tears by the priceless gift, completely unaware that our hero has an infinite supply of them. As the gullible spy excitedly dashes off, Hanjin drops the act. Chuckling at how incredibly naive the guild master's son is, he decides it's time to pull out a real underling for himself. Using another core, Hanjin summons a massive, dark golem radiating blue lightning. But he doesn't just want muscle. He selects a specific system option that links his senses to his creations, allowing him to see and hear everything they do. The ultimate Trojan horse is active. Hanjin's vision instantly flashes to the little golem he just gifted Xiangmo. Looking through its glowing blue eyes, he realizes the tracking ability is insanely powerful, giving him a front row seat to the Blood Tour hunters hiding out in the snowy wastes. The hunters are watching a fierce girl with black hair and red eyes, wondering if she's the one Xiangmo spotted earlier. But before they can figure out why she's wielding the legendary Kalija dragon longsword, she unleashes a massive, explosive wave of blue energy straight at them. The explosive wave of energy wasn't an attack, it was a repair sequence. Pushing herself to the absolute limit, the fierce, red-eyed girl triggers a power that defies all logic. A system interface pops up, executing a Ctrl+Z command that completely restores the shattered Kalija dragon longsword to 100% durability. And this weapon is an absolute game-breaker. It passively boosts its wielder to level 200, drains health on every strike, and features a berserk mode that temporarily doubles all stats. Massive mana drain leaves the girl completely exhausted and she collapses to the ground, gasping for air. A man steps out of the dust, praising her work as he snatches up the fully restored, crackling demonic blade. Watching this, the surviving Blood Tour hunters are absolutely stunned. They know for a fact that no normal skill in the world can instantly repair a destroyed weapon like that. But miles away, watching everything through his tiny Trojan horse golem, Hanjin is having a massive revelation of his own. His eyes go wide as he pieces the clues together. The Ctrl+Z command. She has a system just like his. He thought he was the only one gifted with these strange keyboard powers, but her unique skill is literally undue. Hanjin's mind immediately starts racing with the possibilities. If she has an undo ability, he absolutely has to use his own copy and paste skills to steal it for himself. He isn't completely sure if his system allows him to copy another gifted user's powers yet, but he makes a firm decision. If he can't steal her ability, he has to recruit this fierce girl to his side no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, back at the ambush site, the man wielding the newly restored Kalija dragon longsword flashes a sinister smile. Now that he has a level 200 weapon crackling with red lightning, he ignores the battered hunters and announces it's finally time to smash through the hidden dungeon's barrier to claim whatever lies inside. As the barrier reveals its true, massive form, the ruthless hunter explains just how lucky they are to have hired the red-eyed girl. If they had come in blind, they would have wasted their time trying to force the dungeon open with a standard reward key. Stepping onto the glowing magical seal, he drops a massive piece of lore. 15 years ago, the great mage hunter Jaya sealed this exact spot after her husband, Frederick Hugh, vanished inside. To make sure no one could ever enter, she tied the barrier to her husband's Kalija dragon longsword, meaning it's the only key in the world that can break it. Hearing this, the red-eyed girl finally connects the dots, realizing that her client, Alls, is actually their daughter. Wasting no more time, the hunter plunges the crackling blade straight into the core of the magic circle and unleashes its max level. A colossal shockwave of crimson energy detonates across the mountain, completely shattering the impenetrable seal. Blast is so violently intense that it instantly vaporizes Hanjin's level 1 tracking golem. Watching the feed cut out, our hero realizes exactly why the longsword needed its durability fully restored. A lesser blade would have disintegrated from that sheer energy burst. Back at the site, the smoke clears to reveal that the dungeon's actual door was just a hologram. Jaya never actually closed it. Flashing a greedy grin, the ruthless hunter announces that the golem's snowy mountain hidden dungeon is officially back in business. He rallies his crew and charges into the blazing portal to claim the giant golem heart, leaving Hanjin with a massive choice to make. Does he stay put, or flip the script and dive into the chaos to steal the prize for himself? Hanjin isn't about to just sit back and watch. With the barrier shattered, he steels himself to dive straight into the chaos. Meanwhile, halfway across the world in a southern Italian S-tier dungeon, a brutal massacre is wrapping up. A bloody, defeated warrior begs to know why his attacker slaughtered his entire party instead of just targeting him. The ruthless killer calmly explains that a single death is a crime, but a full party wipe is just a tragic dungeon accident, right before blowing the sole survivor to pieces. The moment the warrior dies, his unique system skill forcibly transfers to his murderer. The dark-haired killer absorbs the purple energy, unlocking a brand new keyboard command, Control or Select All. Eager to test his new prize, he highlights the scattered corpses of the fallen party and instantly chains it with his original skill, Ctrl+X, Delete. In a flash of blinding light, the bodies in the surrounding terrain are completely erased from existence, leaving nothing but a massive, bottomless crater. His blonde, elf-like companion slowly claps, mocking how much easier it is to mass-delete targets now instead of picking them off one by one. But the killer is furious. He hates that he has to murder people just to steal their gifts, and worse, none of these stolen keyboard skills can be upgraded no matter how hard he tries. Elf reminds him of the golden rule. System gifts only transfer upon a user's death, and there is only one skill in the entire world capable of upgrading them, Ctrl+C or Copy. The killer snaps that they've hunted for a decade without finding it, but the elf just smirks, absolutely certain it exists. Little do they know, our boy Hanjin is walking around with the exact god-tier skill they've spent 10 years killing for. Back with the dark-haired killer, his blonde elf companion smugly points out that their Ctrl+F search skill is doing a flawless job tracking down other system users. When the killer asks about the red-eyed girl with Ctrl+Z, the elf reveals some urgent news. The Bloodter Guild just shattered Jaya's defensive barrier using their leaked intel. Hearing this, the killer pivots, declaring they need to secure the giant golem's heart first, as it's the only way he'll be able to use his deadly curses without restrictions. Meanwhile, down in the snowy mountain dungeon, the hot-headed Mahyun is throwing an absolute fit. His fiery red aura flares up as he complains that they abandoned the shift golem just to find absolutely zero trace of the Bloodter Guild. The party realizes the enemy must have taken a hidden route, but since the dungeon is a one-way road, it's only a matter of time before they cross paths. Ruthless mercenary hunter turns to Alls, demanding to know how an underground guild like Bloodtor got such high-level dungeon intel in the first place. Alls drops a bombshell. Her personal investigation points straight to Starfield, the #1 international guild in the world. The group is stunned, wondering why the global top dogs would back a shady underground crew, until Alls admits it all traces back to her mother, Jai. Pieces finally click into place for the hunter. Starfield orchestrated everything from the very beginning, and he realizes the true target of this entire operation isn't the golem's core at all, but Alls herself. This sends Mahyun over the edge, and erupting in raw power, he swears to beat the truth out of the Bloodtor members, realizing this massive backing is exactly how they got their hands on banned skills like Shadow Step. Just then, the gullible spy Siangmo comes running up from behind, closely followed by a miniature snowy mountain golem. When Mahyun asks what on earth is following him, Siangmo proudly announces it's his new sidekick, gifted to him by Hanjin. The entire party freezes, staring at Siangmo in sheer disbelief, wondering why Hanjin would hand over an insanely rare monster summoned to a guy like him. As Mahyun questions just who Hanjin really is, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupts in front of them, cutting their interrogation short. When the blinding light fades, the ground beneath their feet erupts into a massive, glowing magic circle. In a split second, the arcane energy swallows the entire raid group, teleporting them through a chaotic tunnel of light. As they crash down onto solid ground, Hanjin immediately realizes something is terribly wrong. He looks around, but Siangmo and Mahyun are completely gone. The rest of the group draws their weapons in a panic, realizing their teammates vanished into thin air despite being right behind them just a second ago. But they don't even have time to process the disappearance before a deafening roar shakes the earth. A massive, terrifying dinosaur-type monster lunges out of the shadows, its jaws snapping open to tear them apart. Just before the beast can clamp down, one of the hunters leaps forward, unleashing a massive wave of blue energy. Her blade slices straight through the monster's thick hide, sending it crashing to the ground in a brutal spray of blood. As the dust settles, the group is left completely baffled. They were supposed to be in the Golem's snowy mountains, so why are they fighting a prehistoric beast? Looking out over the unfamiliar rocky cliffs and alien sky, they realize the terrifying truth. That magic circle didn't just move them, it dragged them into a completely different, multi-dimensional dungeon. Yeon confirms their worst fears. They are indeed trapped in a multi-dimensional dungeon. She reveals that these chaotic spaces were supposed to have vanished 15 years ago during the Great Calamity, sealed away by her own mother. Because these dungeons use magic circles to bridge entirely different dimensions, there's a terrifying risk of them spilling nightmare-level monsters straight into their world. In fact, her mother believed these overlapping dungeon breaks were the exact cause of the calamity itself. When asked what this means for the separated Seongmo and Mahyun, Jeong explains they were likely thrown into a completely different dimensional zone. But there is a silver lining. Since the giant golem heart is the ultimate boss of this network, clearing their respective paths should theoretically funnel everyone back into the same final boss room. Hearing that, Hanjun decides the best plan is to clear their zone as fast as possible. But the dungeon has other plans. A deafening roar shakes the trees as two more massive prehistoric beasts burst through the foliage, proving a quick victory isn't on the menu today. Meanwhile, back in the real world, absolute hell has broken loose. A massive city district is burning to the ground as giant rock golems rampage through the streets. A squad of hunters fights desperately to shatter the monster's cores, but they are losing ground fast. When a frontline fighter screams for a mage to drop a massive spell, the mage panics, explaining that outside of a dungeon, there simply isn't enough ambient mana to cast it. As the line crumbles, the fighters curse, desperately wishing their infinite mana boy Hanjun was there to save them. Just as a towering golem moves to crush the helpless mage, a streak of golden light tears through the battlefield. The blonde elf drops from the sky, her blade slicing clean through the monster's core in a single, devastating strike. Exhausted hunters can only stare in shock as the foreign swordswoman casually dusts off her suit, laughing that she was just in the area on business and couldn't ignore the chaos. But she isn't here for small talk. She immediately asked about the infinite mana boy they were just crying out for. The bald mercenary waves it off, dismissing Hanjun as a low-level nobody whose only trick was acting as a mana battery for his party, admitting he hasn't seen the kid in ages. But the blonde elf's interest is piqued. A skill that generates infinite mana. In all her travels, she's never heard of anything so broken. Before she can press for more details, a massive presence looms overhead. Two heavy hitters have finally arrived on the rooftops, Gyuhan, the guild master of Midas, and Manseong, the guild master of Daehyun. Watching from below, the elf smirks, realizing this battlefield just got a lot more interesting. Looking down at the ruined streets, the two guild masters confirm their worst fears, a full-blown dungeon break from the golem's snowy mountain. Gyuhan curses Mahyun's name, furious at whatever that hothead did inside the gate to trigger this disaster. But there's no time to complain. Demanding access to the association's S-level equipment vault as his payment, Gyuhan tells Manseong to buff him up. In a flash of blue energy, thick rock violently encases Gyuhan's body, transforming the guild master into a towering, red-eyed stone monster. Roaring that not all rocks are created equal, he charges headfirst into the invading golems, shattering the massive invaders into dust with a series of earth-shattering blows. Across the shattered battlefield, Manseong unleashes a massive wave of swirling pink and purple energy, casting a powerful buff over the chaotic warzone to support the vanguard. Feeling the sudden surge of magic, Gyuhan scoffs that the old mage has it easy today, but he isn't about to waste the power-up. He charges headfirst at the towering purple boss golem, mocking the massive beast for thinking size alone is enough to win this fight. Fortifying his rocky armor to its absolute limit, the Midas Guild Master meets the giant monster's descending fist with a devastating counterattack. The sheer force of the impact completely shatters the boss's defenses, sending explosive shockwaves of purple energy tearing through the city streets. Refusing to let Manseong steal the final glory, Gyuhan rips out the creature's core, instantly clearing the dungeon break. As the exhausted hunters cheer their salvation, the blonde elf quietly uses her Control+F search skill on Gyuhan and confirms he isn't a fellow system user. He's just a naturally overpowered monster who single-handedly shut down a catastrophic invasion in under 10 minutes, proving exactly why he's Korea's #1 hunter. Jotting down this crucial intel, the blonde elf snaps her notebook shut. Her thoughts quickly shift to her fellow system user, the red-eyed girl with Control+Z, wondering if she's still busy in her dungeon or if she's already dead. Deep underground, the red-eyed girl is fighting for her life, coughing up blood with a massive fatal hole punch straight through her chest. 20 minutes earlier, the masked tactician known as the Bloodtur Guild leader pushes his elite squad through a blind raid in a hidden dungeon. They are immediately swarmed by a massive horde of flesh-eating ghouls. He worries about going in without any prior intel, but his vanguard swordsman easily vaporizes the entire undead army with a single, explosive crimson strike. Path clears, leading them straight to the giant golem heart boss room. The Bloodtur leader steps up to the massive runic door and pulls out a golden key, thrilled that their grand plan is finally coming together. They unlock the vault and step into the light, expecting an easy victory. But their confidence shatters the second they walk in, as towering, green-eyed golems emerge from the shadows to greet them. Staring down the massive, looming figures, the Blood Tour Guild leader initially tries to rationalize the threat, wondering if the boss hasn't respawned yet and these are just decorative religious sculptures. Still, he can't shake the suffocating pressure weighing down his entire body since they stepped foot in the vault, questioning if the intense gravity is just affecting him because he isn't a hunter. He tries to shrug the heavy aura off, figuring an empty room just makes claiming the loot that much easier. But his false hope evaporates the second the statue's eyes glow a piercing red. Before his squad can even draw their weapons, the massive stone golems spring to life, obliterating one of his men into a bloody pulp with a single, earth-shattering strike. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, panic is tearing a different group apart. With one of their teammates bleeding out on the cold stone, a veteran hunter screams at the pop idol Xiaolei Li to snap out of her frozen shock. He begs her to trigger the artifact that can restore the dungeon to before the fatal blow, furious that she's paralyzed just because she hasn't seen someone die in a while. Refusing to let their friend die, the wounded red-eyed girl lunges forward and grabs the sealed temporal device herself. But as she activates it, her eyes widen in sheer horror. The artifact is completely drained. Even though not a single elite mage could have broken its seal, all of its mana is rapidly leaking out, being sucked away in one single direction by an unseen force. Back in the vault, the Blood Tour Guild leader refuses to go down without a fight. Dodging a lethal swipe from a golem's monstrous blade, he orders his men to stop panicking and set off their heavy dungeon claymores to blast the giants to pieces. But as a towering shadow looms over his squad, his scout delivers the terrifying truth. The golems are completely immune to their traps and stealth, leaving them totally defenseless as a massive stone fist slams down. The slaughter is absolute. The golems tear through the elite squad like wet paper, crushing bodies with every swing. Watching his men get splattered across the floor, the Blood Tour Guild leader realizes his easy raid has just turned into a total massacre, and he curses the stone giants as he steps up to handle them himself. He tries to unleash the true power of his Kalija Dragon Longsword, but his system immediately blocks the release, warning him that he has completely run out of mana. The guild leader is stunned. He's over level 300, so running on empty should be mathematically impossible. But before he can even process the glitch, a massive shadow blocks out the light, and a stone fist swats him across the vault like a fly. While the guild leader gets ragdolled, the red-eyed girl dashes through the falling debris, tracking the invisible vacuum that drained her temporal device. She spots a glowing stone slab absorbing all the ambient energy in the room, reaches into the blinding blue light, and pulls out a pulsating pink crystal. He immediately recognizes it as the giant golem heart, but instead of generating limitless power like it's supposed to, the artifact is acting like a black hole, sucking the mana out of everyone and everything in the room. Suddenly, the crystal flashes a violent red. Realizing the overloaded core is about to detonate, she turns and sprints for her life just as the entire vault goes up in a massive explosion. The blast rips through the vault with terrifying force. The shockwave catches the red-eyed girl mid-sprint, sending her tumbling violently down the stone steps. She hits the ground hard, coughing up blood and completely incapacitated by the explosion. As the smoke clears, the surviving golems immediately lunge for the kill. But the Blood Tour Guild leader, his mask shattered and his body battered, steps in. Swinging his demonic sword with everything he has left, he desperately fends off the monsters, though the sheer effort has him hacking up blood. Knowing they're completely out of time, he pulls out an advanced healing potion, a high-tier Hunter's Association item that instantly treats injuries and restores stats. He jams it directly into the red-eyed girl's wounds to stabilize her, then hauls her limp body over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Suddenly, a chilling system alert rings out. The giant golem heart has fully awakened, officially initiating the boss battle. Worse, the massive stone doors to the vault begin automatically sliding shut to lock everyone inside. Panicking, the guild leader tries to activate his Shadow Step skill to teleport them to safety. But a system error flashes instead, stating his mana is insufficient. The artifact's black hole effect had completely drained him earlier, leaving him utterly powerless when he needs it most. Gritting his teeth, he makes a mad dash for the exit on foot, carrying the girl and his heavy sword. But as he sprints, he realizes the heavy doors are closing way too fast, and there's no way both of them can make it through the shrinking gap. In a split-second sacrifice, he grabs the red-eyed girl and hurls her forward with all his might. She flies through the narrow opening, tumbling safely to the ground outside, just as he is sealed inside the vault with the awakened boss. Red-eyed girl hits the ground hard, her body battered and bleeding just as the massive vault doors slam shut behind her. Trapped on the outside, she remembers the guild leader's desperate final order to stay alive and reset everything. But despair quickly sets in. She isn't a hunter. She can't absorb mana on her own, and without it, her powers are completely useless. She bleeds out in the dark. Her only thought is of her parents and the bitter regret of ever stepping foot in this dungeon. But just as she prepares for the end, a sudden, blinding rush of warmth washes over her. Pure, concentrated mana floods her system. She gasps, her eyes snapping open to find our hero, Hanjun, kneeling beside her. She instantly recognizes him as the guy who previously shared mana with her comrade. But this isn't just a simple heal. Hanjin is pumping her full of his infinite mana reserves, and the sheer volume is so overwhelming that she realizes she has more than enough power to activate her abilities. Leaning in close, Hanjin casually points out that with this much mana, she should be able to restore her body to its original state. The red-eyed girl freezes in absolute shock. She has no idea how this stranger knows the exact secret behind her system powers. Meanwhile, the rest of Hanjin's squad is dealing with a massive roadblock. Yuhan is absolutely furious, shouting that they barely survived a multidimensional dungeon only to be locked out by a giant stone door. The team's mage inspects the astrological lock and delivers the bad news. As long as there's an active boss fight happening inside, the vault's completely sealed. Without the master key, they're stuck out here while the Blood Tour leader fights for his life inside. Frustrated, Yuhan turns his attention to the red-eyed girl. The team quickly fills him in, assuming she's just a senior healer from Blood Tour. Thanks to Hanjin's insane mana supply, she's already made a flawless 100% recovery. But they aren't taking any chances. They've slapped heavy-duty hunter cuffs on her, planning to interrogate her the second they get out of this dungeon. Outside the vault, Gyuhan's men are starting to panic, realizing they might just become the next permanent residents of this deadly dungeon. Inside, Hanjin debates his next move. He pulls up his inventory, eyeing the boss key he copy-pasted earlier, wondering if he can just casually pull it out and pretend he found it on the floor. But before he has to play dumb, Alz, the blonde elf, steps up to the massive sealed door. The moment she touches it, glowing green runes erupt across the surface, syncing perfectly with her cloak. The heavy doors slide open and she reveals that the robe belonged to her mother, inherently linked to the dungeon's gate. Hanjin smiles, realizing Alz herself is the literal key to this place, a massive asset for exploring multidimensional dungeons later. But the moment they step through, an overwhelming, suffocating pressure slams into them. Xiale screams a warning that their mana is already draining, and the cuffed red-eyed girl quickly explains why. The boss room's giant golem heart absorbs all surrounding energy to fuel itself. The red-eyed girl panics, grabbing Hanjin's jacket. She warns that in a mana-draining environment, even his elite hunters will be completely defenseless against the monsters guarding the room. And right on cue, massive golems step out of the shadows, towering over the group. But a lack of mana is the one problem Hanjin can always solve. As his spear-wielding hunter charges forward, she desperately calls for a top-up. Smiling, Hanjin fires up his system. He hits Ctrl-C on his own limitless reserves and then spams Ctrl-V, initiating an infinite pasting sequence to flood his entire team with endless power. Instantly, a massive shockwave of blue energy explodes across the vault. The sheer volume of pasted mana is so intense it creates a swirling vortex, completely overpowering the giant golem heart's drain. Jiyoung looks around in pure disbelief. She can't fathom how the dungeon is practically drowning in power while the boss is still actively siphoning it. Watching from the sidelines, the cuffed red-eyed girl is left speechless. Seeing Hanjin effortlessly manipulate infinite reserves, she realizes that if she can combine his system with her own undue curse, she might actually have a shot at bringing her dead parents back to life. But right now, there's a boss fight to win. Feeling the surge of endless power coursing through her veins, Jiyoung shouts her thanks. With her limits completely removed, she lunges forward, unleashing a massive witchblade strike that effortlessly slices through the towering shadow golems. The Blood Tour guild leader joins the slaughter, his cape billowing as red energy violently erupts around him. He laughs, declaring that with limitless mana, these terrifying statues are nothing more than oversized pebbles, before hurling a dark lightning spear that blows a massive chunk of the golems to dust. When a fresh horde of dark, red-eyed monsters emerges from the rubble, the guild leader just flashes a sinister, maniacal grin. He admits this dungeon has been driving him crazy, and he is more than happy to finally let loose. Spamming a barrage of dark lightning bombers, he chains massive, earth-shattering explosions that wipe out the entire horde in seconds. As the dust settles, Jiyoung spots a heavily wounded man bleeding out in the rubble. Watching from nearby, the red-eyed girl realizes he's still breathing and considers using her system to restore him, but she hesitates, unsure of the horrific backlash her curse might trigger if she acts recklessly. Before she can make a move, she freezes in shock. Hanjin steps up beside the bleeding man, radiating a dark, suffocating aura. Our hero locks his eyes forward, ready to completely flip the script on this dungeon. Hanjin stands over the broken, bleeding man. Reaching into his inventory, he pulls out the Kalija dragon longsword, thrilled to see its durability is finally completely restored. Then he shifts his gaze to the terrified red-eyed girl. He knows without a doubt that she's a curse wielder, and he is determined to copy her power no matter what. But first, he needs to test the waters on their captive. Hanjin places his hand on the man's head, attempting to use his system to copy his shadow step skill. But he hits a wall. Even with his newly restored sword boosting his stats, the injured man's level is still way too high to copy from. The system throws him a massive, brutal loophole. Because the target is intensely hostile, Hanjin gets two options. He can either execute the man to absorb the skill, or since the guy's health is clinging below 15%, he can forcefully rip the skill away without killing him, permanently stripping the target of his power. A chilling smile crosses Hanjin's face. This forceful absorption is an absolute game changer. Not wanting his new skill Pinata to die just yet, Hanjin orders the red-eyed girl to use her healing powers to keep the man breathing, making it clear he has a hell of a lot of questions for him later. Intimidated by his dark aura, she nods and gets to work. In a flash of chaotic energy, she completely restores the man's severed arm in a single second. Hanjin watches in awe, realizing her healing curse works exactly like his own copy-paste ability, literally overwriting reality to fix the body. The bleeding man coughs up a lungful of blood, but instead of begging for mercy, he bursts into a manic, unsettling laugh, bragging that they both managed to survive. Unamused, Hanjin coldly warns the maniac not to push his luck, reminding him exactly who holds his life in their hands. But the bleeding man isn't intimidated in the slightest. Pulling out a glowing red artifact, he grins like a total maniac and warns Hanjin that they'll have to wait and see about that because this dungeon is only just getting started. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupts from the nearby stone structure. Jeong, the elite spear-wielding hunter, charges straight into the chaos, but she's instantly struck by a massive, unseen force. Blood splatters across her face as she pushes her body to the absolute limit, her core burning with volatile red energy. The resulting shockwave rips through the area, catching a young hunter named Xiangmo completely off guard. Someone screams his name as the glowing artifact triggers a massive explosion, forcing him to scramble backward and swing his sword wildly into the smoke to defend himself. But to understand what just crashed into the battlefield, we have to rewind 30 minutes to the skeleton dungeon. While the rest of the team was busy obliterating hordes of undead with chaotic dark lightning, a tiny stone golem had been quietly tagging along. The little creature started munching on the dropped red magic crystals. Gyuhan, the Midas Guild master, told Xiangmo to just let it eat since those low-tier stones were practically worthless anyway. But it turns out one man's trash is a monster's treasure. Those stones were exactly what the golem needed to trigger an evolution. The moment it leveled up, the golem's body shattered and reshaped, rocketing away into the sky before Xiangmo could even grab it. Now, back in the present, the smoke clears from a massive crater. Jeong readies her staff as the dust settles, revealing the newly evolved golem, now a jagged beast of glowing blue crystal, and it's staring right at them. Xiangmo stares in absolute shock as his tiny sidekick finishes its transformation into a towering blue crystal beast. Even Mahyeon, the Bloodtur Guild leader, is caught off guard, realizing this evolution perfectly mimics the legendary stone armor of Gyuhan, the Midas Guild master, and he makes a mental note to investigate this core later. But there's no time to marvel at the golem. A massive explosion of red energy shatters the battlefield, sending deadly beams tearing through the air. Jeong shouts a warning to Mahyeon, explaining that these blasts are forged from pure hyperdense mana, far stronger than any standard hunter barrier. But that density is exactly their loophole. Jeong steps up, revealing that because the mana is so incredibly thick, it can actually be blocked with physical weapons. She orders the frontline to raise their swords and shields, and with a massive swing, they slice right through the incoming energy waves. Xiangmo checks on his new giant golem, realizing its dense crystal body is perfectly built to tank the hits. But Hanjin knows they can't stay on the defensive forever. The giant golem hard at the center of the chaos is firing endlessly, fueled by the infinite mana Hanjin himself generated earlier, and if they don't destroy the core right now, they're all dead. To destroy it, he needs to get point blank. Hanjin quickly recalls how their Bloodtur captive used the Shadow Step skill to escape his giant spider silk earlier. Flipping the script, our hero uses his infinite mana to hit Ctrl+C, copying both the Spider Silk and the Shadow Step and pastes them together for the ultimate combo. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the other hunters completely bewildered, only to instantly materialize right on top of the glowing red core. Channeling Quasar's resonant frequency, Hanjin unleashes a devastating blast of crackling blue energy straight into the heart. The artifact detonates in a blinding shockwave, but the sheer force of the explosion backfires, leaving Hanjin screaming as blood bursts from his eye. The bleeding captive is absolutely furious. Realizing Hanjin just weaponized his own mana concentration against him, the man screams in rage, demanding to know who Hanjin thinks gave him all that power in the first place. But Hanjin doesn't give him time to rant. Lunging forward, our hero pastes the giant spider silk he copied earlier, unleashing a massive volley of threads that instantly wrap the hostile captive into a tight, struggling cocoon. Down below, Geo and Gyuhan stare in absolute shock as the relentless rain of hyperdense mana beams suddenly stops. Seeing the deadly barrage end, young Xiangmo's face lights up as he realizes Hanjin actually pulled it off. Upon the artifact, the captive furiously tries to break free from his silk bindings, cursing as red energy flares around him. But Hanjin ignores him, using another burst of spider silk to slingshot himself straight toward the glowing core. Desperate to finish the job, he reaches out, knowing he only needs to touch it one more time, and slams his hand directly onto the crystal. The moment he makes contact, Hanjin pastes Quasar's resonant frequency directly into the artifact's center. The destructive vibration surges through the crystal, cracking it from the inside out before detonating in a massive, blinding shockwave of red light. As the smoke clears, the system confirms the giant golem heart is destroyed and the dungeon is officially cleared. Hanjin bursts into triumphant laughter, barely able to believe his insane gamble actually worked. And then the real reward hits. A massive cascade of notifications floods his vision as his level skyrockets, jumping up so many times he can barely keep track. But it gets even better. The boss drops a glowing red gem, the giant golem heart itself, an upgradable artifact that can absorb and generate infinite mana. Since our hero's mana is already limitless, he figures he doesn't really need it, but decides to copy it just in case. And the moment he does, his system chimes with a game-changing evolution. His copy skill has leveled up, and from now on, eligible targets will be copied entirely automatically. Hanjin is absolutely thrilled with his new automatic copy-paste upgrade. His young ally Xiangmo rushes in to shower him with praise, but our hero quickly blocks the kid's hug, wincing that his back is still twisted from the fight. Gyuhan, the imposing Midas Guild master, awkwardly commends Hanjin for dealing with the boss somehow, which immediately earns him a swift elbow from Mahyun for his lack of grace. When Gyuhan pulls Hanjin aside for a serious word, our hero flips the script, offering to sell him the infinite mana golem heart for a massive sum. Gyuhan is ecstatic, but Jiyoung quickly intervenes, scolding them for making backdoor deals without the association's approval. As the elite hunters bicker over him, a stressed Hanjin just sighs and walks away. He heads over to All's, finally handing her the glowing red skull sword, her parents' keepsake, and apologizes for the delay. All's warmly thanks him for keeping his promise. But the peaceful moment shatters when someone points out that Hanjin's movement skill during the boss fight looked suspiciously like Mahyun's teleportation. The Bloodtur Guild leader narrows his eyes, and Hanjin nervously lies, claiming it was just his giant spider silk letting him swing around really fast. Luckily, Jiyoung steps in to save him, reminding everyone that it's rude to pry into a hunter's secrets. Plus, they still have their two hostile captives to interrogate. But the bleeding captive isn't done yet. He whispers to the pop idol Xiale, demanding she repay him for saving her earlier by resetting the dungeon. When she tries to declare that they're finished after this, he sinisterly reminds her of the golden bracelet on her wrist, an everlasting contract that forbids betrayal. As long as she wears it, he controls her, and her parents' lives are entirely at his mercy. Cornered and desperate, Xiale gives in. Drawing on the massive amount of mana lingering in the cleared boss room, she activates her skill, and a blinding blue energy erupts around her to reset the entire dungeon. The young hunter Xiangmo and the elite spear wielder Jiyoung instantly realize the catastrophic danger. Xiangmo screams for everyone to evacuate immediately, warning that if the dungeon resets while they are still inside, they could be thrown into a random, deadly dimension. But Hanjin isn't about to run. Shattering the ground beneath him, our hero violently lunges straight into the blinding storm of green mana, desperately reaching out to stop Xiale before it's too late. As the wild energy tears through the chamber, Hanjin catches a glimpse of the idol's face. She is weeping. Bound by the golden bracelet's absolute contract, she has no choice but to trigger the cataclysm, and a blinding light engulfs the entire room. The dungeon violently collapses around them. Guild members frantically grab each other as the space shatters into floating cubes and wild lightning. Defensive shields pop up everywhere, hexagonal barriers and glowing spheres as the hunters brace for the dimensional tier. The massive spatial distortion forcefully ejects the shielded hunters, hurtling them through the void and spitting them back out into the sky above the city. But as the dust settles and Xiangmo frantically looks around, panic sets in. Hanjin didn't make it out. Back in the real world, Jiyoung and Xiangmo materialize in the sky above a burning soul, still reeling from the blast. They are immediately greeted by Master Manxiang, who praises their successful dungeon operation but quickly notices a missing party member. Unable to hide his devastation, Xiangmo grits his teeth and admits that Hanjin was left behind. Meanwhile, inside the collapsing dungeon, the hostile captive crawls out of the rubble and realizes the environment hasn't changed. Hanjin's last-second interference interrupted the full reset, but it also destroyed the blackmailer's restraints. Free at last, the bleeding man smirks and decides to hunt our hero down to steal the giant golem heart for himself. Not far away, Hanjin tries to summon his giant spider silk to navigate the debris, but his power fails to activate, warning him that the item cannot be found. A horrifying realization sets in as he discovers the true cost of the interrupted reset. Though his memories are intact, his stats have been completely wiped back to level 1. Even his overpowered copy-paste skill has reverted to its base form, stripping away all his hard-earned strength. Before Hanjin can even process this catastrophic loss, the captive ambushes him from the shadows and slashes him across the chest. As our hero collapses into the snow, bleeding heavily, the hostile hunter raises his crackling blade for the kill. He gloats that Hanjin must have reverted to a helpless state from before he even awakened, making him the easiest prey in the world. As the hostile hunter revels in his easy victory, Hanjin bleeds out in the snow, realizing his situation is completely hopeless. Panic sets in for our hero as he realizes his deadly curse is still active, and with his stats wiped to 0, dying might actually be his only escape. But just as the fatal blow descends, a sudden clash of metal rings out. The killer steps back, annoyed to see his strike blocked by Moore, an agent from the International Hunters Association who was supposed to have evacuated. Throwing himself between the defenseless hero and the captive, Moore screams at Hanjin to run for his life. The hostile hunter just laughs at the heroic rescue attempt, mocking the agent's pitifully low level. With a single explosive clash, the killer shatters Moore's sword and blasts him violently to the ground. Gloating that he planned to wipe out the association agents anyway, the killer lunges to finish the job. But Moore intercepts the strike, taking a brutal stab straight through the chest to shield Hanjin, and coughing up blood, the dying agent stubbornly orders our hero to get out of the way. The killer merely sneers at the meaningless sacrifice. Unleashing a blinding, explosive slash, he cuts them both down without hesitation, leaving the hunter standing triumphantly over their lifeless bodies. Ripping the glowing red golem heart from the wreckage, the killer smirks, thrilled to discover that the system reset didn't delete Hanjin's items. He turns his attention to Ciale, who is watching in absolute horror, and taunts the idol that she's stuck with him now, claiming she should be thanking him for putting Hanjin out of his misery. But sometimes, death is exactly what you need to flip the script. Out of nowhere, a chilling voice agrees, thanking the killer for the fatal blow, and before the hunter can even react, a bloodied hand violently slashes forward and snatches the glowing gem right out of his grasp. The bleeding captive can barely process what he's seeing. He just drove a blade straight through Hanjin's chest, yet our hero is standing right in front of him, radiating an intense blue aura. Both the killer and Ciale watch in absolute terror as Hanjin casually grips his sword, looking completely unfazed by the fatal wound. Completely losing his mind, the hostile hunter screams, demanding to know what kind of monster Hanjin really is. Driven by pure panic and rage, he leaps into the air and swings his blade down for another desperate strike. But Hanjin is already steps ahead. He quickly pastes the giant spider silk skill he copied earlier, easily deflecting the attack. The killer tries to fall back on his signature shadow step, but his attack is completely shut down. Backed into a corner, the desperate killer screams at Ciale to reset the dungeon immediately. When the idol hesitates, he violently triggers the Adama's contract, a magical golden bracelet clamped on her wrist that sends agonizing lightning through her body, torturing her into obedience. Seeing her scream in pain, everything finally clicks for our hero. That bracelet is the only reason a pop idol like her was working for a scumbag like him. Without missing a beat, Hanjin lunges forward, grabs her wrist, and channels Quasar's resonant frequency directly into the gold. With a massive crack, the slave contract shatters into a million pieces, freeing Ciale for good. Watching his ultimate leverage turn to dust, the killer screams in pure anguish. He furiously attempts to activate his shadow step to kill Hanjin himself, only to realize nothing is happening. Panic sets in as he realizes his strongest skill is completely gone, and Hanjin just smirks through the blue aura, ready to explain exactly how he stole it. The bleeding killer stares in horror as Hanjin declares the signature skill is his now. Without hesitating, our hero vanishes into a vortex of blue energy and lunges forward, slicing right through the captive and leaving him a bloody, broken mess on the ground. Staring down at the glowing red golem heart, Hanjin thinks back to the beloved association agent Moore and the countless innocent lives lost. With Ciale crying nearby, he is absolutely disgusted that this murderer triggered a catastrophic dungeon break and slaughtered so many people just to get his hands on this single gem. Deciding a bastard like him doesn't deserve the prize, Hanjin pastes another stolen skill, Quasar's resonant frequency, and crushes the top-tier boss reward right in front of the killer's eyes. The massive red crystal shatters into a million pieces. Sometimes, the best way to break an enemy is to destroy the one thing they sacrificed everything for. But flipping the script always comes with a bonus. The system chimes in, announcing that because a top-tier reward item was destroyed, Hanjin has acquired a new unique reward. A brand new glowing crystal appears in his hand just as the system confirms the giant golem heart hidden dungeon has been officially cleared. The boss defeated, the massive dungeon doors finally slide open. The surviving hunters rush inside, completely bewildered to find the area empty except for Hanjin. When they ask where the rest of the strike squad is, he calmly explains they got separated. The hunters can barely process the fact that this kid seemingly cleared the dungeon all by himself, until they look down and spot the killer's mutilated body bleeding out on the floor. After wrapping up the snowy mountain raid, Hanjin is summoned to the Korean Hunters Association the very next day. Inside the massive headquarters, the top brass are already in a heated, murmuring debate over the aftermath of his insane solo clear. They realize Hanjin's dungeon was actually a multidimensional rift, the exact same phenomenon that triggered the Great Calamity 15 years ago. When the older executives start downplaying the threat, Ji-young loses her patience, slamming the table and storming out to track down the blood-tur killers herself. Her sudden exit pisses off Gyuhan, the hot-headed master of the Midas Guild. He and another elite named Manseong had to clean up the dimensional dungeon break that spilled into their city, and Gyuhan is absolutely sick of the association acting superior while he does the dirty work. Looking for a target to vent his frustration, the massive guild master marches right up to Hanjin. Gyuhan looms over our hero, demanding to know how a complete nobody managed to clear a hidden dungeon, but Hanjin just calmly replies that he is a hunter. Hanjin isn't intimidated in the slightest. He casually reminds the hulking guild master that he cleared a multidimensional rift with barely any casualties, meaning he deserves a medal, not an interrogation. A cheeky response pushes Gyuhan over the edge, and he instantly activates his red glowing stone armor, ready to crush this arrogant kid right in the meeting room. But before he can throw a punch, another executive with crackling blue lightning steps in, warning Gyuhan that he'll forfeit his entire reward if he starts a brawl. Realizing money talks louder than pride, the hulking master finally backs down with a menacing smirk. Gyuhan finally backs down, but not without demanding full access to the association's equipment vault as compensation. Hanjin, however, couldn't care less about the guild politics. His eyes are glued to another executive, locked onto a skill called Stone Armor, and he's already scheming if his copy-paste ability can snatch it right out from under him. With the tension diffused, the association chairman formally thanks our hero. When Hanjin reveals he's a former Daehyun Guild member turned solo freelancer, the executives are stunned that a lone wolf cleared such a high-level multidimensional rift. Hanjin just smiles, thrilled to have the chairman's official stamp of approval. The chairman then turns to the International Hunters Association, asking for their next move now that the stolen longsword has been recovered. But instead of packing up, one of the top agents drops a bombshell. He's staying in Korea and officially resigning from the International Association on the spot. Cut to that evening, and Hanjin's apartment has turned into a total madhouse. Moore, the agent who was supposed to be dead, casually announces he's crashing there since he just quit his job, completely ignoring his partner All's furious yelling. Mahyun happily declares that he and his robot sidekick belong with Hanjin now, while Ji-young coldly insists she's only there on official business and shouldn't be grouped with these freeloaders. Trying to regain control of his own living room, Hanjin asks about the two blood-tur cultists they captured. Ji-young reveals that the mutilated killer Yi-hyung is currently rotting in the hospital because Seale flat-out refused to heal him, and he's heading straight to a prison cell the second he wakes up. But Seale is a different story. She's sitting in an interrogation room, refusing to speak a single word to anyone except Hanjin. Ji-young then drops another surprise. They discovered Seale is actually an active member of the wildly popular idol girl group, IF. Hanjin connects the dots instantly. He realizes the cult forced her into a slave contract to exploit her elite healing abilities. But since he shattered the artifact bracelet binding her, she's finally free from Yi-hyung's control, and our hero decides it's time to pay the newly freed idol a visit. Before he can head out, Mahyun gets up in Hanjin's face, absolutely furious. He demands to know why our hero would destroy something as priceless as the giant golem heart during the dungeon raid. But Hanjin just smirks and pulls the glowing red heart right out of his inventory, revealing that the one he destroyed in the dungeon was just a copy-pasted fake. Ji-young is completely stunned, knowing a dungeon wouldn't clear with a fake core, but the proof is right in front of her. Desperate to get his hands on it, Mahyun immediately offers 50 billion won, but Ji-young quickly shuts that down, warning Hanjin not to get scammed since the association would gladly pay 80 billion. A quick search proves they're both lowballing him, as rare item auctions start at a massive 100 billion. Realizing he's losing his prize, Mahyun completely loses his cool and screams out a final, desperate offer of 200 billion won, roughly $150 million. Later that day, Hanjin is kicking back in his apartment, grinning from ear to ear. He can't believe Mahyun actually paid the 200 billion. And the best part is, since he can just keep copy-pasting the heart, he plans to slowly drip-feed them into international auctions and swim in endless cash. On top of the massive payday, the raid also bumped him all the way up to a level 300 hunter. But he almost forgot the best part, the sealed unique reward from the dungeon. After easily pumping it full of mana to break the seal, a glowing golden shard appears in his hands. He realizes it's a dimensional fragment, and gathering all 5 pieces will forge a key capable of opening a door to literally any dimension. Hanjin figures he'll just take the easy route and copy-paste the missing 4, but for the first time ever his ultimate cheat code is denied. The item blocks his skill entirely. Annoyed that he'll have to hunt down the other 4 fragments without a single clue, his thoughts are suddenly cut short by a knock at his door. Hanjin calls out for whoever it is to come in. The door clicks open, revealing Moore, but something feels off. Moore steps into the room, his expression completely dead, and mutters that he just needs to check something. Hanjin is caught off guard, wondering why the former agent is even still awake at this hour. Before he can even finish his sentence, Moore's eyes flare with a strange, intense light. In a split second, he draws a blade and lunges straight for Hanjin. The attack is blindingly fast. Hanjin tries to scramble back, his feet digging into the floor, but he isn't fast enough. Moore's sword violently pierces right through him, sending blood splattering across the room. The worst betrayal always comes from the people closest to you. To understand what just happened, we have to rewind 15 years to the Great Calamity in Europe. The city of London is engulfed in a sea of flames, completely decimated by a colossal level 500 Drake. Even though it's technically a lesser cousin to true dragons, its stats are just as catastrophic. Down in the burning streets, a desperate squad commander orders his mages to blast the fire attribute beast with ice magic. Monster lunges from the shadows, instantly crushing the frontline troops. A mage manages to fire off a massive ice bolt right into the beast's neck, but when the smoke clears, the hunters freeze in pure terror. The spell didn't leave a single scratch. Panic sets in as they realize there is absolutely no way their squad can take down an Ultra S-class monster on their own. And they don't even get the chance to retreat. The Drake lets out an ear-splitting roar and unleashes a devastating torrent of concentrated hellfire. The entire squad is instantly incinerated, their bodies sent plummeting through the burning ash as the dragon turns the city into a graveyard. Amidst the apocalyptic hellfire, a young rookie hunter is frozen in terror as his remaining squadmates scream for him to run. This rookie is Moore, 15 years ago, staring down an entity beyond all known bounds. He thinks his life is over, but suddenly a towering man with a flaming sword steps between him and the beast. Moore's eyes go wide as he recognizes the confident smile of their savior, Frederick Hugh, the world's greatest hunter. Moore breathes a massive sigh of relief, thinking he's saved, until the monster's massive jaws snap shut, instantly ripping the world's greatest hunter in half. Blood sprays across the cobblestones as Moore screams in absolute horror, watching the beast swallow Frederick whole. But before the creature can turn its sights on the young rookie, its stomach violently bulges, and a massive explosion detonates from inside its gut. As the smoke clears, a perfectly unharmed Frederick steps out of the obliterated monster, wielding his ornate sword like nothing happened. Moore is completely paralyzed with shock, watching the hunter's severed, bloody remains magically disappear into thin air. Suddenly, a woman with long black hair speaks up from right behind Moore, scolding Frederick for using such a gruesome decoy tactic in front of a stranger. Still trembling on the blood-soaked ground, Moore realizes this mysterious woman just shielded him from the blast, while Frederick simply laughs it off, claiming that getting eaten was the fastest way to bypass scales as tough as a dragon's. Looking over the ruined city, Frederick asks the rookie to keep their insane, inside-out combat method a secret. Still completely in shock, Moore eagerly agrees. As other hunters arrive, completely stunned by the monster's shredded corpse, Frederick and his companion prepare to teleport away. Desperate to leave an impression on his savior, Moore shouts out his name, and the legendary hunter promises to remember it. Back in the present, the real reason Moore just stabbed our hero is finally revealed. Frederick Hugh possessed a legendary skill that transcended death, and Moore suspected Hanjin had the exact same power. To test this insane theory, he took a lethal gamble, and as the dust settles, Hanjin stands perfectly alive. Moore breathes a massive sigh of relief, apologizing for the extreme test. But Hanjin is absolutely furious, screaming that straight-up murder is a terrible way to test a theory. To make matters worse, Seongmo is still standing in the corner clutching a blue doll, completely traumatized by the sudden violence, which only adds to Hanjin's raging headache. Dropping into a deep, groveling bow he learned from Eastern culture, Moore begs for forgiveness. He declares that the only way to atone for his actions is by staying by Hanjin's side forever. Hanjin yells at him to stop making unilateral decisions about his life, but Moore is too busy geeking out, asking if Hanjin really possesses Frederick's legendary resurrection skill. Exhausted and not wanting to explain the complicated truth about his system powers, Hanjin just sighs, figuring it's safer to let the crazy agent believe whatever he wants. First thing the next morning, the IHA agent All shows up at Hanjin's place with a surprise. She pulls out a glowing golden triangle, the first dimensional fragment. Instantly it starts humming, reacting to the fifth fragment Hanjin recently acquired. Alls reveals that the powerful resonance literally acted like a compass, leading her straight to his door. Hanjin explains that he looted his piece after destroying the giant golem's heart. Alls is stunned, realizing these artifacts can actually be farmed from bosses. Her fragment is different, it was a keepsake left behind by her mother. According to her mother's burnt research notes, these fragments act like magnets, resonating to track each other down, which means hunting down the remaining pieces just got a whole lot easier. Hanjin asks the million-dollar question, what do these shiny fragments actually do? Alls drops a bombshell, explaining that once all the pieces are gathered, they forge a master key that can rip open dimensional doors. It would give them free reign to travel across dimensions and access hidden multidimensional dungeons, just like the deadly hidden zone they barely survived in the snowy mountains. Suddenly, it all clicks for our hero. Alls didn't just come to Korea to search for her missing mother. She's hunting the fragments because she firmly believes her parents are still alive in another dimension. Hanjin agrees that her powerhouse parents wouldn't go down easy, but it begs a terrifying question. If they're alive, why haven't they come back? Alls suggests they might have chosen to stay, a thought that chills Hanjin to the bone. Whatever is keeping them over there might be a threat even worse than the Great Calamity. But if they can forge this key, they won't just be able to travel, they can forcefully close dimensional tiers and stop another apocalypse. Hanjin asks how exactly they fuse these shards into the ultimate key. Without missing a beat, his little blue companion and a robotic hand grab the two golden triangles and just physically shove them together. The two fragments snap together perfectly, blinding the room in a massive flash of golden light that leaves Xiangmo and more completely speechless. When the light dies down, Hanjin grabs the newly fused artifact. Alz notes that rather than magically morphing, the pieces literally lock together like a puzzle to build the master key. Suddenly, the fused key starts vibrating wildly. Alz explains that since their combined fragment is now larger, its gravitational pull on the remaining pieces just skyrocketed. It's a two-way street. They can track the other shards, but the other owners can now track them. And as Hanjin points out, anyone holding a piece of a dimension-hopping master key is not going to be your average hunter. He's absolutely right. Somewhere else, a heavily tattooed man grins as his own golden triangle starts pulsing, realizing that the hour has finally come for him to return home. Meanwhile, at the Starfield Guild's European headquarters, a dark plot is brewing. An armored man named Mikkel approaches an elf-like hunter named Mitzel, complaining that the Bloodterm mercenaries they hired completely botched their mission. Mitzel brushes it off and congratulates Mikkel on finally absorbing a teleportation skill, noting it puts him one step closer to becoming a transcendent, but Mikkel is frustrated. He demonstrates the skill, showing it's currently locked to short-range jumps, and reveals that the only way to upgrade it is by getting his hands on the legendary copy skill, our hero's exact power. Luckily for him, Mitzel promises that upgrade is coming soon. He pulls out his own vibrating dimensional fragment, revealing that the sudden spike in resonance means the other pieces have started uniting, and his shard will lead them straight to the target. Mikkel smirks, realizing that with all 5 fragments finally in play, Mitzel will be returning to his home dimension very soon. By fusing those fragments, Hanjin just painted a massive target on his back, and the strongest hunters in Europe are already locking on. Mitzel explains that the dimensional key exists in his world too, but 15 years ago, a powerful mage named Jaya sealed all doors to Earth and shattered the key into fragments. The elf promises that once they gather the pieces and open the path to his homeland, where the majestic world tree Yggdrasil flourishes, Mikkel will be able to absorb the legendary copy skill there. But the armored hunter isn't buying the fairy tale. Mikkel sees right through the elf's lies. He knows that for centuries Mitzel's homeland has been rotting, its world tree corrupted into the dark Yggdrasil. 15 years ago, during the Great Calamity, the elves tried to dump that corruption onto Earth, and now Mitzel is just using Mikkel to finish the job. But Mikkel drops a chilling truth: he couldn't care less if the world burns. As long as he can use the multi-dimensions to absorb enough power to rival the Transcendents, Earth's fate is completely irrelevant to him. Ready to take what he wants, Mikkel declares he'll hunt Hanjin down himself. Panicking, Mitzel stops him, warning that as the head of the massive Starfield Guild, any unprovoked move will draw massive suspicion. Instead, the elf reveals he already set a backup plan in motion, Plan B, entrusted to an operative named Lucas, which will give Mikkel the perfect, legally justified excuse to strike. Meanwhile, back in Korea, our hero's crew is deep inside the high-level Forest of Death dungeon. They suddenly find themselves surrounded by a massive pack of level 90 gnolls, highly intelligent, deadly goblin-wolf hybrids. Outnumbered and nervous, Xiangmo begs his boss to retreat, but as Hanjin stares down the snarling beasts, backing down is the absolute last thing on his mind. Instead of retreating, Hanjin flashes a sinister grin. He reveals that he actually begged for access to this specific dungeon just to level up his new summons. Taunting the massive mutant wolves, he dares them to attack, and as the beasts roar and lunge, Xiangmo completely panics. As the pack charges down the cliff, Hanjin triggers his copy skill, spamming it to rapidly duplicate his shift golem cores over and over. The ground suddenly erupts with blue energy, and dozens of small, rock-like golems burst from the dirt. Xiangmo is absolutely stunned by the sheer number of summons, realizing how many rare cores this must have burned through. Hanjin just grins, declaring that if the gnolls want to fight with numbers, he'll bring his own horde. But as the massive wolves clash with the tiny blue golems, biting straight into their rocky heads, Xiangmo starts sweating. He assumes the golem's hard exterior won't be nearly enough to bridge the massive gap in size and level. He couldn't be more wrong. The tiny golems violently turn the tables, launching themselves like missiles and completely pummeling the level 90 beasts. The massive wolves are sent flying, screaming as they get completely overwhelmed by the swarm. Watching the absolute slaughter, Xiangmo deadpans that his boss really didn't need any backup for this run. As more bloody gnolls emerge from the smoke, Hanjin is thrilled. The test was a total success, giving him a perfect read on his golem's power and durability at this level. Satisfied, he dismisses the swarm, shattering them back into energy fragments as he scoops up the dropped loot. Looking over his mountain of new loot, our hero hits a massive roadblock. He simply doesn't have the inventory space to store an entire golem army, and generating them mid-battle takes way too long. When a tiny companion suggests they ask a dungeon nerd named Mahyun for a workaround, the group immediately hits the road, leaving former IHA agent Moore grumbling about his life choices. They pile into a high-end luxury SUV driven by Seongmo, who casually mentions his dad bought it for his birthday. Hanjin is blown away by the fully loaded ride, suddenly remembering that his buddy isn't just some random hunter, he's a wealthy young master and the son of the Daehyun Guild's master. The joyride is cut short when Seongmo gets a call from Hanjin's sister, Jeong, asking them to come down to the Hunters Association. Realizing this is probably about the captive hunter Seale, Hanjin tells Seongmo to step on the gas since he desperately needed to see her anyway. Arriving at the association's interrogation room, Jeong reveals that Seale has refused food for 3 days and will only speak to our hero. Hanjin tries to get the guards to turn off the recording equipment, but when they refuse, he decides to risk exposing his own curse, because the payoff is copying Seale's overpowered reset skill. He steps into the room and slides a glass of water across the table to the starving prisoner. After watching her desperately chug it down, Hanjin cuts right to the chase, revealing that he knows exactly why she demanded to see him. She wants to use his infinite mana generation skill. Seale promises to cooperate with the investigation if Hanjin helps her. But before they make a deal, Hanjin needs to confirm one thing. He asks if her restoration ability is actually a Control+C curse. Tears well up in Seale's eyes as she nods, confirming his suspicion. Hanjin practically explodes with excitement, realizing he isn't the only person in the world burdened with a keyboard shortcut curse. Smug grin spreads across his face as the pieces click together. Her skill isn't just healing, it's a full-on reset, which perfectly explains how she restored a completely broken longsword earlier. More importantly, if he can successfully copy and paste her curse, it proves he can steal any control skill he comes across. Behind the interrogation glass, Seongmo and Jeong are completely mind-blown, having never even heard of a Control+Z restoration skill before. Seale leans in and reveals her true motive. Her parents are trapped in a comatose state at the hospital, and she needs to reset their physical condition. But to pull off a reset that massive, she needs Hanjin's infinite mana. Our hero instantly agrees to the trade, but tells her to forgive him for what he's about to do. Without warning, he lunges forward, leaving his allies outside the room completely panicked as they wonder what on earth their boss is thinking. Hanjin initiates his Control+C copy command, fully expecting to absorb her incredible reset power. But instead of a massive power-up, he's hit with a harsh error message, unable to copy. He staggers back in pure shock, sweating and frustrated. He knew there was a chance his copy-paste wouldn't work on another curse, but getting flat-out rejected still stings. Frantic, he grabs Seale's arm and tries to force the skill activation again, leaving the poor girl completely startled. Sweating bullets, Hanjin stammers out an apology, but before he can let go, a blood-red notification flashes before his eyes. The system explains that because Control+Z is a non-standard skill, it can't be copied through normal means, leaving only one option for forced absorption. Hanjin freezes in horror as the dark reality sets in. To get the ultimate reset skill, he has to murder the girl sitting right in front of him. Hanjin internally panics at the system's twisted condition. Murdering an innocent girl just to copy her ability is completely off the table, but he still desperately wants that skill. When Alls notices him sweating and asks if something is wrong, he quickly waves it off, forcing a nervous smile and declaring the interrogation over. But our hero isn't giving up on the ultimate reset button. He decides to play the long game. He'll get on Seale's good side, keep her close, and figure out a loophole later. As a first step to winning her trust, he cheerfully suggests they head straight to the hospital to see her comatose parents. Later that afternoon, the group arrives at the massive Hunters Center Hospital. Alls explains that Seale's parents are suffering from severe mana poisoning after being struck by an unknown monster during the Great Calamity. This high-end facility is the only place keeping them alive, and Hanjin realizes the astronomical medical bills are the exact reason Seale was desperate enough to work for a scumbag like Yihyung. Speaking of Yihyung, Alls notes that the disgraced guild master is currently being treated in the hospital's underground ward before his impending transfer to a hunter prison. She gently asks if his presence bothers Seale, but the girl quietly shakes it off. As they make their way down the hall, Hanjin glances at a passing man in a suit and suddenly freezes. He recognizes the face immediately, and alarm bells start ringing as he wonders what this guy is doing here. Meanwhile, that same mysterious man approaches a restricted area, where 2 guards immediately block his path. But the man just smiles, thanking them for their hard work, and flashes a strange card. The guards are completely confused when they read the text Control+F. Before they can even react to the bizarre command, a surge of dark, chaotic energy erupts from the card, completely engulfing them. It seems Hanjin isn't the only one with reality-bending shortcuts. The hospital guards are instantly swallowed by the chaotic void of the system card. They plunge into a dark abyss of corrupt energy, and when the shadows finally recede, they stagger forward with pitch-black eyes. They've been completely mind-wiped into mindless, obedient puppets. The man orchestrating this raid issues his next command. He orders his new zombie guards to relocate their target and use the Control+F power to search the building for everything they need. Without a shred of hesitation, the brainwashed men march out to execute his will. Striding down the hospital corridor, the mysterious blonde man pulls out a crackling, dark purple orb. This is Lucas, an operative for the Starfield Guild, and he's about to initiate a terrifying backup plan. For this hospital raid, the elf-like Starfield hunter Mitzel handed Lucas this exact orb. She explained that if their other operations failed, he needed to plant these items all over Seoul. The orb is actually a branch from the corrupted world tree Yggdrasil brought straight from her home dimension. By planting them, it will create a massive corrupted barrier, allowing her to tear open a rift and fully access her subspace. When Lucas asked what was hiding inside that subspace, Mitzel decided to show him. Reality cracked open to reveal a colossal, nightmarish monster with a massive glowing eye. And the scariest part, she revealed that this monstrous entity was only a fraction of what she could summon with just a single branch. Mitzel's ultimate goal is for Lucas to trigger a massive dungeon break right in the middle of the city, creating the perfect smokescreen for whatever Mikkel and the Starfield Guild are actually planning. Back in the present, Lucas arms the corrupted branch. He knows triggering a citywide disaster is absolute madness, but his family is already in too deep with Starfield to back out now. Meanwhile, down in the intensive care unit, something miraculous happens just as the disaster looms. A surge of green energy washes over one of the beds, and a man who was previously clinging to life on a ventilator suddenly wakes up. It's Xiaolei's father, and he bursts into tears, completely shocked that he's somehow cheated death and opened his eyes again. As Xiaolei completely breaks down in her father's arms, Xiangmo watches the reunion in absolute awe. He realizes our hero's infinite mana generation is one thing, but pulling a comatose patient back from the brink of death is a miracle even top-tier healers can't achieve. Watching this impossible feat, Alz immediately recognizes how dangerous this level of restoration could be in the wrong hands. Seeing the young woman sobbing, the IHA agent decides she needs to keep a very close eye on Xiaolei from now on. But the touching moment is cut short when Xiangmo realizes Moore has completely vanished from the room. Down in the hospital corridors, Lucas is actively using his Control plus F skill when his system suddenly flares with a massive warning. Another control user is nearby. The Starfield operative instantly connects the dots, realizing Xiaolei's parents are patients here and cursing his luck that she must be in the building with our hero. Before Lucas can react, Moore steps into the hallway and blocks their path. The former agent's blood runs cold as he recognizes Lucas escorting Yihyung, a highly dangerous, high-profile criminal. Moore immediately accuses the operative of being nothing more than Starfield's lapdog, but Lucas just mocks him for leaving the Hunters Association. Refusing to let a criminal escape, Moore draws his blade, coating it in a fierce yellow aura as he launches a lethal strike. Lucas effortlessly dodges the attack, chiding Moore for starting a brawl inside a crowded hospital and laughing at him for foolishly showing up alone. But the Starfield operative's smug grin vanishes instantly when Hanjin steps out of the shadows, radiating a suffocating dark energy. Our hero coldly announces that Moore isn't alone, leaving Yihyung grinding his teeth in pure rage as he realizes his own skill has just been stolen and turned against him. Locking onto his targets, Hanjin doesn't hesitate. He triggers his newly copied ability, smirking as he secures exactly what he needs to completely turn the tables. Before our hero can even unleash his stolen power, a suffocating pressure fills the hallway. A massive blade pulsating with blue energy materializes, leaving Lucas and the criminal Yihyung frozen in absolute terror. They recognize her instantly as the legendary Witchblade, panicking that a final boss just dropped into the opening act. The smoke clears to reveal Hanjin's sister, Jiyoung, heavily armed and annoyed that these intruders are making her work overtime. With bystanders whispering her name, Yihyung realizes a stealthy escape is officially out the window. Unfazed, Jiyoung casually tosses a pair of heavy restraints at their feet, offering a simple ultimatum: cuff themselves and surrender peacefully so she can clock out early. But a high-profile criminal isn't about to go down without a fight. Snickering at the threat, Yihyung violently grabs a nearby civilian, reminding Jiyoung that they're standing in a hospital packed with vulnerable hostages. He arrogantly demands safe passage, but he doesn't even get to finish his sentence. In a blinding flash, Jiyoung blitzes forward and delivers a bone-crushing kick that launches Yihyung through the air. He smashes through the hospital furniture, collapsing into a heap and violently coughing up blood. As the terrified civilians scatter in panic, the Starfield operative Lucas is left completely paralyzed, unable to comprehend the monstrous speed of Jiyoung's attack. Staring down at the paralyzed Starfield operative, Jiyoung offers Lucas a way out. She tells him that she knows he isn't a monster like Yihyung and promises to settle things peacefully if he just stands down. But hearing those words only strikes a painful nerve. A tear rolls down Lucas's cheek as he realizes he's living a lie. He remembers a secret meeting with his guild master, Mikkel. Mikkel had revealed their ultimate weapon, the corrupted world tree, a relic woven from pure dark mana that causes instant lethal poisoning in normal humans. But Lucas is immune, and as Mikkel explained, so is the criminal Yihyung. Mikkel needed both of them because their banned, dark mana-infused skills were the only way to cultivate a new branch of the corrupted tree and bring their twisted plan to life. Snapping back to the present, Lucas knows he's just as guilty as the bleeding criminal on the floor. He can't walk away, and more importantly, he needs Yihyung alive to fulfill the guild's mission. Knowing he's about to fight the legendary Witchblade, Lucas refuses to surrender and draws his family's heirloom, bathing the room in a blinding blue light. Bystanders immediately recognize the glowing weapon as the Angelus Rapier, the one and only holy sword passed down through the British Holy Knight Order. It's an artifact on par with the legendary Kalija Dragon Longsword, but instead of raw slashing power or a standard level system, it specializes in absolute, defense-shattering piercing strikes. With his holy blade drawn and his mind made up, Lucas lunges straight at Gio. Lucas's rapier, the heretic judge, has a terrifying passive ability. It completely nullifies any skill or weapon it deems heretical. Against a mage hunter like Gio who wields the dark magic of the Witchblade, it's a completely disastrous matchup. Lucas brings the holy blade crashing down, fully expecting to shatter her defenses, but Gio blocks the strike head-on with a massive shockwave. Watching from the sidelines, Hanjin is stunned by the sheer force of the clash. But Gio calmly orders her brother to stay out of it, warning him that if they escalate the fight and start throwing around heavy magic, the innocent patients in the hospital will be the ones to suffer. With her priority set on minimizing collateral damage, Gio launches her counterattack using pure unbuffed swordsmanship. Lucas arrogantly assumes she's holding back her devastating skills just to protect the building, and boasts that her raw blade is no match for his holy relic. But his confidence shatters a split second later when Gio blurs past his guard and cleanly slices his tie in half, forcing the operative into a desperate, scrambling retreat. Gio doesn't give him a second to breathe, relentlessly driving him back with a flurry of heavy strikes. As Lucas barely manages to deflect her blade and leap away, blood starts dripping from his nose. Even though he successfully blocked her attacks, the sheer kinetic force behind her swings feels like it's ripping his organs to shreds. He realizes with absolute horror that weapon compatibility means nothing in the face of a massive level gap. This is the terrifying reality of fighting the 10th ranked hunter in the world. Without breaking a sweat, Gio asks if he's finally ready to surrender peacefully. But cornered and desperate, Lucas abandons all restraint. Deciding he doesn't care about destroying the hospital anymore, he channels his explosive skills into his rapier and screams at her to go to hell. But just as he's about to unleash his ultimate strike, he freezes. He turns around to find empty space where his high-profile captive was just standing. Yi-hyung has completely vanished. Yi-hyung hasn't just escaped. He reappears holding a pulsing, corrupted plant. Laughing like an absolute maniac, he channels an overwhelming surge of dark energy and declares he's going to blow the entire hospital to the ground. Lucas and the others scream at him to stop, reminding him that the hospital is a strategic target in Seoul. But Yi-hyung just sneers, revealing that causing this exact level of destruction is exactly why he was freed in the first place. As the explosive shockwave hits, the agents realize what they're looking at. It's raw dark mana. While anyone using dark skills possesses a little bit of it, the sheer volume pouring out of Yi-hyung is completely impossible for a human to generate. If that toxic mana spreads, every single patient in the building will die from mana poisoning. Refusing to let that happen, Hanjin instantly chains his shadow step with his giant spider silk, teleporting right into the blast zone and binding Yi-hyung tight. He screams at the criminal to snap out of it, but Yi-hyung just smiles. He tells our hero that he's already too late. With a sickening crack, a massive demonic flower blooms from Yi-hyung's body. Violent, corrupted tentacles erupt in every direction, forcing Hanjin to dodge frantically while Gio is blasted back by the sheer force of the expanding shockwave. The dark mana fully detonates, tearing through the wards and throwing helpless patients into the air as the hospital is completely consumed. In seconds, the concrete and steel are swallowed by twisted, pulsing vines, transforming the strategic medical center into a massive, corrupted purple tree. Inside the cavernous roots of this new demonic structure, it's absolute chaos. Hanjin and Seongmo immediately jump into action, dragging trapped survivors out of the rubble and pulling them to safety before the toxic mana can finish them off. As the floor gives way, patients plummet into the abyss, but Hanjin isn't about to let anyone die on his watch. He instantly deploys his mana, weaving a net of shadow-like tendrils to catch the falling victims midair and safely lower them to the ground. Quickly checks on the survivors, relieved that the mobile patients are able to evacuate. But as he surveys the trapped, immobile victims, a grim realization hits him. Even with his sister Gio and IHA agent Moore guarding the survivors, the ambient dark mana is rapidly spreading, meaning everyone trapped inside will die of mana poisoning long before backup can arrive. Hanjin knows they only have one impossible option. He has to somehow restore the entire hospital. Nearby, Seongmo and his blocky stone summon are working overtime, lifting massive chunks of debris to pull more people from the wreckage. Hanjin regroups with him, asking for a status report on the main ward. Seongmo reveals that the hospital ward is miraculously intact, all thanks to the other IHA agent Alls. Hanjin looks up in shock as he spots a massive glowing blue crystal formation encasing the ward. Alls has summoned a colossal ice barrier to hold up the collapsing ceiling, single-handedly preventing a total massacre. But as the ice begins to crack under the pressure, it becomes terrifyingly clear that her shield won't hold back the toxic dark mana for much longer. Hanjin regroups with Seongmo and lays out the grim reality. The demonic tree has completely crushed the hospital, and its toxic dark mana is going to suffocate the trapped patients. He turns to Jaya the mage, asking if she can pull off a massive restoration spell to rebuild the ward. She smirks, reminding him that she's restored an entire dungeon before, and as long as our hero acts as her infinite mana battery, fixing a building is child's play. As they stare up at the colossal pulsating tree, Xiangmo is completely baffled as to how something this massive just appeared out of nowhere. Hanjin reveals the bitter truth. Yihyung planted it right before he made his escape. Hearing this, Jiyoung's blood boils. She realizes the criminal unleashed this nightmare fully knowing their parents were trapped inside the wards, proving he couldn't care less about who lives or dies. With Ul's ice shield on the verge of shattering, they have no time to waste. Jaya initiates the spell, tapping directly into Hanjin's endless reserves. A blinding vortex of blue energy envelops them as she prepares to rewrite the shattered hospital. But the demonic tree isn't going down without a fight. Before the restoration can take hold, the monstrous plant violently erupts, spitting out a devastating shockwave of raw dark mana. The blast shatters the remaining infrastructure, sending massive chunks of debris raining down on the helpless civilians below. As the tree tears the area apart with jagged purple energy, Jaya pushes her magic to the absolute limit to hold it back, forcing Hanjin to lunge straight into the chaos to counter the onslaught. Realizing the captive hunter Xiaolei is caught right in the blast zone, Hanjin ignores the overwhelming dark energy and charges straight into the shockwave. Taking the brutal damage head-on, he summons his giant spider Silk to yank her out of the jagged blasts just as she collapses unconscious into his arms. Xiangmo rushes over in a panic, but our hero confirms they're safe, though it's painfully clear Jaya's massive restoration spell completely failed against the tree. Knowing the lingering dark mana will fatally poison everyone left in the hospital, Hanjin orders Xiangmo and his stone summon to immediately evacuate the remaining patients before reinforcements arrive. Turning to the IHA agent Ul's, Hanjin asks if she knows what they're actually dealing with. She grimly reveals that according to her mother's records, this is a branch of Yggdrasil, a corrupted world tree from another dimension designed to funnel toxic pollution directly into their world. Since the main root system doesn't even exist in their reality, purifying it is impossible, and even worse, she warns that the escaped criminal Yihyung likely planted at least 3 or 4 more of these apocalyptic branches across Seoul. 10 minutes later, emergency crews scramble outside the crumbling hospital to load patients onto stretchers while high-ranking mages from the Midas Guild desperately try to contain the fallout. But their purification spells are completely useless against the otherworldly corruption, and the frustrated mages realize that trying to cleanse the dark mana is like pouring their magic into a bottomless pit. As the mages fail, Starfield Guild Master Mikkel and the IHA agents stare at the massive tree in disbelief. Warrants are immediately issued for Yihyung and Lucas, but Mikkel is furious that the criminal managed to slip past Jiyoung's manhunt. He refuses to escalate the crisis internationally, fearing the domestic guilds will take the blame, while Moore swears he'll hunt Yihyung down no matter what. Before they can even formulate a plan, a massive earthquake rocks the city, sending shockwaves through the nearby hospital. An agent sprints up to Mikkel with horrifying news. A second corrupted branch has just erupted in the Gangbuk district. Panic sweeps through Seoul as breaking news broadcasts warn that the dark mana will cause fatal poisoning within 24 hours. The government issues an immediate, massive evacuation order, and millions of terrified citizens choke the streets in gridlock while the police and military desperately try to herd everyone to safety. But the masterminds behind the chaos are already slipping right through their fingers. Yihyung laughs from the backseat of a car, praising Lucas for his sheer ruthlessness. He isn't just using the dark mana to pollute the city, he's using it to brainwash people. Their driver is a corrupted police officer, meaning Jiyoung is tearing the city apart looking for them while they cruise around in plain sight. With the perfect disguise securing their escape, Yihyung grins and announces it's time to plant the remaining 3 branches. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association, the chairman holds an emergency briefing to brace for the remaining branches, realizing the enemy plans to form a massive barrier over Seoul. An IHA expert reveals this isn't a new phenomenon. According to her mother's records, these exact corrupted branches bloomed during the Great Calamity 15 years ago, acting as both barriers and gates for contaminated monsters. Hearing this, Hanjin is hit by a sudden, painful memory. 15 years ago, he was just a kid riding in the car with his father when massive purple tentacles erupted right through the streets of Seoul, obliterating their vehicle in an instant. His cursed eye throbs as the horrifying truth finally clicks into place. It wasn't a random monster attack that destroyed his family that day, but a blooming corrupted branch, meaning the exact same bastard from his past is behind this new attack, and Hanjin swears they aren't getting out of the city alive. Back in the briefing, the chairman admits he was too busy closing dungeon breaks during the calamity to notice the tree acting as a barrier. The expert explains that this barrier isn't just a wall, it's designed to become a gate to a subspace connected to a completely different dimension. One of the executives quickly points out that you don't need corrupted world tree branches just to open a normal subspace, unless they're trying to unlock the legendary Dark Spirit Grimoire. The room goes cold as they realize a Dark Spirit subspace requires a massive corrupted barrier built on Dark Aura, and if they fail to stop it, a gate to a fully corrupted dimension will tear Seoul apart, unleashing an infinite space of monsters. While the IHA panics about an endless space of monsters, Hanjin just smiles. A massive subspace is exactly what he needs to store an infinite army of shift golems without worrying about his inventory limits. He tells the room he couldn't care less about the dark mana, he just wants to hijack that dimension for himself. More, the bald IHA agent points out that opening a subspace requires a dimensional key, an artifact so rare it's considered a myth. But our hero immediately flips the script, pulling out a glowing golden triangle that leaves Moore completely speechless. Al's, a blonde researcher, explains that this key is a fusion of her mother's keepsake and Hanjin's snowy mountain reward. When Moore notes they only have 2 fragments, Al's warns that during the Great Calamity, a corrupt door opened just like this, meaning whoever planted the dark branches definitely holds the missing pieces. The bearded IHA chairman realizes they are facing a worst-case scenario and prepares to beg the International and American Hunters Associations for backup. But before he can make the call, Mahyun, a silver-haired guild master, steps in and tells them to stand down, revealing he holds one of the 5-dimensional fragments himself. An hour later, the group arrives at the future guild's underground vault, where they are greeted by a massive, glowing pink relic the size of a dungeon gate. Moore asks Mahyun if he bought it on the black market and questions if it's even real, but the guild master stays completely silent. Hanjin quickly puts their doubts to rest. He checks his inventory and confirms that his own fragment is resonating wildly with the massive relic in front of them, proving that the 3rd piece of the puzzle is finally in their hands. Hanjin declares that only he and Mahyun will enter the vault to handle the fusion. Moore, the hulking IHA agent, instantly flares up, reminding them he's only playing along on the chairman's orders and warning that fusing 3 fragments is wildly dangerous. But Mahyun pulls rank, reminding the agent that this is his guild and his rules. Moore backs down but leaves them with a chilling promise. If a dimensional door accidentally tears open, he'll kill them both himself. Once the heavy vault doors seal behind them, Mahyun gets a closer look and is stunned to realize our hero is actually holding the 4th fragment. He demands to know where Hanjin found such a rare relic, but Hanjin brushes off the questions and tells him to just start the fusion. Taking no chances with the unstable energy, Mahyun deploys a massive red protective barrier and orders Hanjin to step inside. Hanjin waves off the concern, confident that his spider silk and shadow step skills are more than enough to keep him safe. Besides, he hasn't even pulled his piece out of his inventory yet. But before he can, the vault's massive fragment suddenly shatters its containment. A blinding golden triangle descends from the ceiling, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction that detonates in a blinding flash, tearing the room apart and forcing Hanjin to desperately dodge the shockwave. Outside, Moore and the rest of the IHA agents feel the entire facility quake as the reinforced walls begin to crack under the immense pressure. Back inside the ruins of the vault, the dust settles to reveal the exact disaster they feared. A massive, swirling dimensional gate has been ripped wide open. Barely conscious in the rubble, Mahyun weakly calls out for Hanjin. As the dust settles from the massive blast, Mahyun stares in absolute shock as Hanjin casually strolls out of the rubble, completely unharmed. Our hero wipes the sweat from his brow, realizing just how close he came to getting wiped out. The dimensional fragment had flown straight into his inventory to fuse, triggering a massive power surge. If he hadn't used his shadow step skill at the very last second, the blast would have instantly killed him. But saving his own life just triggered a completely different disaster. Mahyun stares at him in utter horror, instantly recognizing shadow step as a max-level dark attribute skill. As Hanjin nervously smiles, realizing he completely forgot the future guild master was standing right there, Mahyun's confusion quickly twists into violent rage. Before Hanjin can even think of an excuse, Mahyun lunges forward and brutally slams him into the cratered floor. Radiating a terrifying aura of dark energy, the guild master demands to know what Hanjin really is. He screams that dark skills are absolutely impossible to cast without dark mana, threatening to execute Hanjin right then and there if he doesn't explain himself. Pinned down and bleeding, Hanjin realizes he is completely outmatched by the top-ranked hunter's raw physical strength. Desperate, he tries to trigger Shadow Step again to slip away, swearing up and down that he didn't use any dark mana. But Mahyun isn't buying a single word, furious at Hanjin for brazenly spamming a dark skill while denying the truth. Refusing to listen to another lie, Mahyun summons all his power and unleashes a devastating point-blank blast of dark lightning. The terrifying attack erupts outward, engulfing them both in a massive, blinding explosion of red energy and shattered debris. As the dust settles from the massive explosion, Hanjin coughs up blood, completely baffled. His max-level Shadow Step should have let him slip away untouched, but Mahyun smugly reveals that his Dark Lightning is the absolute counter to the skill, a technique he went through hell to master just to crush dark magic users. Staring down our battered hero, Mahyun connects the dots in the absolute worst way possible. He demands to know who Hanjin really is, fully convinced that he and the criminal Yi-hyung plotted together back in the snowy mountains, making Hanjin realize that stepping into this isolated vault alone was a fatal mistake. But fear quickly turns into pure frustration. Hanjin wipes his bloody lip and snaps, yelling that Mahyun is acting like he murdered his family over one single skill while secretly activating his system's copy-paste function. Instantly manifesting a massive ball of giant spider silk to shield himself, Hanjin hopes to buy a second to breathe, but his words just hit a nerve. Mahyun doesn't even blink, violently ripping straight through the thick webbing with a devastating blast that shatters the ground beneath it. Hanjin braces himself against the crumbling walls as Mahyun emerges from the dust like a demon. The future guild master's aura suffocates the room, his red lightning lashing out like whips. Misinterpreting Hanjin's defensive silence as a confession, Mahyun's eyes glow with pure murderous intent as he promises our hero that he's going to die today. Staring down the barrel of that insane power, Hanjin suddenly remembers a terrifying fact he'd completely forgotten while they were acting chummy. Mahyun isn't just some guy, he's a high-ranked hunter well over level 500. And Hanjin hasn't even broken level 300 yet. Realizing it's literally do or die, he frantically rips open his inventory, desperately pulling out a pair of high-grade potions that can instantly restore 95% of his health. The potions are in Hanjin's hands, but a level 500 guild master isn't going to just stand there and let him drink. Before our hero can pop the cork, Mahyun unleashes a devastating dark lightning spear, hurling it right at him and triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Hanjin is caught right in the blast radius, taking catastrophic damage that instantly drops his health below 25%. Bleeding out and desperate, he screams for his weapon's hidden option skill to activate before it's too late. The system responds just in time, forcefully auto-equipping the Kalisha Dragon Longsword to trigger its second option, Berserk. Instantly, a blinding pillar of golden energy erupts around Hanjin, flooding his body with sheer power. The sheer force of the golden aura blasts Mahyun backward through the air. To the guild master's absolute shock, Hanjin emerges from the dust encased in a glowing red hexagonal shield that completely shatters the remaining dark lightning. Riding the momentum of the Berserk skill, Hanjin explodes forward, unleashing a shockwave of golden energy that rocks the entire battlefield. But Mahyun just grits his teeth, his bloodied face twisting with absolute determination as he prepares to hold his ground. Staring down our hero's sudden power spike, Mahyun's mind flashes back to simpler time. He remembers sitting over drinks and grilled meat, listening as his close friend proposed naming their new crew the Future Guild, dreaming of reaching the absolute top. The man had promised to make his little brother, Hyungseok, the greatest hunter in the world, a promise that young Mahyun had laughed at with pure joy. Back then, 10 years ago, the two of them had faced down terrifying monsters side by side. As long as they were together, Mahyun remembers, they hadn't feared a single thing in the world. For a massive hidden dungeon raid, Hyungseok is nervous about the shady, unfamiliar hunters they've hired, especially a creepy guy wrapped in bandages. But Mahyun brushes off the red flags, blinded by ambition. He tells Hyungseok that clearing the exclusive dungeon will catapult their future guild into Korea's top 10. Besides, if things go south, Hyungseok has a unique return skill that can instantly warp them to safety. Mahyun smiles and promises to protect him no matter what. But that promise is shattered in an instant. Deep inside the dungeon, after defeating the boss, a giant corrupt skeleton, the raid goes horribly wrong. Mahyun falls to his knees, clutching a heavily bleeding Hyungseok. The bandaged hunter had betrayed them, infecting Hyungseok with dark mana poisoning, a lethal curse that rots the mind until the victim turns into a mindless ghoul. As his brother gasps for air with purple veins crawling up his neck, Mahyun screams at the traitor, threatening to rip him apart if he doesn't hand over the antidote. The bandaged man holds all the cards. He knows Mahyun landed the boss's ultimate drop, a unique skill called Shadow Step. He offers a sick trade, hand over the skill, and the brother lives. He even mocks Mahyun, pointing out that the skill requires dark mana to use anyway, making it useless to a normal hunter. Desperate and completely out of options, Mahyun immediately transfers the priceless skill over, begging for the cure. Worst betrayal always comes with a smile. The traitor pockets the skill and casually drops a bombshell. There's no antidote. The only thing that can cure dark mana poisoning is a sacred sword locked away by a noble family in England. As Mahyun screams in absolute rage, realizing he's been played, the traitor turns his back. He reveals that this hidden dungeon is magically tethered. Now that the boss is dead, the entire space is going to collapse. The bandaged man leaves them to be crushed to death, proving this was a setup to steal the loot and murder them from the very beginning. As the cavern crumbles around them, a poisoned Hyungseok pulls out a strange golden token he found in the boss room. Frantic Mahyun screams that loot doesn't matter right now, begging his friend to use his return skill so they can escape. But Hyungseok knows he's already a dead man. Apologizing for breaking his promise to always protect him, Hyungseok activates the teleportation magic, but targets Mahyun instead. In a blinding flash of light, Mahyun is violently warped back to the real world, crashing into his own office. He collapses to the floor weeping, left completely alone with nothing but the mysterious golden token clutched tightly in his fist. Napping back to the present, Hanjin is thrown backward by the sheer force of Mahyun's lingering dark aura. Sitting amidst the rubble of their brutal fight, Mahyun finally finishes his story, revealing that for 10 agonizing years he has scoured every dungeon in existence searching for the one that collapsed on his friend. He isn't naive enough to believe Hyungseok survived. He just wants to bring his brother's remains home. Hearing this, Hanjin realizes this tragic loss is the true reason behind the future guild master's fierce obsession with dungeons. Chugging a healing potion, our hero admits that while his sword's berserk mode let him fight on par with a level 600, the toll nearly killed him. Mahyun explains that after the betrayal, he abandoned the law to master forbidden dark mana, which is exactly why he finds it so suspicious that the escaped criminal Yihyung possesses his exact same unique shadow step skill. Since Hanjin survived his deadly test, Mahyun decides it's time to lay all his cards on the table. Realizing Hanjin's moves are actually stolen item skills, Mahyun decides to drop the interrogation. He chuckles, apologizing for lumping him in with a criminal when Hanjin is just a plain old skill thief. Highly offended, our hero snaps back, demanding a proper apology and calling Mahyun the real kill stealer between them. Getting down to business, Mahyun lays out two demands. He wants to join Hanjin once the dimensional key is complete, and he wants the escaped criminal Yihyung left entirely to him. Hanjin easily agrees since he has no personal beef with the guy anyway. Meanwhile, Yihyung is lurking in the shadows, smirking as he prepares to plunge Seoul into absolute chaos. When Hanjin and Mahyun finally exit their private battleground, Moore is shocked to see them totally battered. Hanjin brushes it off as a rough fragment fusion, but their reunion is cut short when the blonde researcher Alls drops a bombshell. A third demonic tree branch has just bloomed. Furious, Mahyun demands to know where Yihyung is hiding. Alls reveals she's calculated the next drop zone, but warns they need to rally the hunters in Gangnam first, predicting a massive subspace is about to rip open there. Hanjin's sister, Jeong, realizes this means an unstoppable horde of giant monsters is on the way. Hanjin knows his usual crowd control tricks won't cut it against an army this size. Taking charge, Mahyun orders his entire future guild to Gangnam while he hunts down Yihyung to stop the final planting. Jeong agrees to mobilize the Hunters Association and asks if Hanjin is coming with her team. But our hero declines. If they are going up against a massive monster horde, he needs to make his own preparations to ensure they have the sheer numbers to fight back. Because when the world is about to end, you don't fight fair, you bring a bigger army. With Mahyun eager to see what he can pull off, Hanjin grabs Moore and heads out to turn the tide. Moore smugly assumes Hanjin is finally recognizing his combat skills, but our hero immediately bursts his bubble. He just needs someone to carry his luggage. Meanwhile, halfway across the world at Starfield's European headquarters, the real orchestrators are making their move. A group of cloaked executives gather, confirming that Korea has officially sent out a desperate cry for help and the Americans have intercepted it. Even though their barrier isn't fully complete, a dark-skinned Starfield operative named Midsol confirms their artificial subspace is already overflowing with an endless swarm of goblins and orcs. A masked executive warns them not to underestimate Korea's heavy hitters like Jeong, or the inevitable American backup that could wipe out their horde and hinder their guild master Mikkel. But the mastermind behind the operation isn't worried. He reveals that planting those corrupt demonic branches wasn't just to build a barrier, it was a catalyst to tear open an even more massive subspace gate, flooding Seoul with an apocalyptic nightmare. It gets even worse. Once the gate fully opens, the branches will unleash a crippling debuff on anyone trying to stop them. The executive turns to Midsol, reminding him that if he cares about his homeland of Yggdrasil, this mission cannot fail, prompting the operative to smirk and brag that this is hardly his first time opening a deadly subspace in the heart of Seoul. Across the globe, the panic has already reached the Oval Office. CIA Director Logan Bowman briefs U.S. President Raymond Romeo on the escalating crisis, revealing that the corrupt branches blooming in Korea belong to the exact same dark spirit grimoire that unleashed a catastrophic subspace in England 15 years ago. The gate on the verge of opening, Korea has formally begged the U.S. for backup, but there is a massive complication. Mikkel, the world-renowned hunter and head of both Starfield and the International Hunters Association, is reportedly heading to the Korean site personally, leaving the president baffled as to why someone of his legendary status would step onto the front lines. Before they can piece together Starfield's true motives, an aide bursts in with urgent news. The chairman of the Hunters Association is on the line, demanding an immediate video call with the president. Video call connects, and Chairman Simon DeFry drops a bombshell on President Raymond Romeo. The situation in Korea has escalated way beyond basic logistical support because the Ouroboros Guild's private jet is already en route to Seoul. And worse, their guildmaster, Turner, is on board with his entire arsenal. Turner is a national-level hunter, making his deployment no different from dropping a nuclear bomb. Since Korea is technically still under a ceasefire, unleashing a human nuke could trigger massive international backlash. Realizing Turner is completely out of the association's control, the president immediately orders a covert strike force of America's own elite hunters to deploy to Korea and contain the fallout. Meanwhile, halfway across the globe, the catastrophe begins. A colossal corrupted purple tree erupts into the Seoul skyline, tearing the city apart. Watching the destruction from a nearby rooftop, Alls realizes he is just as much of a monster as the criminal Yihyung. He tries to justify the slaughter as a necessary evil for his family, but at the end of the day, the blood is still on his hands. Truth is, Alls has been living in a waking nightmare for 15 years. After being cursed by a transcendent entity with a terrifying sensory power known as Control F, his mind was forcibly linked to the entire world. Every desperate prayer, every spiteful curse, and even the bloodthirsty consciousness of monsters flooded his brain like a tidal wave. The mental torture drove him completely insane within a week, so he threw himself off an upper floor in his family's mansion, hoping death would finally grant him an escape from the noise. But ironically, the place he chose to die became his salvation. Bleeding out on the cold tile floor, he opened his eyes and saw his family's most sacred heirloom displayed in the corridor. It was the holy sword Angelus Rapier. Its divine presence pierced through the suffocating noise of his curse, giving him the one thing he needed most to survive: hope. Just holding the Angelus Rapier was enough to suppress the suffocating sensory overload of his curse. The holy sword's divine energy allowed Alls to regulate the agonizing flood of information pouring into his mind, finally letting him escape his personal hell. But that salvation came at a horrific cost. When a massive dimensional gate opened in England, a legendary mage hunter begged to borrow the holy sword to stop the disaster. Prioritizing his son's sanity, Alls' father refused. Because of that choice, England was reduced to a smoking crater, and eventually his own family met the exact same fate. Left with nothing, Alls desperately searched for another way to subdue his curse, eventually discovering that absorbing dark mana kept it in check. It was during this dangerous pursuit that he crossed paths with Mikkel and Midsel from the Starfield Guild. He helped restore his family's prestige, but Alls quickly realized he had made a deal with the devil. Once Mikkel discovered his unique ability, the guild master began mercilessly hunting down other system control users, decapitating them to absorb their powers. Alls admits he isn't serving Starfield out of loyalty or to protect his family. He obeys them because he is absolutely terrified of dying. Now thinking about Hanjin, the elusive copy skill user, Alls shudders at the thought of what kind of monster Mikkel will become if he gets his hands on that power. He returns his holy sword to his inventory, but the moment his guard drops, his curse violently reactivates. His mind is instantly ripped into a digital matrix of blinding green code. Fighting through the agonizing overload of information, his sensory powers lock onto a matching signal. He has finally found the copy skill user. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, a private jet races toward Korea carrying Turner Miller, the #1 hunter in the world. As an elite enchanter and tanker, her level is so astronomically high that the system literally cannot calculate it. One of her subordinates questions if this mission is really worth taking the guild's jet when he could have just teleported them, but Turner's deadly glare makes it clear that this isn't just another routine deployment. The subordinate quickly backs down, apologizing for questioning orders and reciting the guild's core motto to always stay vigilant since the destined hour is unknown. Turner looks out the window, reflecting on exactly why he's so on edge. 15 years ago, during the Great Calamity, he was just a low A-tier hunter bracing for the end. But a woman named Jaya saved his life, and shortly after, a transcendent being blessed him with a gifted skill that catapulted him into becoming the strongest hunter on Earth. Right before that calamity ended, Jaya handed him a dimensional fragment. For a decade and a half, it sat completely dormant, but now, it's violently resonating. As he clenches the glowing artifact, Turner realizes that whatever nightmare is unfolding in Korea might be the exact disaster Jaya warned him about all those years ago. Back in Seoul, the sky over Gangnam is choked with dark purple corruption. Starfield Guild Master Mikkel and his future successor Mahyun survey the city, confirming All's suspicion that the subspace gate is going to tear open right here where the rot is thickest. The entire country's top forces are already mobilizing to contain the spread. Master Manseong of the Daehyun Guild unleashes a massive barrage of blue flames to neutralize the corrupted World Tree branch at the Hunters' Hospital, while the rest of his forces lock down the Gangbuk district. Meanwhile, Midas Guild's Master Gyuhan has deployed his entire guild to assist other zones, choosing to sit cross-legged in the middle of the Gangnam Highway completely alone. He boldly claims he'll single-handedly butcher whatever crawls out of the subspace, and Mikkel knows the powerhouse is strong enough to actually back that up while the smaller guilds evacuate civilians. The board is set except for one missing piece. Mikkel asks where Hanjin is, and Mahyun reveals that our hero decided to split off and move entirely on his own. Nobody knows exactly what Hanjin is planning, but as Mahyun points out, the guy always has a wild card up his sleeve. While the association chairman and Hanjin's sister, Jeong, try to figure out his plan, his old junior Jeong overhears the chatter while hauling supply boxes. Jeong hasn't seen his former mentor in ages, but he hopes Hanjin knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, at the Gangnam Hunters shopping mall in the dead of night, Hanjin and Moore are completely drowning in luggage. Moore complains that he can't carry another ounce, while Hanjin stresses out because his system just locked him out of his Kalija Dragon Longsword due to insufficient mana. Moore points out that they already have 13 inventory bags holding over 1,000 items, but Hanjin bluntly states that it won't be enough to stop the impending disaster. Our hero realizes that to pull off this massive operation, he desperately needs to copy-paste a subspace ability. But before they can figure out their next move, a blonde man named Lucas steps out of the shadows with a glowing holy sword drawn. Moore demands to know how he tracked them, but Lucas tells the luggage carrier to back off, declaring that his business is strictly with Hanjun. Instead of feeling threatened, Hanjun just smiles, remembering Mahyun mentioning that this exact holy sword can purify dark mana. Realizing this is the perfect weapon to steal, Hanjun drops his bags and flares his purple aura, confident his new high-level stats will let him copy-paste the blade without any restrictions. But Lucas completely flips the script, lunging forward and warning our hero not to try his bloody copy-paste abilities. Hanjun is genuinely stunned that this guy knows about his secret curse, and he immediately tries to play dumb. Lucas isn't buying the cheap theatrics. He swings his glowing blade with deadly force, screaming that he won't hold back because his family's lives are on the line. Lucas lunges forward, his blade erupting with a massive beam of blue light. Hanjun tries to counter by slipping into the shadows, but Lucas just laughs, telling him he picked the absolute worst opponent to use dark magic against. Hanjun quickly realizes he's trapped as his shadow step completely fails to activate. Lucas explains the brutal truth. His holy sword purifies any corrupt energy within 33 feet, completely nullifying all of Hanjun's dark skills. Lucas mocks him, asking if everything he's copied so far is useless dark magic, teaching our hero a harsh lesson about skill compatibility. But instead of panicking, Hanjun just smirks. With the sword's intense aura preventing him from getting close enough to touch it, he realizes he only has one option left, and it involves taking a massive, life-threatening gamble. Meanwhile, Lucas drops a massive bombshell, blaming Hanjun's copy-paste ability for ruining his life and revealing that he knows exactly how Hanjun steals skills because Lucas is a control user too. Hanjun immediately assumes Lucas teamed up with the escaped criminal Yihyung to steal his powers, but Lucas furiously screams at him not to lump him in with that absolute scum. Fueled by rage, Lucas unleashes a devastating barrage of blinding sword strikes. Hanjun desperately tries to dodge, but the glowing blade finally pierces right through his chest, sending blood splattering across the floor, yet as our hero coughs up blood, he actually smiles. By letting the Holy Angelus rapier pierce his body, Hanjun has met the condition to trigger his copy-paste ability. But the victory is short-lived, as a glaring red warning pops up, revealing that if he absorbs the holy weapon, it will permanently lock him out of using his dark-type shadow step. As Lucas stares in absolute shock, realizing this madman just impaled himself on purpose to steal his weapon, Hanjun quickly downs a healing potion. The holy energy violently clashes with his dark skills, and our hero realizes that as much as he wants that glowing rapier, there is no way he's sacrificing his best movement skill to get it. Lucas quickly connects the dots, impressed that Hanjun's copy skill requires taking a direct hit, and asks what our hero actually plans to do with all this stolen power. Hanjun doesn't hesitate. He swears to surpass the Transcendents themselves, especially since the Cursed Ones only have 5 years left before the next great calamity wipes them out. The revelation leaves Lucas stunned, as the overwhelming system data from his own curse had completely blinded him to the doomsday hourglass counting down on his neck. But just as Lucas asks what the point of this whole brawl was, a system alert pops up. Hanjun's copy timer has expired. Our hero groans in frustration, realizing that if he still wants to steal that holy weapon, he's going to have to let this blonde maniac impale him all over again. Before they can settle round 2, a deafening explosion shakes the city as a massive dimensional rift tears open the sky. A subspace from the dark spirit grimoire has descended on Seoul, instantly declaring the area a contaminated zone that slashes every hunter's health and mana by 30% while severely restricting their skills. Catastrophe was triggered just moments earlier in the Gangseo district, where a hooded operative successfully completed the corrupt World Tree barrier. Assuming his mission is over, the operative turns to leave, only to be blasted back by a massive wave of red energy. Mahyun, the formidable guild master of the Future Guild, drops in with his elite squad to execute the terrorist. But the hooded man just smirks with glowing red eyes, mocking the mighty guild master for being too late to save the doomed city. Undeterred by the apocalyptic stakes, Mahyun's squad instantly springs into action, lunging at the operative to make him pay for tearing Seoul apart. Operative laughs off the ambush, bragging that the citywide debuff doesn't affect his dark mana at all, but he's about to learn a hard lesson about picking fights with a future guild master. Mahyun steps up, his sword crackling with intense purple energy, and reveals that he's completely immune to the debuffs too. Flashing a sinister smile, Mahyun promises to show this arrogant punk what the true abyss of dark mana actually looks like. Down in the streets, the regular hunters are thrown into total panic. With mana restricted, their magic and healing skills are completely locked out, leaving them essentially barehanded against the coming threat. To make matters worse, the debuff slashes both their health and mana pools by a massive 30%. Without potions, they realize a single hit from a monster will be an instant death sentence. Realizing they've been completely blindsided, AHA chairman Simon DeFry steps up to take charge. Knowing the everyday hunters are sitting ducks, Simon declares that it's up to the heavy hitters to take down the massive monsters that are about to breach. Suddenly, jagged white and purple lightning violently tears the sky apart, and a colossal energy vortex descends right into the middle of the city. As the smoke clears, a single dark-skinned elf steps out of the massive subspace. At first, the terrified hunters are confused. Did this apocalyptic rift really just spit out one lone elf? But then they look down. A terrifying horde of dragons and red-eyed beasts floods out of the glowing portal, completely overwhelming the streets. Smirking at the chaos, the elf coldly notes that these monsters have been locked away for 15 years, and they are absolutely starved for blood. The dark elf commands the monstrous horde to feast and make up for 15 years of lost time. The beasts flood the streets like a tidal wave, instantly swarming a muscular man sitting completely unfazed in the middle of the road. But this isn't just some helpless civilian, it's Gyuhan, the master of the Midas Guild. Flashing a wild grin, he mocks the elf for thinking a simple mana debuff and some hungry pets could actually take him out, and with a deafening roar his body erupts into thick, impenetrable stone armor. The red-eyed beasts lunge at him, but Gyuhan casually swats them out of the air like flies, slamming their skulls into the pavement. He smugly reveals the fatal flaw in the elf's master plan. His stone armor is a purely physical skill, meaning it doesn't cost a single drop of mana to maintain. Tired of playing games, Gyuhan decides to end the onslaught in one brutal sweep. He launches himself into the swarm, tearing through the monsters with his bare hands and reducing the bloodthirsty beasts to shattered bone and dust. Seeing Gyuhan completely flip the script, the rest of the hunters cheer for their guild master and rally to mop up the stragglers. But it's far from an easy fight. One of the hunters shouts a desperate warning that these monsters are radiating corrupt energy, meaning even a tiny scratch will rapidly drain their HP, and one mistake equals instant death. Despite the deadly stakes, the hunters hold the line, slicing through the vanguard of goblins and corrupt beasts. And they aren't fighting alone, because standing calmly amidst the carnage is Manseong, the Daehyun guild master, quietly observing the battlefield as he prepares to show these monsters exactly why humanity's top rankers run the world. While Manseong observes, AHA chairman Simon DeFry wastes no time stepping into the fray. Summoning his immortal's gigant shield, he intercepts a monstrous brute that just kicked a helpless hunter his way. The impact shatters his shield, but Simon instantly reforms the pure blue energy into a massive blade and unleashes a devastating wave of power that cleaves the beast in half, proving that even without active skills, humanity's top rankers are built differently. But while powerhouses like Simon and Gyuhan can crush the vanguard with raw physical stats alone, the regular hunters are dropping like flies. Without their mana, the front line is rapidly collapsing under the endless swarm of monsters, and everyone knows that even if international reinforcements arrive, it will be far too late. Then, the nightmare gets infinitely worse as a level 150 griffin swoops onto the battlefield. While griffins aren't the strongest physical bosses, this one is a walking death sentence because its fire breath reduces anything it touches to ash. Since all healing skills are locked, a single blast will instantly wipe out the remaining hunters. Realizing the danger, a hunter desperately lunges forward to strike the beast down, but he's a second too late as the griffin opens its beak and unleashes a blinding torrent of apocalyptic flames. Meanwhile, across the city, other hunters watch in absolute horror as the sky violently rumbles above them. The grim reality of the ambush has finally settled over the entire capital. Seoul has been completely swallowed by a dimensional subspace from the Dark Spirit Grimoire. With the contaminated zone officially declared, every single hunter in the city just had their health and mana slashed by 30%, leaving them entirely defenseless against the slaughter. Checking the system debuff, Moore is stunned that an open-field boss can completely lock out mana skills, while Hanjun realizes this subspace is exactly where the escaped criminal Yihyun learned the anti-mana technique used against him earlier. But with the city under siege, our hero decides he doesn't have time to mess around with Lucas and turns to leave. Before Lucas can argue, the sky rips open and massive wyverns crash into the streets. Moore panics at the sight of the high-level dragons, but Hanjun just tells the blonde control user they'll have to take a rain check. If these beasts scatter past the city limits, they'll never be able to hunt them all down. Left behind, Lucas grumbles in frustration. He completely failed to copy-paste the Holy Sword, and he's still torn on whether to report Hanjun's bizarre mimicry skill to the Starfield Guildmaster Mikkel. Meanwhile, Moore begs Hanjun to finally use whatever secret weapons he's been hauling in those massive luggage bags, but Hanjun refuses. He has a strict leveling order, and right now, he needs his summoned babies to feed on the weaker monsters first before bringing out the big guns. Across the battlefield, the situation is completely dire. Hanjun's sister, Jeong, finds herself caught directly in the path of the level 150 Griffin's apocalyptic fire breath. Realizing she's too slow to dodge, she braces her spear, fully prepared to tank the hellish flames and push through the damage. But right as the blast hits, a towering figure steps in front of her, absorbing the inferno. It's Simon DeFry, the chairman of the AHA. Shrugging off the blistering heat like it's nothing, Simon barks an order for Jeong to slice the beast's neck before it can recharge. Without missing a single beat, she rockets forward, her blade aimed straight for the fiery bird's throat. Bursting straight through the lingering explosion, Ji-young launches herself at the majestic, fiery beast. She channels her aura into her spear, locking her eyes on the griffin's throat for a one-hit kill. But a level 150 boss monster isn't going down that easily. At the last possible second, the griffin violently twists its body, sacrificing its wing to protect its head. Before Ji-young can pull back from her missed strike, the beast's massive talons snap forward and lock like a vice around her arm. Trapped in midair, she can only watch in horror as the monster's throat glows orange, charging up a point-blank blast of hellfire. Just before she's incinerated, Simon DeFry slams his massive blue gigant shield into the ground right in front of her, shattering the earth and completely absorbing the impact. The AHA chairman quickly checks if she's okay, apologizing that his interference might have just cornered them. Realizing it can't break the shield on the ground, the griffin retreats high into the storm clouds, planning to safely rain down endless fire breaths from out of reach. Simon warns Ji-young to stay behind him, knowing that if he throws his shield, the beast will easily dodge it. But Ji-young isn't looking to hide. She tells the chairman to toss his shield straight up into the air anyway. Trusting her instincts, Simon chuckles and hurls the massive glowing barrier skyward. The moment the shield pulses with energy midair, Ji-young uses it as a stepping stone. Launching off the floating barrier, she rockets straight up into the griffin's blind spot. With a blinding flash of blue aura, she swings her spear with phenomenal force, slicing clean through the beast's wing and sending a spray of blood across the sky. Ji-young lands cleanly as the massive griffin crashes to the ground dead. Simon praises her strike, but his relief is short-lived when he notices a terrifying amount of purple, corrupt energy leaking from the beast's corpse. Ji-young quickly connects the dots. If killing a boss-level monster releases this much corruption, the rest of the hunters trapped in the city are in serious danger the more they fight. She's absolutely right. Across the ruined city, other hunting squads are getting pushed to their absolute limits by seemingly weak monsters. One desperate hunter burns his very last magic scroll just to clear a mob, blasting the area with a massive cross of blue light. His teammate yells at him to stop holding back and use his items, but the panicked hunter screams back that he's completely empty. Running out of ammo is the least of their problems. Without warning, the hunters start violently coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground in agony. They think it's mana poisoning, but the truth is far worse. Watching from the shadows, the mysterious dark elf leading this invasion reveals the subspace's deadliest trap. Every monster here is infused with dark aura, and when they die, that corruption spills directly into the air. By fighting to survive, the hunters are literally poisoning themselves to death. Dark Elf gloats that the subspace is still overflowing with beasts, promising the humans a slow, agonizing end. As the fallen hunters spit up blood, they realize it's over not just for them, but for the entire country. But just as they brace for death, a familiar voice cuts through the despair, declaring that they're just getting started. Hanjin and his heavily armed crew finally step onto the battlefield, ready to flip the script. Stepping up with Moore and his robotic companion, Hanjin immediately spots his old junior, Ji-young, coughing up blood. The guy is completely stunned to see his former friend walking into a death zone, but instead of panicking, Hanjin casually hands him a ridiculously expensive, high-grade healing potion and tells him to drink up. Ji-young begs him to run before he gets killed, but Hanjin just turns his back, promising to explain everything later. Dropping his heavy duffel bags to the ground, our hero smirks. His first order of business is clearing out this toxic subspace debuff. He triggers his system, and a massive, towering pillar of pure blue mana erupts from his body, washing over the entire battlefield like a tidal wave. Dying hunters, including his sister Ji-young, are suddenly flooded with energy. They realize the dark aura hasn't vanished, but Hanjin is pumping out so much raw mana that it completely overrides the poison, letting them activate their shields and skills again. But what really shocks them is the guy doing it. They recognize him as the deadweight mana boy who got booted from the Daehyun Guild for being stuck at level 0. Realizing they finally have a fighting chance, the hunters don't waste a single second. They pop their skills, raise their shields, and charge straight back into the monster horde to flip the script. Watching from afar, the dark elf leading the horde is absolutely floored. He can't comprehend how a single human is generating enough energy to overpower an entire subspace's debuff over such a massive area. But as he stares down at our hero's glowing aura, the terrifying reality starts to set in. This isn't just some random hunter, this is a walking infinite mana battery. Even with their skills fully restored, the hunters quickly realize they have a massive problem. The sheer volume of the monster horde is just too overwhelming, and no matter how hard they fight, they're slowly getting pushed back. But just as despair starts to creep back in, the hunters watch in absolute shock as Hanjin, his luggage carrier Moore, and his little robot sprint directly into the thickest part of the monster swarm. Standing face to face with the colossal beasts, Moore is terrified, pointing out that these things look way bigger up close. But our hero isn't fazed in the slightest. He orders Moore and the robot to dump out everything in their bags, sending hundreds of glowing red marbles tumbling onto the battlefield. The surrounding hunters stare in utter confusion, wondering why this guy lugged a bunch of marbles onto the front lines. But Hanjin just smirks, ordering his new minions to go level up as he activates his copy-paste skill on the items. Instantly, the red orbs plummet into the ground and erupt into massive, towering rock golems that smash right into the enemy lines. The hunters' jaws drop as they recognize the items. They're shift golem cores from the snowy mountain dungeon. Because these cores burrow deep underground, the golems are practically indestructible, and the hunters can't even fathom how Hanjin managed to farm so many of them. Now, instead of fighting exhausted humans, the monster horde is slamming face first into an invincible army of stone. Monster horde crashes into the stone army with enough force to shatter solid rock, leaving some of the hunters terrified that Hanjin's golem cores will be destroyed on impact. But they couldn't be more wrong. The stone soldiers don't just hold the line, they completely swarm the massive beasts, dragging down giant rhinos and crushing them under a pile of indestructible fists. Seeing the tide turn, the hunters' despair flips to pure hype, realizing they might actually win this. Fired up by the invincible backup, Jeong tells Hanjin he's joining the fray, and the rest of the veteran hunters draw their weapons and charge in to finish the job. While they clean up the front line, Hanjin's system goes absolutely crazy with level-up notifications. His shift golem skill hits level 3, which expands his sensory link range to a massive 6 miles and unlocks a brand new perk, the ability to give his army specific, complex commands. Hanjin just grins. He immediately puts the new perks to work, using his imagination to reshape the standard stone troops into jagged crystalline killing machines, ready to start the real hunt. With the ground war secured, he sets his sights on the sky to take down the screeching wyverns. He spawns colossal, lightning-infused golems that launch themselves straight into the air, intercepting the flying beasts and violently crashing them back down to earth in a shower of shattered rock and monster blood. War watches in absolute disbelief as Hanjin's newly minted stone dragons take to the sky, but the victory is short-lived. A massive fiery griffin descends over the city, unleashing a devastating fire breath that instantly melts through the giant stone soldiers and sends flaming debris crashing into the streets below. Watching his front line crumble, Hanjin realizes his colossal golems are just too slow and clunky to handle a high-speed aerial bombardment. So he flips the script and initiates Plan B, tapping into his system. He rapidly regenerates the destroyed units, but this time he completely overhauls their design. Instead of towering giants, he shrinks them down to the size of eagles, condensing their forms into sharp, blue crystalline birds with beaks shaped exactly like armor-piercing bullets. From afar, the enemy commander scoffs at the tiny creations, assuming they'll just burn up like the rest. The giant griffin unleashes another massive torrent of flames, expecting an easy wipeout. But Hanjin's new bullet golems don't even try to dodge. Instead, they spin like high-speed drills, violently tearing a clean path straight through the center of the fiery vortex. The monster barely has a second to process what's happening before the swarm reaches it. Moving at blinding speeds, the crystalline birds act as living ammunition, ruthlessly piercing through the griffin's thick scales and shredding the beast from the inside out in a brutal, high-speed barrage of blue energy. The spinning blue vortexes of crystalline birds tear the last of the winged beasts from the sky, raining blood and shredded scales down on the battlefield. Watching from below, Hanjin smiles as a cascade of level-up notifications floods his vision. The other hunters stare in absolute disbelief as the entire aerial threat is wiped out in mere minutes. Without missing a beat, the captains rally their squads, ordering the vanguard to pivot and crush the remaining monsters on the ground. As the ground troops clash with leaping ice beasts, Hanjin just flashes a sinister grin. He realizes he gets every single experience point his summons earn, turning this deadly, high-stakes warzone into his own personal, hands-free leveling farm. Down in the trenches, a towering warrior clad in massive, glowing red stone armor violently obliterates the rocky monsters in his path. Glancing over, he begrudgingly admits that Hanjin's blue golems charging into the fray alongside him are actually pulling their weight. But as the armored giant leaps into the thick of the horde, a group of the tiny blue rock golems suddenly swarm him, clinging to his heavy exterior. One of his allies bursts out laughing, pointing out that the little rock monsters think his rugged stone armor makes him one of them. Hanjin's junior Jeong dashes forward wielding a crystalline shield, which is actually Hanjin's #1 golem. He cheerfully tells the armored warrior that once his shield levels up, it will evolve into a full-body suit just like his, a comment that instantly offends the proud veteran. Furious that his ultimate defensive skill is being compared to a beginner's summon, the warrior roars and charges recklessly into the horde, violently ripping the beasts apart with his bare hands. Sweating, Jeong quickly apologizes, realizing that when the big guy fights like this, he is just as mindless as the golems he was insulting, leaving nothing but corpses in his wake. Standing amidst the carnage, Lucas is utterly blown away. He realizes Hanjin didn't just copy a golem army, he evolved the curse to wipe out the wyverns. The blonde warrior knows that if Mikkel, his ruthless Starfield guild master, gets his hands on this kind of impossible power, it's game over. But Hanjin doesn't miss a beat. He looks right at the control user and asks if he knows who opened this deadly subspace. Lucas stiffens, insisting he has to complete his mission for his family's honor, but our hero sees right through him, asking if he really wants to go through with this. Pointing out that Lucas has been hesitating ever since their fight earlier, Hanjin offers a simple deal: flip the script, betray his employers, and help him take down whoever trapped them here. Lucas just chuckles, calling Hanjin hopelessly ignorant of what they're really up against. But before he can explain, the ground violently ruptures. Massive dark purple tentacles erupt from the earth, and Lucas immediately recognizes the lethal attack as the branch of Yggdrasil, a skill belonging to Midsoul, a high-ranking Starfield operative. He knows that if these corrupt branches wrap around someone, their mana poisoning doubles in speed. Realizing Midsoul is making a direct move, Lucas decides to use his Holy Sword's radiance to purify the area and drag Hanjin to safety. But he's way too slow. Before Lucas can even swing his blade, the dark tendrils viciously clamp down around his arm and his sword, completely immobilizing him. Colossal tentacled monstrosity suddenly looms over the battlefield. The hunters panic as the highly corrupt branches start riding on their own, meaning someone is actively controlling them from nearby. They finally spot the mastermind floating amidst the swirling purple energy, the Dark Elf. The Vanguard is absolutely stunned to see an elf in their dimension, but they barely have time to process it before a massive blast of dark lightning violently detonates across the zone. As the blast clears, the scarred future Guildmaster Mahyeon is left in absolute shock. His devastating dark lightning attack was completely absorbed. The escaped criminal Yihyung emerges from the swirling energy with a sinister smile. He reveals a terrifying truth: dark mana users who absorb the energy instead of just wielding it can overcome mana poisoning and cross into a state called the Abyss, granting them absolute control over all dark mana. Yihyung lunges forward with his sword, violently clashing against Mahyeon's defenses. The revelation hits the future guild master hard. If there's a way to survive dark mana poisoning, it means someone from his past might still be saved. But on the battlefield, a single second of hesitation is fatal. Yihyung exploits the distraction, kicking Mahyeon back and taunting that not just anyone has the strength to cross into the abyss. As the Starfield executive Alls watches in horror at the criminal's overwhelming aura, Mahyeon confirms her worst fears. Yihyung is now fueled by his stolen lightning. Empowered by the absorbed energy, the criminal unleashes a relentless barrage of massive purple spikes that tear through the surrounding buildings, forcing Mahyeon and Alls into a desperate, high-speed retreat. Mocking Mahyeon's now useless skills, Yihyung moves in for the kill. But before his strike can connect, sharp blue ice crystals erupt from the ground, trapping the criminal in place. All steps up, her hands weaving a glowing zodiac magic circle to lock him down. Mahyeon asks if the area's debuff has finally lifted, but Alls reveals the truth: she's actually drawing directly from Hanjin's infinite mana supply. Even with her abilities halved by the environment, she hopes it's enough to restrain the criminal for just a moment. Yihyung, however, simply scoffs at Hanjin's interference. With a surge of dark energy, he effortlessly shatters the ice, leaving Alls frustrated as she realizes she still doesn't have enough power to hold him back. Refusing to be held back, Yihyung lunges forward, mocking Alls for her half-hearted ice binds. Brimming with corrupt power, he boasts that a small fry like her is no match for the true guild master of the Dark Guild. Alls quickly weaves a purple mana shield to block his strike, but Yihyung just smirks. He reveals a terrifying mechanic of the Abyss: dark mana doesn't just overpower normal mana, it feeds on it and grows stronger. Desperate, Alls rips a magical scroll in half to summon a secondary barrier. But Yihyung scoffs at the wasted effort, pointing out that her standard abilities are completely incompatible with his dark energy as he shatters her defenses into glowing shards, leaving her completely exposed. But before he can land the finishing blow, Mahyeon blitzes back into the fray. The gray-haired fighter unleashes a devastating lightning spear, slamming into the criminal with a massive explosion that rocks the battlefield and forces Yihyung to swing his sword just to deflect the blast. Refusing to let up, Alls taps into her magic again, triggering a massive eruption of blue ice crystals to trap their target so Mahyeon can press the assault with his blade. Furious, the gray-haired fighter demands to know how a filthy assassin boss dares to call himself a guild master, finally cornering Yihyung to demand the real answer he came for, where he got the Shadow Step skill. Instead of answering, Yihyung bursts into a maniacal laugh, black tears streaking his face. He taunts Mahyeon, asking if that's the only reason he chased him all this way, before dropping a bombshell, revealing that he recently learned something very interesting from Lucas, right as he unleashes another violent wave of dark energy. As the violent blast of Abyss dark mana clears, Yihyung stands completely unscathed in the wreckage, his eyes glowing with maniacal glee. The devastating shockwave catches everyone off guard, and as the dust settles, the hunters look on in horror as they spot one of their comrades, Hyungseok, lying completely motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf leader corners Lucas. She taunts him about his connection to Hanjin, whom she refers to by his skill name, Control-C, wondering aloud if the Starfield operative Mitzel has figured out our hero's true identity yet. Before Lucas can react, she violently snatches the holy sword right out of his grip, leaving him stunned and demanding to know if she was just using him for his weapon this entire time. But the weapon is only half the plan. She reveals that she also needed Lucas's tracking skill to hunt Hanjin down, intending to combine the holy sword with our hero's infinite mana to save her homeland. Then, she drops a massive bombshell. She comes from a dimension plagued by the Cursed, and she is one of them. Lucas panics, asking if she plans to absorb Hanjin's power for herself, but she shakes her head. Since her curse isn't from this dimension, she can't, but Lucas can. She grabs him by the collar and explains the grim reality. If they kill Hanjin, his curse will automatically transfer to the nearest compatible user, which is Lucas. But it's a death sentence. Once the Starfield Guild Master Mikkel arrives and kills Lucas, Mikkel will claim both curses for himself. The horrifying truth finally dawns on the blonde hunter. He and his family were never allies, just sacrificial pawns in Mitzel's twisted game. But before the Dark Elf can make her next move, a chilling voice thanks her for the free information. Having used the Shadow Step skill he just stole from Lucas, Yihyung materializes right behind her in a burst of dark purple abyss mana, instantly swinging his blade for a lethal blindside strike. Yihyung's ambush connects, but the Dark Elf leader barely flinches. Swatting away his dark energy, she mocks him, asking if a pitiful, low-level spider silk bind is really all he managed to copy with his so-called ultimate curse. She brushes off the assault effortlessly, claiming cheap tricks won't stand a chance against her. Yihyung just smiles, pointing out that low-level skills become a whole different beast when they hit all at once. Activating multiple stolen abilities simultaneously, he fuses the spider silk with a monstrous claw attack and a dragon sword's blood-draining effect. The combined dark energy morphs into massive, jagged jaws that rip into the elf, forcing her back as she realizes he isn't just copying skills, he's combining and enhancing them into something far deadlier. Bothered, the elf smiles back, telling him this only makes her want his power even more. Yihyung flips the script, grabbing her by the collar and declaring he wants her subspace. He immediately triggers his copy curse, searching her for the subspace keyword, but his confidence shatters when his power returns a flat error stating there is no copyable target. With a sinister grin, the Dark Elf shoves him away, revealing that her powers are completely immune to his curse. Meanwhile, Lucas is reeling on the ground, struggling to keep his sanity. He managed to break free from Mitzel's mind control, but without his stolen holy sword to anchor him, his own search curse is spiraling completely out of control. As his glowing green eyes scan the battlefield, he spots the connection between Mitzel and the copy curse, but something even darker is tethered to the Starfield operative. It looks like a subspace, but Lucas realizes with horror that the chaotic purple energy doesn't look like a normal skill at all. Lucas connects the dots. If Mitzel's terrifying subspace is actually an artifact just like his holy sword, then Hanjin's insane plan to copy her powers will require him to do the unthinkable to pull it off. Meanwhile, Yihyung is busy gloating over his trapped prey. Wielding his chaotic abyss magic, he taunts the Starfield executive, Alls, revealing that unless he willingly releases Mahyun, the future guild master will be trapped in the dark void forever. But before he deals with Mahyun, he sets his sights on Alls, recognizing her as the daughter of the legendary mage Jaya and vowing to end her potential right here. Alls immediately summons a massive barricade of sharp, blue ice crystals to block his path. Unfazed, Yihyung mocks her for relying on shields and lunges forward with his dark blade, forcing the ice mage into a frantic retreat as he slashes through the air. But Alls is just baiting him. As he charges, she manipulates the giant ice shards to trap him midair. Yihyung just smirks and calls her a one-trick pony, but Alls coldly replies that there is nothing more terrifying than someone who hones a single trick to absolute mastery. Before the criminal can react, the entire ice formation around him detonates in a blinding, catastrophic explosion that shatters the sky above the city. Yihyung is blasted out of the air and sent crashing violently into the concrete streets below. Battered and furious, he curses the ice mage for being crazy enough to drop a tactical nuke in the middle of a populated area, realizing he made a fatal mistake by keeping her alive. As Yihyung struggles to recover from the blast, Alls calmly reveals that the civilians were already evacuated. She also warns him not to count Mahyun out, calling the trapped guild master a true master of his craft. Before Yihyung can even process what she means, the air around them begins to warp. Dark, crackling tendrils of energy tear through the ice. Yihyung watches in absolute horror, refusing to believe anyone could escape the endless void of the abyss. But as a pair of glowing purple eyes pierce through the shadows, the terrifying truth dawns on him. Mahyun didn't just escape the abyss, he embraced its dark mana. Radiating overwhelming dark energy, Mahyun steps out of the void and promises to make Yihyung's end quick. With a single, devastating strike, he unleashes a massive explosion of dark magic that shatters the surrounding ice and completely obliterates the escaped criminal, leaving Yihyung screaming in agony as he's wiped out. As Yihyung's lifeless body collapses into a pool of blood and residual dark energy, Alls stares in shock. She asks Mahyun if he wasn't supposed to interrogate the criminal for information, but Mahyun's glowing eyes fade back to normal, and he calmly tells her it doesn't matter, he already found exactly what he needed. He reveals that sending him to the abyss was Yihyung's fatal mistake, because while trapped in the void, Mahyun discovered the key to curing dark mana poisoning, mastering dark skills. He remembers a dark skill book he and his genius friend Hyungseok found years ago, and realizes that his old friend likely experimented with it and might have already found the cure before they were separated. Smiling with renewed purpose, Mahyun tells Alls they need to regroup with Hanjin and finish the battle. When she asks what exactly he saw in that dark dimension, he simply brushes it off for later, knowing in his heart that what he truly found in the abyss was hope. Meanwhile, back on the other side of the battlefield, Hanjin stands his ground amidst a massive crash of purple energy, ready to execute his own dangerous plan to steal Midsoul's artifact. Hanjin charges through the purple blast, his blade clashing directly against Lucas's glowing holy sword. But the blonde control user isn't backing down, warning Hanjin that it's finally time to seal his annoying copy skills away for good. Pushing back with overwhelming force, Lucas boasts that any dark skills Hanjin tries to use are completely useless against a holy relic. Hanjin calls out his opponent's hypocrisy, pointing out the corrupt energy Lucas is wielding, but Lucas just smirks. He explains that while his holy aura nullifies the poison, he can still easily weaponize the corruption itself. Whipping up a storm of purple tendrils, Lucas lunges in for a devastating strike. Hanjin raises his blade to block, but with a deafening crack, his ordinary steel shatters into pieces against the sheer tier difference of the holy sword. But Hanjin never goes into a fight without a backup plan. Accessing his saved files, he immediately hits paste, summoning a perfect copy of Frederick's legendary Kalija dragon longsword. Recognizing the overpowered weapon, Lucas barely has time to brace himself before Hanjin swings it down, triggering a massive, blinding explosion of yellow energy. When the dust settles, Lucas is still standing. He admits that if his own relic wasn't in the exact same legendary class, that strike would have put him in a tight spot. Refusing to let up the pressure, Hanjin leaps back into the air for another heavy swing, but Lucas just flashes a sinister smile. Channeling a terrifying surge of crackling aura into his blade, Lucas unleashes a massive shockwave that tears right through Hanjin's defenses. A brutal slash rips into our hero, sending him slumping to the ground in a spray of blood. As Lucas coldly mocks him, taunting that while the copied sword might artificially boost his stats, his actual combat experience is completely laughable. The bleeding and cornered Hanjin is forced to scramble desperately away just to buy himself a few seconds of survival. Catching his breath, Hanjin watches an enemy elf teleport away, realizing they just used Midsoul's subspace artifact to escape. Our hero grits his teeth, wishing he knew the exact conditions to copy-paste such an overpowered skill. Bleeding out, he downs a high-grade green potion, but the system delivers a grim reality check. While the potion patches his external injuries, the internal damage from Lucas's holy sword is laced with divine essence, making it impossible to fully heal. That permanent damage is exactly what makes the holy weapon so terrifying. Before Hanjin can even recover, Lucas is back on the offensive. The blonde control user smirks, mockingly asking if our hero has any other stolen skills up his sleeve to save his life. Hanjin confidently fires back that he's completely out of tricks, but he'll be just fine, and right on cue, the cavalry arrives. Massive blast of blue energy erupts across the battlefield as Mayun finally enters the fray, unleashing a devastating witchblade and hellfire assault. The Dark Elf Horde leader tries to counter the strikes, but is quickly overwhelmed by the roaring blue flames, cursing their terrible elemental matchup and wondering why this monstrous woman had to show up. With the enemy pushed back, Mayun turns to check on Hanjin, who casually smirks and thanks her for the save. Wielding her glowing blue sword, she quickly briefs him on the battlefield, revealing that Hanjin's golem army has already wiped out most of the ground monsters, and that Chairman Simon DeFry and Gyuhan are on their way to back them up. Hanjin just smiles, already well aware of the slaughter happening off-screen, because his experience points have been skyrocketing the entire time. Meanwhile, realizing the tide of the battle has completely turned, a battered Lucas retrieves his glowing holy sword, but his fury is no longer directed at Hanjin. Realizing he's been hung out to dry, Lucas glares into the distance and swears a brutal revenge against Midsoul for using him and his family as disposable pawns. As the remaining Dark Elves watch the blue hellfire consume the city, they can only tremble at the sheer, monstrous power Hanjin's allies have brought to the field. The Dark Elf leader scoffs at Mahyun's overwhelming display, taunting that her blue hellfire will burn out her mana before she can finish the fight. But Mahyun doesn't flinch. Leveling her spear, she promises him the flames will last more than long enough to burn every last bit of his corruption to ashes. The elf just flashes a sinister grin. With a surge of dark energy, a colossal, tentacled entity erupts from the ground, swallowing the battlefield in a suffocating purple shadow. As the darkness closes in, he mocks her, asking if her precious hellfire can save her now. But Mahyun is a future guild master for a reason. Flipping the script, she unleashes her witchblade skill, tearing through the dark tendrils with a blinding slash and proving that hellfire is far from her only trick. And she isn't fighting alone. Hanjin leaps from the shadows, launching a coordinated strike alongside her to keep the pressure on the elf. Realizing he's losing ground, the Dark Elf decides to stop playing games and initiates his final phase. He floods the cracked streets with glowing purple pods. Assuming they're just more corrupt branches, Mahyun blasts them with a massive wave of hellfire, telling him he's wasting his time. But that's exactly what the elf wanted. The moment the flames hit, the pods detonate, filling the air with a dense, toxic mist. The elf reveals the terrifying truth. These flowers contain dark mana 10 times more potent than the branches, and destroying them just scatters their poisonous spores for immediate dark mana poisoning. As Mahyun coughs violently and Hanjin falls to his knees, our hero curses his own choices. Stabbing his sword into the ground just to stay upright, he realizes he should have copied Lucas's holy sword when he had the chance, even if it meant sacrificing his shadow step skill to do it. Just as Hanjin is losing all hope, a familiar blue radiance lights up the battlefield. It's Lucas. The blonde swordsman has returned, his holy sword crackling with brilliant energy. Hanjin and Mahyun are completely stunned, but Mitzel, the Starfield operative who betrayed him, furiously demands to know what he thinks he's doing as she lunges forward to stop him. Lucas completely ignores his former handler, diving straight for the massive dark tentacles. When Mitzel screams that his reckless actions will cause his family's downfall, Lucas bitterly fires back that she never cared about his family. To her, his curse and his holy sword were nothing but disposable tools anyway. Pouring all his resolve into his blade, he unleashes his Angelus spear technique in a blinding flash of blue light. Dark Elf mocks him, claiming his holy sword isn't nearly strong enough to pierce her dark barrier. But Lucas knows a loophole. Since her subspace is directly tied to the Dark Spirit's grimoire, he aims his strike right at the connection point, shattering the barrier with a deafening crack. Furious that a mere pawn damaged her defenses, the Horde leader blasts Lucas with a wave of purple energy, sending him crashing to the ground. Lucas's sacrifice was exactly what they needed. With the elf's protective sphere cracked wide open, she has nowhere left to hide. Mahyun instantly seizes the opening, her eyes glowing with lethal intent as she lunges forward. The Dark Elf realizes too late that she's completely exposed, bracing herself in absolute terror as Mahyun unleashes a catastrophic wave of blue hellfire that swallows the entire battlefield. As the massive explosion of blue hellfire clears, Hanjin looks on in surprise and asks Lucas why his copy ability couldn't steal Midsoul's subspace barrier earlier. Lucas reveals a massive loophole. The subspace isn't a skill at all. It's a physical item, just like his holy sword. Lucas explains that Mitzel is an elf who crossed over from another dimension, and staying in this world drains a staggering amount of mana. To survive, the elf has been converting their own skills into items, since items don't cost mana to use. Hanjin instantly realizes his mistake. His system requires him to physically touch an item to copy it. Still cautious, Hanjin asks the blonde control user why he's suddenly playing on the same team after trying to kill him. Lucas admits it's purely a debt of gratitude. When he was restrained by the corrupt branches earlier, Hanjin could have easily killed him to steal his control skill, but chose not to. Hanjin just shrugs it off, saying he isn't desperate enough to murder people for power. Mahyun cuts into the moment, demanding to know what this control skill is, and why Hanjin is holding a holy sword he supposedly returned. Caught in a lie, Hanjin nervously sweats and stammers that he just borrowed it. The banter is cut violently short as the ground shatters. Mitzel erupts from the rubble, their body mutating as swirling purple tentacles of dark mana whip around them. Driven into a corner, the elf is desperately absorbing the toxic energy from the corrupt branches. Snapping completely, Mitzel snarls that they were trying to stall until an ally named Mikkel arrived, but now they're done playing nice. With a blinding burst of speed, the monster lunges straight at them. Hanjin doesn't even flinch. Stepping into the role of commander, he immediately asks Mahyun if she can still use her blue hellfire and checks if Lucas has his holy radiance ready. With both confirming they're good to go, Hanjin orders Mahyun to unleash her flames to blind the mutated elf, setting up their ultimate counterattack. Mahyun doesn't hesitate, instantly unleashing a massive wave of her blue hellfire that erupts into the sky and completely obscures the battlefield. With the mutant blinded, Hanjin makes his move. Realizing the corrupt world tree is technically an item, he reaches out to copy its branches. The system immediately rewards him, absorbing a third of Yggdrasil's seed directly into his body to heal his critically low health. As golden energy surges around our hero, Mitzel watches in absolute horror, realizing this human just stole the power of his corrupt branch. But Mitzel doesn't even have time to process the theft before Lucas drops in from above, warning the dark elf not to take his eyes off his true opponent. The mutant desperately tries to counter with his own Yggdrasil branch, but his connection to it suddenly fails. In that split second of confusion, Lucas drives his glowing blade straight into Mitzel's chest, forcing the heavily bleeding elf to unleash a burst of dark energy in a frantic bid to escape into his subspace. Lucas screams for Hanjin to block the retreat, and our hero instantly delivers. Combining his newly acquired Yggdrasil power with his giant spider silk, Hanjin slams his hand into the ground, erupting a massive barrier of golden, fibrous wings that completely traps the wounded elf. Trapped in the golden cocoon, Mitzel is completely helpless as Mahyun steps up, her sword blazing with intense blue flames. She coldly declares that any elf invading their world is just another monster to be eradicated and ignores his furious protests, promising him a quick death. With a final, devastating swing, Mahyun unleashes a colossal wave of hellfire that completely engulfs the city skyline. The sheer force of the blast swallows Mitzel whole, burning away his mutated demonic form as he screams in agony. But the dark elf's demonic remnant somehow survives the raging inferno. Mocking their stubborn vitality, Mitzel declares that if he can't purify his homeland, he'll just drown this world in the same despair his people suffered. With a manic grin, he triggers a swirling orb of pink energy, unleashing a colossal, world-ending pillar of purple light that completely pierces the sky. Watching the catastrophic beam erupt, Chairman Simon screams for him to stop, warning that a blast this size will wipe out the entire world, not just Seoul, and even their ally Mikko wouldn't survive it. But the shadowy remnant of the Dark Elf doesn't care anymore. Total annihilation was his backup plan all along. Looking up at the towering beam, Hanjin realizes this isn't just an explosion, but the true entrance to Midseul's subspace, and this might be his only chance to end it. Without hesitating, our hero dashes straight toward the apocalypse. As a heavily injured Lucas watches in shock, Hanjin draws his blade, channeling a burst of orange energy to carve a path through the chaotic shockwaves. He leaps directly into the crackling purple vortex, leaving both Lucas and Mahyun staring in absolute disbelief as he vanishes into the rift. Hanjin freefalls through a dark, starry void, landing safely inside the dimensional rift. Looking around, he quickly realizes this massive subspace is actually being generated by a physical item, and never one to miss out on free loot, he reaches out to touch the glowing relic to see if his copy skill still works. Does, but with a major catch. Because the item originates from an entirely different dimension, his ability can only forcibly rip a portion of the Dark Spirit's grimoire subspace into his inventory, warning him that he needs a dimensional key for full access. But Hanjin is always one step ahead, so with the subspace partially copied, he immediately activates his paste skill, slamming his previously collected dimensional fragments straight into the newly acquired space to force it open. Hanjin's gamble pays off. The subspace successfully opens, doubling as a massive inventory. But the real jackpot is his system leveling up. His copy and paste skills hit levels 3 and 5, allowing him to paste items and skills regardless of their attributes. He realizes with a massive grin that he won't have to sacrifice his Shadow Step skill just to copy Lucas's Holy Sword anymore. His cheat skill just keeps getting more broken. Inside the rift, Hanjin confronts the glowing remnant of the Dark Elf. Realizing the subspace is incomplete, Hanjin asks why the elf didn't just take the whole thing. The entity admits the dimension was never his to begin with, he merely stole a fragment of it. Elf reveals he snatched it from the fallen Spirit King, Grimoire, the apocalyptic monster who single-handedly destroyed his homeland, Yggdrasil. When Hanjin wonders if he has to defeat this Spirit King to claim the full subspace, the elf laughs at the absurd idea. He only survived Grimoire's wrath because a dimensional door opened right before his death, letting him escape with just a piece of the space. Hanjin is still hung up on the mechanics, asking how the elf managed to turn a literal dimension into a usable item. The elf smirks and drops a bombshell. He used the power of a curse from his dimension. Hanjin is stunned to learn that curses exist in other worlds too, as the elf sinisterly reveals that his specific curse is called Shift. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the dimensional rift violently expands between the city buildings. Crackling purple lightning shoots into the sky, and massive, lava-veined rocky golems stomp out of the vortex, shaking the very ground. The association's hunters are already on the scene holding the line. A veteran hunter reports to Ji-young that the massive threats are handled, leaving only the low-level grunts. But Mahyun steps up and casually reveals that he and his team already wiped out the rest of the swarm on their way over. Ji-young thanks the future guild master but asks about their target Yi-hyung. Mahyun coldly states he tried to bring him in alive, but since the man wouldn't cooperate, he just killed him. Ji-young immediately senses a dark, ruthless shift in Mahyun's demeanor but brushes it off to ask the real question, where exactly is Hanjin? Staring at the towering spire of purple energy erupting between the buildings, Ji-young realizes the horrifying truth. Hanjin actually went inside the subspace with the elf. She completely loses her cool, furious that the association is just monitoring the situation while he is in mortal danger. But a senior hunter steps in, warning her that the elf is the least of their worries. If they don't force that subspace shut right now, monsters far worse than anything they've ever faced will spill into their world. The attention quickly shifts to Lucas. Recognizing his holy sword, the hunters realize he is a member of the esteemed Ashley Cooper family, but Mahyun is disgusted to learn the blonde hunter was actually working with the Dark Elf. As one of Mahyun's massive rock golems grabs Lucas, Mahyun demands to know how his prestigious family plans to take responsibility for this catastrophic mess. Lucas coldly declares that he's going inside to fix his own mistakes and orders the golem to unhand him, but the beast just violently slams him into the pavement. Mahyun threatens to drag his entire family down for this treason once the dust settles, but Lucas just brushes off the dirt and draws his glowing blue blade. He warns them that accountability won't matter if they are all dead, and knowing that whatever is trying to break out of that rift will spell the end of the world, he lunges forward to force the subspace shut himself. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Hanjin is reeling from the revelation that curses exist in other dimensions. The Dark Elf remnant admits that its shift curse is useless on its own, revealing that this entire conspiracy was built around stealing Hanjin's copy-paste skill. The remnant lays out its grand master plan. It wanted Mikkel to murder Hanjin to steal the skill, use a dimensional key to bridge their worlds, and summon a catastrophic grimoire right onto Earth. The entity boasts that if a woman named Jaya hadn't interfered 15 years ago, Earth would already be theirs. Hanjin grits his teeth, demanding to know why the elf is monologuing about a plan that just failed, but the remnant just smiles, claiming that Hanjin is a dead man walking anyway. Before the elf can even finish its threat, Hanjin freezes in sheer terror as a colossal, nightmarish monster with glowing red eyes and a jaw full of razor-sharp teeth materializes right behind him, forcing our hero to leap into the air just to survive the initial ambush. Staring up at the towering monstrosity, Hanjin realizes the horrifying truth. The dark elf was hiding a massive, corrupted drake inside the subspace. And worse, Mitzel was planning to unleash this apocalyptic nightmare right in the middle of Seoul. Knowing that millions will die if this beast escapes, Hanjin braces himself as the colossal dragon lunges forward, its jaws snapping shut right where he stood just a second ago. Our hero scrambles across the dark terrain, desperately searching for an exit while the dragon tears up the ground behind him. Just as the beast is about to swallow him whole, a blinding flash of holy light erupts through the darkness and slams into the creature. Lucas, the blonde control user, has forced his way into the subspace to help. He quickly explains that because the drake is deeply corrupted, it's incredibly weak to his holy sword. Lucas orders Hanjin to escape and seal the subspace from the outside while he holds the monster off. But Hanjin panics, admitting he has absolutely no idea how to close the rift and refuses to just leave Lucas behind to die. Before they can figure out a plan, the enraged drake retaliates with a devastating blast that sends Lucas flying through the air. He crashes hard against the ground, the impact knocking his holy sword right out of his hands. Defenseless and battered, Lucas can only watch as the monstrous dragon raises its massive foot, ready to crush him into paste. Hanjin isn't about to let his ally die. Thinking fast, he activates his paste skill, generating a massive strand of giant spider silk to snatch Lucas out of the crush zone at the very last second. With Lucas safe, Hanjin checks the aftermath of his battle with the dark elf Mitzel. Even though hunters like him don't normally get EXP from these kinds of foes, the system officially registers the dimension-hopping elf as a monster, granting him a solid 200 EXP for the kill. Meanwhile, outside the rift, Ji-eun regroups with more to check on the survivors. She immediately asks where Hanjin is, but more grimly admits our hero is still trapped inside the collapsing domain. Back inside, a massive pillar of purple energy violently erupts, throwing Hanjin backward through the air. Lucas calls out to him as the sheer force of the blast threatens to tear the space apart. Mahyun and the rest of the crew watch in shock as the energy spirals out of control, but Hanjin yells for everyone to get back. Refusing to let this disaster spill into Seoul, he reaches his bare hands straight into the swirling vortex. He activates his paste skill, attempting to manually overwrite and close the Dark Spirit's grimoire subspace. Pushing a colossal beam of crackling energy into the rift, he grits his teeth, thinking he's finally managed to seal it. But the system flashes a fatal error. The internal pressure is too high, and the subspace is forced to remain open to prevent a total dimensional collapse. The barrier shatters like glass, and a deafening roar shakes the city as the colossal drake finally bursts through the portal. The hunters on the ground instantly panic, realizing they are completely outmatched. This isn't just any monster, it's a drake, the exact same class of beast that single-handedly wiped out England 15 years ago, and if it fully escapes, Seoul is doomed. Thrown down the side of a building by the shockwave, Hanjin curses himself for failing to close the rift in time. But running isn't in his vocabulary, and flipping his momentum in midair, he dives straight back toward the towering behemoth. Realizing he needs to lock the towering beast down before it levels the city, Hanjin slams his hand into the concrete and activates his paste skill. He unleashes the Yggdrasil branches he just copied from the defeated Dark Elf, sending massive golden roots erupting from the streets to entangle the colossal monster. The roots violently clash against the beast, successfully clamping down its massive jaws. Watching from the sidelines, the Association hunter Ji-eun is stunned to see Hanjin wielding the elf's technique without any corrupting dark aura, completely amazed that mere branches are actually holding a disaster-class monster in place. Moore is equally shocked, wondering how wood could possibly restrain a drake. And he's right to worry. With a sickening crack, the beast shatters the restraints and opens its fiery maw, drawing in a terrifying amount of thermal energy. Panic erupts as the hunters realize it's preparing a massive fire breath. The vanguard desperately throws up shields, while the senior hunters use their own skills to yank the weaker members behind them just in time. The drake unleashes a colossal pillar of golden fire that completely engulfs the streets of Gangnam, vaporizing everything in its path with the heat of a dying sun. When the smoke finally clears, entire city blocks have been wiped off the map, but the hunters are still breathing. Mahyun and the guild chairman manage to deploy a massive blue energy shield to block the blast, saving the strike team from instant death. But as they look around the scorched crater, they realize Hanjin is nowhere to be found. Deep inside the blast zone, our hero is perfectly fine, having shielded himself in a cocoon of glowing spider silk and corrupt branches. But he isn't alone. Lucas managed to hitch a ride inside the barrier at the last second, casually praising Hanjin for surviving a direct hit. With the beast fully unleashed, Lucas warns that they need to evacuate the regular hunters immediately before the real massacre begins. Staring up at the colossal drake, Lucas admits that even a full squad of S-rank hunters would get slaughtered by this thing. Its scales are practically dragonhide, completely immune to standard weapons and magic. Cursing the dead dark elf for orchestrating this massacre, Lucas reveals they only have one real option to cut through the beast's armor, a curse belonging to a man named Mikkel. But there's a massive catch. Mikkel is a fellow control user, the master of the Starfield Guild, and according to Lucas, the absolute last person Hanjin ever wants to cross paths with. As the drake continues to turn Gangnam into a sea of hellfire, a futuristic helicopter hovers high above the chaos. Inside, heavily armored soldiers ask their commander if they should execute the beast. But the man just rests his hand on a glowing triangular artifact and coldly tells them to hold off until the dimensional resonance peaks. His commander is none other than Mikkel himself. Years ago, the dark elf Mitzel entrusted him with that exact artifact, knowing Mikkel would eventually be the one to rip open the dimensional door. But Mitzel gave him something else too, a guardian stone. The elf explained that if he ever died, the crystal would emit a tracking light pointing directly at his killer, serving as the ultimate signal for Mikkel to step out of the shadows. Now, looking down at the burning city, Mikkel holds that very same crystal. It's glowing with a bright purple beam that points straight down to the battlefield below, locking right onto the people who killed Mitzel. Staring at the beacon, Mikkel casually promises to add avenging the Dark Elf to his master plan. Out in the blast zone, the drake is completely out of control. The surviving hunters are totally overwhelmed by its sheer size, scrambling just to avoid being crushed. Moore and the others desperately launch a barrage of dark lightning directly at the beast's head, but the attacks just fizzle out against its scales. They quickly realize that magic is completely useless here, but with their lives on the line, they refuse to just roll over and die. The hunters quickly realize that since magic is useless, physical attacks are their only shot, but the sheer size difference makes a frontal assault complete suicide for a regular hunter. Desperate, they look around for their heavy hitter, Master Gyuhen, hoping the brute force powerhouse can turn the tide. They spot a colossal, solidified lump of rock exactly where Gyuhen was standing just moments ago. Panic sets in as they wonder if he took the brunt of the drake's fire breath and literally melted into slag. But suddenly, the rock cracks open. Glowing red energy bursts through the fissures and Gyuhen breaks free, completely unharmed and absolutely furious. The hunters cheer in relief as the brute curses out the overgrown lizard, proving that a little dragon fire isn't nearly enough to melt him down. The drake turns its glowing red eyes toward the commotion just as Gyuhen winds up a massive, earth-shattering punch. At the same time, two small robotic familiars charge up their energy, joining the coordinated counterattack against the colossal beast. One of the hunters lunges in with a devastating witchblade strike, slashing a glowing blue energy spear right across the dragon's jaw. But the beast just roars and snaps its massive teeth back at them. Hanjin instantly reacts, using his control ability to paste Yggdrasil's branch to block the attack, triggering a massive explosion of light and debris. As the dust settles, Hanjin realizes his branches aren't strong enough to restrain the monster. He briefly considers dropping his own health to 25% to trigger his longsword's berserk skill, but quickly decides it's way too risky. When someone suggests just forcing the drake back into his subspace, Hanjin shuts it down, doing that would permanently destroy his access to the dimension. That's when Lucas steps up, declaring that they can kill it if they use the holy sword. Hanjin scoffs, pointing out that even a legendary blade is basically a toothpick against a monster this massive. But Lucas flips the script. He reveals he knows our hero secretly copied the holy sword using his control skill when they escaped the subspace earlier. Hanjin panics, swearing it was just an accidental auto-copy, but Lucas just smiles. He isn't here to argue. Hanjin saved his life in there, and now he wants him to use that stolen power to finish this. Hanjin sweats, realizing Lucas is dead serious. The blonde hero explains his insane strategy. One holy sword might not be enough to pierce the drake's scales, but if Hanjin uses his copy skill to spawn tens of thousands of them inside his subspace, it will turn into a blender of holy light. Our hero admits the plan is brilliant, but points out the obvious flaw: they still have to somehow shove a colossal dragon back into the subspace. Right on cue, heavy footsteps shake the ground as Master Gyuhen stomps over in his massive rock armor, asking to borrow Hanjin's golem army. The brute force powerhouse is absolutely furious about getting blasted by the beast's fire breath, swearing he always gets his payback. When Hanjin asks if the extra golems will help him deal some damage, Gyuhen's eyes glow with rage as he corrects him. He's not just going to damage the monster, he's going to kill it. Hanjin promises to open the portal and immediately starts spamming his paste skill, dumping dozens of red golem cores onto the battlefield. The cores crack open, instantly manifesting into towering rock giants fueled by explosive blue energy. Fusing his fiery aura with the newly spawned giants, Gyuhen launches an all-out siege. The golems ruthlessly lunge at the monster, slamming into it with devastating force and burying the battlefield in a massive avalanche of debris. But the monster refuses to go down easy, bursting from the rubble and charging up another apocalyptic fire breath. Gyuhen isn't about to let history repeat itself, intercepting the beast head-on to shove it straight into Hanjin's trap. Yuhen's colossal rock giant brings its blazing fist down on the Drake in a massive explosion of debris. The brute force master is absolutely thrilled, realizing his stone armor is a perfect match for Hanjin's golem cores, while our hero just grins, making a mental note to copy-paste that exact move for himself later. But one blow isn't enough to keep a monster of this scale down. As Gyuhan winds up for a second strike, Hanjin seizes the opening and unleashes a massive swarm of his blue energy minions, sending the creature surging straight into the beast's open jaws. Hanjin commands the swarm to detonate. A blinding blue explosion rips the beast apart from the inside, sending the colossal Drake crashing hard into the ruined city streets. Watching the absolute carnage, Gyuhan finally realizes why our hero handed over his golem cores so easily. They were meant to be suicide bombers from the start. Knowing the blast won't keep the monster grounded for long, Hanjin sprints forward. As the furious Drake struggles to its feet, our hero slams his hands onto the pavement and copy-pastes the Dark Spirit's subspace, tearing open a massive purple rift right behind the beast. The other hunters instantly panic, terrified that more monsters are pouring into the city, until Hanjin calmly explains that the rift is actually the Drake's new cave. He just needs to shove the beast inside. He asks Gyuhan for one more earth-shattering punch, but the master admits he's running on empty now that the golems have self-destructed. Hanjin knows pasting lower-level golems right now won't pack enough kinetic force, but Mahyun steps up, declaring that a point-blank blast of her hellfire will be more than enough to blast the dragon into the void before it can enter its second phase. But before Mahyun can make her move, the ground shatters. The Drake violently rips itself free, its eyes glowing with absolute fury as it officially enters Phase 2. The beast opens its massive jaws and a terrifying warning echoes across the battlefield. Everyone needs to run because it's charging up a catastrophic wave of dragon fire. A head-on hit from that breath attack would instantly wipe out the entire raid team. Knowing they have to minimize the blast radius, the Association Hunter Jeong leaps to the front lines. She channels her magic, throwing up a massive, intricate blue shield formation just as the monster unleashes a hellish torrent of flames. The Drake's fiery breath crashes against the barrier with earth-shattering force, but Mahyun refuses to back down. Seizing the opening, she launches herself into the air and unleashes her signature blue hellfire. The two overwhelming forces collide, triggering a colossal explosion of blue and crimson energy that completely engulfs the city block. Blast radius is completely out of control, and Hanjin realizes his allies are about to be incinerated. Thinking fast, he activates his control ability, pasting a combination of giant spider silk and shadow step. Just as Moore lunges into the inferno to save Jeong, Hanjin wraps them both in a tightly wound sphere of magical silk, yanking them through the shadows and crashing them safely outside the kill zone. Hanjin rushes over to check on them. Jeong coughs through the smoke, confirming she's alive but panicking that she dropped her signature weapon, the Witchblade. But our hero just smirks and holds it up. It turns out he used his spider silk to snatch it from the flames, and the moment the silk touched the weapon, his system automatically copied it straight into his subspace. He just discovered a massive exploit. His threads can act as a remote copying medium. Jeong gratefully takes her weapon back, but the relief is short-lived. She stares into the swirling vortex of fire, terrified that if the Drake fires off another breath attack, it's game over for everyone. The colossal shadow of the beast looms through the smoke, charging its fiery aura once again. But looking at the monster's exposed state, our hero realizes this isn't a death sentence. It's the exact opening they've been waiting for. But before they can strike the roaring beast, an invisible, terrifying force ripples through the air. Lucas instantly senses another control user activating the ultimate cut command, and he knows exactly who it is, Mikkel, the Starfield Guild Master. Panic sets in as the blonde swordsman lunges forward, screaming at our hero to get out of the barrier immediately. Hanjin knows he only has a split second, but he refuses to leave Jeong behind. He whips around and uses his paste ability to unleash the giant spider silk, triggering a massive vortex of purple energy that shatters the very space around them. The sheer force of the blast leaves a colossal, smoking crater right in the middle of Gangnam. The surviving hunters, including Master Gyuhan, stare down at the devastation in absolute disbelief, wondering what kind of monster could cause this much destruction. But the real horror hits when the swirling purple dust finally clears. Jeong is collapsed on the ground, violently coughing up blood from the impact. Hanjin lands nearby, but the sight makes everyone's blood run cold. Jeong's right arm has been completely severed. The worst casualties always happen in the blink of an eye. The hunters panic, terrified that the elite Witchblade user might bleed out right in front of them. Desperate, they ask our hero if taking her to Ciale, their top healer, can fix this. Blaming himself for not pulling Jeong out fast enough, Hanjin scoops the unconscious girl into his arms and swears to restore her missing limb no matter the cost. Without wasting another second, he blasts off into a streak of purple light, leaving the ruined battlefield behind. Back at the crater, the remaining hunters look up as a helicopter descends, bearing the golden emblem of the Starfield Guild. Out steps Mikkel, the guild master himself, playing the hero by claiming he rushed over the second they received a request for backup. Looking at the gaping void his cut command just carved into Gangnam, Mikkel brushes it off as minor collateral damage, but Master Gyuhan isn't having it. The powerhouse fiery hunter furiously reminds him that Jeong just lost her arm to his careless attack. Mikkel just chuckles, asking if one missing limb isn't a cheap price to pay for taking down a drake. Gyuhen's fiery aura flares up as he looms over the guild master, enraged that he has the nerve to laugh, but Mikkel just smugly jokes about no good deed going unpunished. Before things can escalate into a full brawl, Intik, the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association, steps in to de-escalate and thanks Mikkel for eliminating the monster. But suddenly, Lucas steps forward. He tells the chairman to save his breath, revealing that Mikkel orchestrated the entire Drake attack using his elf subordinate. Intik hesitates, pointing out that Lucas is a Starfield member himself, but the blonde control user bitterly admits they tossed him aside the second he stopped being useful. Yuan admits he's always found Starfield shady and demands Mikkel explain exactly what the hell is going on. But Mikkel drops the friendly act entirely. His eyes glow with a sinister purple light as he smiles, telling them there's no need for an explanation when they're all about to be deleted anyway. Raising his hand, the Guildmaster activates his control authority, using the Select All command to target every single person in the area for total erasure. Using his subspace authority, Hanjin tears a rift through space and teleports directly to Xiaolei and Master Gyuhen. He bursts into the room carrying Jiyoung's bleeding body, begging the top healer to restore her missing arm before it's too late. Xiaolei assures him that regrowing a limb is no problem as long as she has enough energy. To guarantee it works, Hanjin immediately links up with her, spamming his paste command to pump her full of infinite mana. Flooded with limitless power, Xiaolei activates her own undo command to reverse the damage. But instead of a glowing new arm, a glaring red system error flashes before her eyes. Horrified, Xiaolei tells Hanjin that her undo command is completely blocked, explaining that the system won't allow anything erased by cut command to be restored. Hanjin grits his teeth, realizing Mikkel's absolute deletion authority doesn't just sever limbs, it completely erases their existence from reality. Desperate to find a loophole, our hero tests the limits of Mikkel's terrifying power by trying to paste a backup copy of Jiyoung's Witchblade that he saved before the original was destroyed. Xiaolei frantically asks if he made a backup of Jiyoung too, but Hanjin admits he can't copy other humans, and it gets even worse. The moment he tries to summon the weapon, the system rejects it, declaring that items deleted by the cut command can no longer exist. Mikkel's authority is absolute, even infinite copy-pasting can't bring back what he decides to erase. Hanjin breaks a cold sweat. The system's absolute rule is terrifying. Jiyoung's weapon was copied well before Mikkel deleted it, yet the universe still aggressively refuses to let it exist, throwing up endless error messages to block the paste command. But our hero isn't about to let some system rule tell him no. He decides to brute force reality itself. Hanjin aggressively spams the paste command, flooding the hospital ward with so much chaotic blue energy and deafening alerts that Xiaolei and the other patients are left completely speechless. He pushes the system until it literally breaks, triggering a cascade of critical errors. And it actually works. The absolute deletion authority glitches out, allowing Hanjin to successfully paste Jiyoung's spear back into existence. Grabbing the newly restored weapon, he tells Xiaolei to try healing the amputated arm one more time now that the system's absolute block is cracked. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Mikkel is far from finished. The surviving hunters suddenly notice strange marks glowing above their heads, which the Starfield Guild Master smugly reveals are targeting markers for a massive area of effect attack. Before they can react, he unleashes a devastating explosion of dark, thorny tendrils. Mikkel casually uses his control authority to teleport away from the counterattacks, but he's immediately confronted by Mahyun, a powerhouse from the future guild. Sporting a massive koi fish tattoo, Mahyun unleashes his own dark lightning, shouting that AoE attacks are his specialty and swearing to put the Starfield Master in the ground. Mikkel calmly admits the dark lightning is a bit of a nuisance, so he decides to just erase Mahyun first. With a simple snap of his fingers, Mikkel bypasses Mahyun's defenses entirely, and the future guild hunter can only watch in horror as his entire arm instantly dissolves into black smoke and red pixels. As Mahyun collapses to the ground, the surviving hunters are left completely paralyzed by shock. They can't even comprehend what kind of monstrous skill Mikkel just used to instantly cripple one of the strongest men in the future guild. Refusing to back down, Master Gyuhen immediately steps up to the plate. Unleashing his fiery aura, he transforms into a massive, molten rock creature and charges straight at the Starfield Guild Master. Gyuhen's stone armor is legendary, tough enough to completely shrug off a drake's fire breath, but Mikkel just gives a sinister smile, telling them it's way too early to be speechless. He casually raises his hand and activates his deletion authority again, targeting the fiery giant right in front of him. But before Gyuhen can be erased, Chairman Intik leaps into the fray, deploying a massive, intricate blue shield to block the attack. The fiery hothead yells at the chairman for interfering in his fight, but Intik ignores him, sweating as he realizes Mikkel's attack actually managed to crack his barrier. This is the legendary Gigant Shield, forged from mythical beast bones and said to be completely impervious to any weapon on Earth. Intik warns Mikkel that if he doesn't stop, the International Hunters Association will wipe Starfield off the map, but Mikkel just laughs, pointing out that threats only work if he leaves any witnesses alive. Proving his point, the psychotic guild master forms a swirling black orb of energy and ramps his power to the absolute max. He selects every single target within range and spams his mass deletion command, determined to see just how much punishment the chairman's mythical shield can take. The sheer force of the repeated deletion strikes is overwhelming, and the indestructible gigant shield violently shatters into pieces. As a massive dark energy explosion engulfs the area, Gyuhen desperately grabs the chairman to shield the old man from the devastating blast. Antique frantically checks on Gyuhen, who took the absolute brunt of the blast to protect him, but the fiery master isn't done yet. Emerging from the cracked earth as a molten beast, he warns Mikkel not to get cocky. Mikkel just smirks, mocking the old man for being a letdown despite holding the rank of the 5th strongest hunter in the world. But Gyuhen has a terrifying trick up his sleeve. No matter how many times his body is blown to bits, his stone armor simply magnetizes the surrounding debris and pieces itself right back together. Pushing his powers to the absolute limit, Gyuhen triggers his ultimate skill, golemification. He draws in every boulder and rock in the vicinity, growing into a towering, demonic golem of molten stone. With a devastating shockwave, he swings a massive, fiery fist straight at the Starfield Guild master. Mikkel doesn't even flinch. He simply triggers his deletion authority, effortlessly erasing the incoming strike from existence. Gyuhen knows this massive form will burn out his stone armor for a while, but he doesn't care. It's the surest way to crush his target. He continuously regenerates his massive rocky body from the falling debris, relentless in his assault. Watching the endless barrage of regenerating stone, Mikkel finally admits he sees why Gyuhen holds the number 5 spot in the world. Furious, Gyuhen tells him to shut up and brings a colossal, burning hand crashing down toward him. But Mikkel's eyes glow with a deadly yellow light as he decides it's time to show the old man why he is ranked 2nd. He unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of dark deletion energy. Gyuhen scoffs, boasting that the attack is pointless since his body will just rebuild itself. But he severely underestimates Mikkel's terrifying speed. The 2nd-ranked hunter begins spamming his deletion skill at a blistering pace, opening multiple vortexes directly inside the golem's chest and erasing the molten rocks faster than Gyuhen can ever hope to regenerate them. Gyuhen finally realizes why his massive rock body is shrinking. Mikkel smugly holds up a swirling orb of dark energy, explaining that when he uses his deletion authority on a stone, it doesn't just break, it ceases to exist entirely, and Gyuhen is rapidly running out of raw material. The rank 5 master is completely terrified. His ultimate golem armor relies on the Earth's endless supply of stone, a defense so absolute that not even a drake could scratch him, but Mikkel is literally erasing reality. Refusing to go down without a fight, Gyuhen lunges forward one last time. But Mikkel just laughs, promising to make sure the guild master never crawls back up. He unleashes a blistering barrage of deletion vortexes, tearing through the golem's defenses and triggering a massive chain of explosions that completely engulf the giant. The towering stone monster violently crumbles to pieces, leaving a battered and bleeding Gyuhen crashing into the dirt. As the others watch in absolute horror, Mikkel steps forward through the rubble, smugly asking if there is anyone left stupid enough to stand in his way. But before he can take another step, a massive formation of jagged ice suddenly materializes in the sky above the city. Floating at the center of it is Jeong, the head of the association's investigation team, declaring that she is putting an end to this right now. Watching from the sidelines, a bleeding Mahyun finally realizes what Jeong was planning this whole time. Earlier, she had begged him to buy her a few minutes, revealing a critical secret. Mikkel's biggest weakness is massive area of effect spells, and she just needed time to charge hers up. Now that spell is ready to drop. Mikkel glares up at the cracking ice, furious at the insubordination and warning Jeong that his patience is only wearing thin because of who her mother is. But that crosses a serious line. Enraged that he would dare bring up her mother, Jeong unleashes the fully charged spell, dropping a catastrophic vortex of blue lightning and ice directly onto the 2nd-ranked hunter. But Mikkel just smiles, mocking Jeong. He asks if she really thought a block of ice would be enough to stop him. Conjuring a swarm of dark, deletion-infused orbs, he meets the colossal ice sphere head-on, triggering a massive, city-shaking explosion that forces Hanjin to brace for impact. As the dust settles, our heroes desperately hope the rank 2 hunter is finally dead, but those hopes are instantly crushed. Mikkel stands in the center of the crater, completely untouched and radiating dark energy. Now it's his turn. Warning Jeong that she's going to pay for that little stunt, Mikkel unleashes a barrage of dark, swirling vortexes. She tries to throw up a defensive barrier, but the sheer force of the explosions shatters her defenses and blasts her backward. Shadowy tendrils of purple energy chase her down, slamming her straight into a nearby building with devastating force. Hanjin and the rest of the team scream her name, but as the smoke clears, Jeong is still alive, wrapped in a glowing, green barrier of ancient runes. Mikkel immediately recognizes it as the mantle of immortality, realizing her mother, Jaya, must have given it to her. Wanting to test its limits, he casually uses his authority to completely delete the building she crashed into. When the barrier still holds, he figures out that her mother engraved it with protective skills from another dimension. Deciding to stop playing games, Mikkel raises his hand, preparing to just delete the mantle itself and finish her off. But before he can erase her only protection, Hanjun and the remaining hunters leap back into the fray, screaming at the rank 2 monster to stop. Mikkel isn't fazed by the desperate charge. Swatting the vanguard away with a burst of dark energy, the rank 2 monster decides to wipe out the annoying small fries first. Tapping into his terrifying system authority, he triggers a mass selection command, instantly locking target markers onto every single person in the vicinity. Panic erupts as the hunters realize they are marked for death, and even with Ji-young's shattered ice familiars trying to run interference, there is nowhere to hide from a system-level command. With a sinister grin and a simple snap of his fingers, Mikkel unleashes a barrage of catastrophic void explosions, tearing the battlefield apart and sending the survivors running for their lives. Amidst the smoking rubble, Chairman Antique desperately throws up a glowing blue shield to protect the injured, but his strength is fading fast and he orders everyone to evacuate, admitting he won't survive another hit. Gripping his glowing sword, the battered chairman turns to Lucas. He tells the blonde control user that he has no obligation to die for a foreign country, urging him to flee and use his family's influence to expose Mikkel's crimes to the world. Those words trigger a memory for Lucas of a conversation with Ji-young's mother, Jaya. He had once asked why she risked her life wielding the holy sword for a nation that wasn't hers. She revealed that a day would come when borders wouldn't matter in the fight for humanity's survival, and warned him never to hesitate when that day arrived, no matter how terrified he was. Snapping back to reality, Lucas refuses to run. Channeling a massive surge of blue energy, he steps past the chairman and lunges straight at the smiling rank 2 monster. Mikkel immediately triggers his deletion command to erase the boy from existence, but Lucas unleashes the full radiant power of his sword, clashing head-on with the deletion void. Mikkel's stolen teleportation powers make him seem like an untouchable god, but this desperate, blinding strike might just prove that he isn't invincible after all. Mikkel is genuinely shocked when his deletion command fails to erase the boy, but the reason is simple. The Holy Sword Radiance naturally blocks all darkness attribute skills, and Mikkel's system curses fall right into that category. With the fatal curse completely neutralized, Lucas lunges forward with a crackling burst of energy, forcing the rank 2 monster to actually draw his own blade to block the strike, something Lucas has never seen him do before. Mikkel furiously curses the boy for daring to point a sword at him, but Lucas tells him to shut his mouth and keeps pushing the assault. As their blades violently clash in a shower of sparks, Lucas realizes he actually has the upper hand in pure swordsmanship. He knows he doesn't need to win this fight outright, he just needs to survive and buy enough time for Hanjun to finally wake up. Mikkel coldly points out a fatal blunder in the boy's strategy. With a sickening burst of dark energy, the guild master triggers a point-blank deletion command designed to instantly erase everything in his immediate vicinity except himself. At this close range, even the blinding power of radiance can't protect Lucas from a total area of effect wipe. A massive explosion of purple void energy ravages the battlefield, leaving behind a desolate crater. Lucas grits his teeth and tries to push through the devastating blast with another desperate strike, but the sheer, overwhelming force of the deletion zone shatters his holy sword into pieces. Realizing this same deletion aura is exactly how Mikkel escaped Ji-young's ultimate ice spell completely unscathed, Lucas refuses to back down. Mikkel expects the boy to break now that his precious weapon is destroyed, mocking him and asking if he has a backup stash somewhere. Instead, the blonde hunter charges in empty-handed, but Mikkel effortlessly intercepts the reckless attack and violently grabs Lucas by the throat. Rank 2 Tyrant sneers that once he erases the boy's existence from the world, he won't need a sword anyway. But just as Mikkel prepares to deliver the final execution, a massive golden explosion interrupts the slaughter. Hanjun has finally arrived on the battlefield, charging into the fray with a blinding slash and making it perfectly clear that he won't lose a wink of sleep when he rips Mikkel's curses right out of his hands. As Hanjun crashes the party, Mikkel feels his dimensional fragment resonating. He spots the glowing longsword in our hero's hands and the terrifying truth clicks. This kid is the legendary Control-C user. Not wasting a single second, Mikkel triggers his Control-X authority, unleashing a dark vortex to delete Hanjun from existence. But Hanjun flips the script, blasting the vortex apart with a massive wave of hellfire. And as the smoke clears, Ji-young charges into the fray, her spear engulfed in blinding blue flames. Lucas and Master Gyuhan are stunned to see her fighting, but Mikkel is downright horrified. He had previously erased Ji-young's arm with his deletion skill, an injury that normal magic flatout cannot fix. He realizes Hanjun didn't just copy powers, he used Control-Z to literally undo the permanent damage. Deciding that anyone with the power to undo his deletions is too dangerous to live, Mikkel pivots and fires another deadly vortex straight at Ji-young. But Hanjun is already a step ahead. He hits Control V, pasting the power of Yggdrasil's branch. Massive golden tentacles erupt from the shattered earth, violently wrapping the rank 2 hunter in a crushing, inescapable cocoon. Meanwhile, the veteran powerhouse Mahyun is getting patched up by our top healer, Ciale, and he's absolutely baffled. Not only is she healing his fatal wounds in a completely monodrained subspace, but she's even restoring his shattered gear. Then he spots the massive red gem in her hands, the giant golem's heart. Ciale casually confirms that Hanjun gave it to her, and Mahyun nearly pops a vein as he realizes that Sneaky Kid made a copy of the priceless artifact before selling him the original. But Hanjun's strategy is flawless. He ordered Ciale to heal Mahyun first, so the veteran can throw up his barrier and safely evacuate the rest of the wounded. But before Ciale heals the veteran hunter, she asks Hanjun for a massive favor, some spare mana to save a guildmate back in the ICU. Hanjun agrees, handing her the copied giant golem's heart. Ciale is stunned he would hand over an artifact worth billions, but Hanjun insists it's the least he can do for a non-hunter risking her life on the battlefield. But then he drops a brilliant catch. His copy skill now lets him set time limits, meaning this artifact will vanish in exactly 10 days. He casually adds that the more he trusts her, the longer he will extend the timer, even up to 10,000 years. Naturally, Ciale instantly vows to earn his absolute loyalty. Back in the blast zone, Hanjun readies his weapon against Mikkel. The Starfield Guild Master finally realizes the terrifying truth of our hero's power, deducing that Hanjun copied Yggdrasil's corrupt branches straight from another dimension. Consumed by greed, Mikkel swears to kill Hanjun and steal the skill for himself. Mikkel immediately activates his Control A power to select every target on the battlefield, but Gion refuses to let Hanjun fight alone. Charging her Witchblade with massive blue energy, she launches a devastating strike at the Guild Master, declaring they won't fall for his deletion tricks twice. But Mikkel just laughs at her ignorance. With a flick of his wrist, he triggers Control X, completely deleting her attack from existence and leaving her wide open. Hunters unleash a relentless barrage of hellfire and magical strikes, trying to overwhelm him with sheer volume. But Mikkel's power is absolute. He effortlessly spams his Control X deletion, erasing every single ultimate attack before it can even touch him. Continuous deletions trigger massive shockwaves, tearing through the city in a blinding storm of explosive blue energy, as Mikkel proves why a Control X user is practically untouchable. Standing in the center of the devastation, Mikkel brushes off the hellfire as a minor headache and decides to eliminate Gion first. He prepares to delete her from existence, but before he can trigger his power, Hanjun flips the script. Our hero pastes a volley of giant spider silk, wrapping the guild master up and violently yanking him back down to earth. Gion warns Hanjun not to interfere, reminding him that if Mikkel's deletion skill hits him again, there's no guarantee he'll recover a second time. But Hanjun isn't backing down. He orders her to evacuate the injured into the subspace, declaring that his copy power is the only thing capable of countering Mikkel's absolute erasure. Realizing he's right, Gion leaves the guild master to him and rushes off to save the others. The civilians out of the way, Hanjun finally goes all out. He simultaneously pastes the spider silk and shadow step, lunging forward with Lucas's copied holy sword. Mikkel is completely caught off guard that Hanjun copied his movement skill too, but he manages to block the heavy strike. Even as the golden blade cuts his cheek, Mikkel just smiles, noting that the copied sword still packs a lethal punch, giving him yet another reason to kill our hero. Tired of playing games, Mikkel activates a massive Control X command, attempting to delete absolutely everything in the surrounding area except himself. But Hanjun just smirks. If Mikkel wants his powers that badly, he's going to give him a front row seat. He pastes dozens of Holy Angelus rapiers, completely surrounding them both. Mikkel laughs, asking if Hanjun plans to take them both out, but Hanjun just reminds him that he isn't the only one with a deadly curse, right before detonating all the swords at once with a blinding flash of radiance. A colossal, fiery explosion instantly engulfs the city blocks. As the shockwave tears through the streets, Lucas pulls the others into protective embrace. Watching the terrifying sphere of destruction expand, the hunters panic, wondering if Hanjun could possibly survive Ground Zero. But Lucas doesn't even flinch. He knows better than anyone that if it's Hanjun, he's going to walk out just fine. Inside the protective barrier, Lucas orders the scared hunters to grab the injured and escape into the subspace. But Gion isn't running. Staring at the distant red explosion, she grips her sword, telling Master Gyuhen she's heading back into the fray. She knows her Hellfire Blast was weaker than usual because she hasn't fully healed, but she refuses to leave Hanjun behind. Back at Ground Zero, the smoke clears to reveal Mikkel casually grabbing one of the copied swords embedded in the cracked earth. Hanjun immediately launches another strike, but the guild master just pauses, realizing that Hanjun can literally copy his own body. He asks if our hero can just keep printing new versions of himself every time one gets destroyed. Hanjun just smirks, telling the guild master he can keep the sword since its time limit is already up. As the golden blade vanishes into thin air, Mikkel's eyes light up with twisted curiosity. He notes the time limit on the weapons and wonders if Hanjun's cloned bodies have an expiration date too, eager to test out the theory. Hanjun dares him to try, mocking the fact that Mikkel's absolute deletion curse couldn't even keep him in the grave. But the guild master's sinister smile only widens. He explains that his curse erases a person's very existence, and while he didn't expect Hanjun to cheat death by copying himself, he can already see the fatal flaw. Every time Hanjin dies and comes back, he returns as a lesser version of his prior self, slowly losing fragments of his true existence. Hanjin grits his teeth, knowing Mikkel is completely right, his body isn't fully recovering. If this drags on, he's going to lose everything. But our hero knows exactly how to flip the script. Since Mikkel is easily in the level 600s, Hanjin calculates that even a grazing hit will drop his health below 25%, which is exactly what he needs to activate his berserk skill. Without hesitating, Hanjin charges straight into the monster's strike. He uses Yggdrasil's branch to copy a massive barrage of energy, intentionally taking a brutal slash from Mikkel to tank his own health. The moment his HP hits the red zone, berserk activates, and Hanjin answers back with an explosive, fiery slash of his own. Mikkel is a monster for a reason. He immediately triggers his deletion skill, erasing the surrounding space to counter the blast and triggering a catastrophic explosion that tears through the ruined city. As the dust settles, the guild master stands perfectly fine, laughing off Hanjin's ultimate strike as nothing more than a desperate last-ditch effort. Hanjin readies his glowing red sword, but Mikkel isn't fazed. The guild master smirks, declaring it's time to see whose curse is stronger, and instantly triggers his absolute deletion skill. Knowing he can't block it, Hanjin uses his spider silk and shadow step to desperately evade the attack. Mikkel simply flips the script, expanding his deletion zone to erase everything in the surrounding area for 10 straight seconds. Hanjin is caught in the expanding void, his body instantly tearing apart as the erasure takes hold. To survive the continuous 10-second wipe, our hero has no choice but to rapidly spam his paste skill, furiously copying his own body over and over just to stay alive inside the vortex. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Master Gyuhen is being eaten alive by a lingering curse, bitterly regretting not bringing a copy of the Holy Sword. Just as he thinks it's over, Gio and Lucas arrive. Gio wraps him in her mother's mantle of immortality, completely neutralizing the deadly energy, and coldly reminds the rank 5 hunter that they need him alive so he can answer for his crimes. Now stabilized, Gyuhen turns his attention to the blonde swordsman. He demands the truth, realizing that Hanjin and Mikkel aren't using ordinary system skills. Lucas confirms his suspicions, revealing that the guild master's true power is the terrifying ability to completely extinguish a target's existence from reality. Gyuhen admits he was hopeful when the duo first arrived, but seeing the dull, chipped state of Lucas's blade changed his mind. He realizes that every time Hanjin recovers an item or himself, it deteriorates. The veteran hunter delivers a chilling warning. If Hanjin keeps pasting his own body to survive Mikkel's attacks, he will eventually erase his own existence and cease to be human. Hearing this, Jiyoung is horrified, realizing our hero's skills might not stand a chance. But just when all hope seems lost, Lucas drops a massive bombshell. Mikkel actually has one fatal weakness, and it's the exact reason the guild master was desperately hunting for the giant golem's heart in the first place. Hanjin's body is completely breaking down from the backlash, and to make matters worse, Mikkel's devastating curse just deleted every ounce of mana in the vicinity. Our hero realizes this is exactly why the guild master was so desperate to get his hands on the giant golem's heart. His own power drains the area dry. Mikkel smirks, mocking Hanjin for barely being able to stand, knowing full well our hero's control skills are completely locked out. Desperate, Hanjin checks his inventory for anything that can save him, when suddenly his 3-piece dimensional fragment starts violently resonating. Mikkel feels it too, confirming the guild master is holding a fragment of his own. But that's when our hero gets a dangerously brilliant idea. He remembers a crucial rule about these ancient relics. A fragment with more pieces will magnetically drag a lesser piece toward it to forcibly fuse. And considering how explosive the fusion was last time, Hanjin decides it's time for a suicide play. He pulls out a cheap basic sword, prompting Mikkel to laugh at how pathetically weak he looks. But Hanjin coldly points out that since Mikkel deleted all the mana, neither of them can use their skills anyway. Unfazed, the guildmaster rushes in with terrifying physical speed, boasting that they're still on totally different levels and demanding Hanjin hand over his fragment before he dies. Coughing up blood, our hero simply smiles and agrees to give it to him. As soon as Hanjin pulls out his 3-piece relic, Mikkel's inventory is violently forced open on its own. The guild master watches in utter horror as his lesser fragment is ripped right out of his subspace. Hanjin casually mentions that he forgot to warn him about the catastrophic explosion these things make when they fuse, an explosion easily big enough to kill a guild master. Staring down the blinding light of the fusing relics, Hanjin coldly mocks Mikkel for not having a copy-paste skill to survive this, right as the fragments detonate into a colossal, point-blank blast. The smoke clears to reveal a massive, city-leveling crater. Miraculously, Mikkel is still standing. Battered and bleeding, the guild master stares at the glowing fragments left in the rubble, assuming Hanjin finally hit his limit and vaporized himself. Smug that he survived the suicide blast, Mikkel reaches down to claim his prize. But he is dead wrong. Hanjin snatches the fragment right out from under him, materializing from the digital ether with his longsword drawn. He mocks the shocked guild master, asking if Mikkel isn't the one at his limit, before lunging forward and unleashing another devastating, explosive strike that shatters the landscape. Panting from the sheer exertion, Hanjin safely stores the 4th piece of the dimensional fragment in his inventory. He realizes the blast actually triggered a system reset, restoring his broken body just enough to keep fighting, exactly like a previous death had saved him. he might have a splitting headache, but our hero is back in the game. Seeing Hanjin fully restored pushes Mikkel over the edge. Screaming in pure rage, the Guildmaster triggers Control A, selecting everything in the area to erase Hanjin once and for all. Hanjin is stunned that Mikkel still has the mana for a massive attack until he realizes the terrifying truth. Mikkel isn't using ambient mana anymore. He's draining his own life force to fuel a colossal, inescapable dark vortex that expands way too fast for Hanjin's shadow step to evade. Meanwhile, just outside the blast zone, the world's top rankers gather to witness the massive black sphere consuming the city. A tactical officer quickly informs his boss that the White House has issued direct orders not to engage under any circumstances. Hearing this, another high-ranking hunter steps up, sharply questioning if they weren't explicitly called in by the association to stop this exact disaster. Even with the White House ordering them to stand down and mobilizing the military to enforce it, these top-tier hunters aren't backing off. The tactical officer confirms the government's blockade, but the towering man beside him, Turner, the global rank 1 hunter, refuses to walk away. Pulling out a glowing yellow dimensional fragment of his own, Turner declares that his true target is trapped inside Mikkel's massive erasure sphere, and orders his companion to funnel him every drop of mana he can spare. Drawing his massive battle axe Titan X, Turner prepares to strike. Following his lead, his ally activates a unique system skill, rapidly stacking dense layers of pure mana and imbuing them directly into Turner's weapon. Within seconds, the heavy blade crackles with violently unstable pink energy, radiating enough concentrated destructive force to level him out. Inside the pitch-black sphere, Mikkel senses the massive energy spike outside. Still blinded by his own rage, he arrogantly assumes that mere brute force mana won't be nearly enough to breach his ultimate life-draining barrier, but he severely underestimates who he's dealing with. As Turner swings, a brutal system clash erupts. Mikkel aggressively spams his Control X authority to delete the incoming external mana, but Turner's ally screams through the pain, pushing past his limits to forcefully release the 10th and final layer of stored power. The overwhelming surge completely overloads Mikkel's erasure authority, and with a deafening crack, the inescapable black sphere is utterly shattered, detonating into a colossal shockwave that rips through the city. As the smoke clears, Turner steps through the debris and locks eyes with our hero. Spotting the glowing relics, the world's strongest hunter demands Hanjin hand over his fragments immediately, but Hanjin just smirks. Immediately recognizing the number 1 ranker, he casually asks why a guy like him is carrying a fragment, before flatly telling him he'll have to get in line. Glaring at a battered Mikkel, Hanjin makes it clear he has to put the sucker in the ground first. Stepping up beside him, Turner casually greets Mikkel, warning the guild master that if he caused this entire disaster just to steal the fragments, he'd better walk away right now. Realizing he's now sandwiched between a fully restored anomaly and the strongest hunter on Earth, Mikkel grits his teeth in pure frustration. Meanwhile, Turner's tactical ally checks in on the rest of the association, confirming that Jeong and the other hunters were safely evacuated into subspace during the blast. Just then, a massive surge of purple energy ripples through the air, tearing open a dimensional portal. A subordinate cheers in absolute relief as their boss finally steps back onto the battlefield, ready to turn the tide. As the surviving hunters reunite in the blast's aftermath, Mikkel realizes he's completely outmatched. He decides to retreat, but not before dropping a massive bombshell. He warns Hanjin that the mysterious transcendents who cursed them are coming, and that opening the dimensional gate is basically an open invitation for them to invade. Mikkel promises that if Hanjin is still this weak the next time they cross paths, he'll kill him himself. Turner asks if they should really just let the Starfield Master walk away, but Hanjin knows pushing the fight now would cause too many casualties. Still, he swears he'll end Mikkel eventually. With the immediate threat gone, Turner finally introduces himself properly and reveals the glowing golden artifact in his hand, the 5th and final dimensional fragment. Hanjin smirks, revealing that he holds the other 4, meaning they finally have all the pieces. Turner is instantly hyped, demanding they fuse the fragments right then and there to create the dimensional key. But Hanjin quickly shuts that down, pointing to the massive city-sized crater around them. That devastation was caused just by fusing the 4th fragment. Combining the 5th might literally wipe them off the map. Realizing they need a secure location, Turner invites Hanjin back to America, offering him a spot in the legendary Ouroboros Guild if he hands over his pieces. Hanjin immediately rejects the idea, knowing joining them would be a total death wish. As Turner tries to renegotiate, Hanjin cuts him off. The offer did give him an idea, though. Instead of joining someone else's ranks and dealing with their politics, our hero announces he's going to build his very own guild from the ground up, standing side by side with his closest allies. Fast forward 3 months, and a convoy of vans is cruising through the sun-baked Nevada desert. Hanjin's crew is absolutely buzzing with excitement because they aren't just anywhere. They're heading straight in Area 51. Turner, grinning from the driver's seat, proudly reminds them that as the global rank 1 hunter, he's the one who pulled the strings to get them top-secret clearance. The crew can't help but whisper about how surprisingly down-to-earth the world's strongest hunter actually is. In the back, Jeong nervously asks if a low-level guy like him really belongs on a mission this huge. Hanjin warmly reassures him that as a founding member of his new guild, there's nowhere else he should be. But Master Gyuhen is just annoyed by the cramped car ride, complaining that they better be doing more than just fusing fragments. Turner smirks, revealing that Area 51 doesn't just research aliens anymore, it's America's most advanced facility for studying hunters and dungeons, making it the perfect place to forge the key. Turner explains that while Area 51 usually focuses on items from other dimensions, they've recently started studying unique skills dubbed curses. Hearing this, Ji-young finally realizes why she was dragged along on this top-secret trip. Turner adds that the whole world is excited to see the dimensional key completed. Turner's subordinate Alls quickly corrects him, pointing out that only America is excited. Turner laughs off her cynicism, claiming the world beyond the dimensional door will revolutionize international dungeon research. He then drops a bombshell on Hanjin, casually mentioning that the facility might even shed light on what Hanjin's late father used to research there. Hanjin is completely caught off guard. He always remembered his father being by his side before he passed away, so he has no idea how the man could have secretly conducted research at a classified American military base. But as he stares out the window, Hanjin admits to himself that finding out the truth about his dad is the real reason he agreed to this trip. 3 months prior to the trip, during a high-level meeting at the Korean Hunters Association, the executives announced that the Starfield Guild would be temporarily managed by the International Association before disbanding. But when the topic shifted to rebuilding the devastated city, the room was stunned to hear that the restoration was already 18% complete in just a single week. Executives couldn't believe it, knowing the guild master in charge didn't even have restoration abilities. The speaker refused to disclose the exact methods, but revealed that the massive progress was entirely thanks to an anonymous restoration expert and our boy Hanjin. Hearing his name, the clueless suits started whispering among themselves, completely baffled by who this kid sitting at the table actually was. Ignoring their murmurs, Hanjin asked about Lucas, the Starfield hunter who defected to help them. Because of his family's massive influence, Lucas would likely only lose his status and his international license. The executives noted that Lucas practically saved himself by donating his legendary holy sword to the government, though they assumed he was quitting since he was completely useless without it. But Hanjin just chuckled to himself, knowing the executives had it all wrong. Before parting ways, Hanjin had secretly used his copy-paste skill to duplicate the holy sword, handing the perfect replica right back to Lucas so the guy could still keep his deadly curse under control. Before leaving for the States, Hanjin had met with his ally Mayun to discuss the logistics. Mayun complained about him going all the way to America, but Hanjin reminded him that fusing the fragments in Korea would cause an explosion big enough to level a city. He already tried fusing them inside his subspace inventory, but it didn't work, meaning the only place safe enough to handle the blast of the 5th fragment was the barren American desert. Mahyun nervously asked if Hanjin was actually planning to join Turner's guild and hand over the completed dimensional key to the Americans. But Hanjin just flashed a sly smirk, making it clear he had zero intention of giving up his ultimate prize, and leaned in to ask Mahyun for 2 massive favors before his departure. Mahyun snaps at the sheer audacity of asking for 2 massive favors right after scamming him out of a golem's heart. But Hanjin smoothly brushes off the anger and lays out his first demand. He wants Mahyun's resources to build his very own guild from the ground up so he can finally call all the shots. As for the second favor, it's so outrageous it leaves Mahyun screaming at him to get lost. Later, at the Hunters Association office, the pieces of the past finally start colliding. Turner and All sit down with Ji-young, who reveals she's been tracking the final movements of her missing mother, Jaya, a trail that leads straight to the golem's snowy mountain in Korea. Turner admits he actually met Jaya right before she vanished, but it's his next sentence that drops a nuke on the room. He casually mentions the last person Jaya visited, a man named Jinseok Seo, the director of Nevada's Area 51 research facility. Hanjin instantly freezes. He steps forward, demanding to know how they know that name, leaving everyone completely stunned as he reveals the Area 51 director was his late father. But Hanjin doesn't let the emotional bombshell slow down his momentum. Soon after, he's standing in the brand new headquarters of his very own guild, CTRL. Master Gyuhen and the rest of his crew are absolutely hyped about their new desks and founding member statuses. Hanjin even tries to put Ji-young on the spot, but she politely declines, knowing she's far more useful to him pulling strings from inside the association. Meanwhile, Mahyun complains that he was the one who bought the building and did all the heavy lifting, but our hero just smirks and tells him he'll get his thanks once that secret second favor is wrapped up. Suddenly, a familiar blonde walks through the office doors. It's Lucas. After defecting from the Starfield Guild, he was completely disowned by his family and expelled from the International Hunters Association. With nowhere else to go, he asks to join CTRL as their first founding member, which immediately sparks a hilarious bickering match with Gyuhen over who gets what rank. But when Gyuhen stops to ask who the actual first founding member is, Hanjin gets a sharp look in his eye. He announces that it's finally time they go get them. That founding member is a guy named Ji-young, but right now, he's not exactly living the dream. Deep inside the Grave of Skeletons dungeon, Ji-young is currently being worked to the bone as slave number 1, carrying heavy gear and taking orders like a pack mule. Hanjin tracks down a few of Ji-young's old dungeon raiding buddies who reveal a brutal truth. Ji-young somehow racked up billions in debt to the Midas Guild, the number 1 ranked guild in the entire nation, and is now basically their indentured servant for life. Because in this world, billion-dollar debts talk a lot louder than hunter ranks. As the informants scurry off to work, one of Hanjin's men asks if the rumors could actually be true. Hanjin is completely baffled himself. Jiyoung originally left his old guild specifically to level up faster through unofficial raids, so getting trapped in a massive corporate debt trap makes zero sense. Refusing to let his original founding member rot as a corporate slave, Hanjin tells his crew to hop in the van. They're paying the Midas Guild a little visit. Pulling up to the Midas Guild's towering skyscraper headquarters, the sheer scale of the place is intimidating. One of Hanjin's companions, Seongmo, casually mentions he used to tag along here with his dad, which reminds Hanjin of a massive detail. Seongmo isn't just some guy, he's the young master of the Daehyun Guild, the second strongest guild in the country. Before they can head inside, a stoic man with long hair and glasses steps out of a nearby car, and Seongmo immediately recognizes him. This is Myohin, Master Gyuhin's older brother and the executive who runs the entire Midas operation. Seongmo explains that even though Myohin never awakened as a hunter, his ruthless eye for business is exactly what built the Midas Guild into the #1 powerhouse it is today. Hanjin is stunned that a normal human is pulling the strings of the nation's strongest awakened. Myohin's sharp eyes immediately lock onto them. He politely greets Seongmo, casually asking if his father is still busy with the city's restoration efforts, but the tension in the air is thick. The man who holds Jiyoung's billion-dollar debt is standing right in front of them. Seongmo politely confirms his father's work, but Myohin's gaze quickly shifts to Hanjin. He recognizes our hero immediately as the one who dismantled the corrupt world branches and asks what brings him to Midas. Hanjin doesn't flinch, stating he's here to pick up a junior, Jiyoung Park. Pulling up Jiyoung's file, the executive notes that he is currently running a C-class skeleton tomb dungeon. Brushing it off as a simple run, Myohin excuses himself and abruptly walks away. The second he's gone, Seongmo lets out a massive breath, completely suffocated by the tension. He can't believe a non-awakened human can project such a terrifying aura. Shaking it off, Seongmo assumes Jiyoung must be an insanely high-level hunter to survive in a top guild like Midas. But Hanjin shakes his head. CTRL doesn't need Jiyoung for his combat power, they desperately need his encyclopedic knowledge and his flawless judgment in a crisis. And right now, that judgment is being put to the test. Inside the skeleton tomb, Jiyoung's raid party is effortlessly smashing through the skeletal monsters, bragging that they only have one zone left to clear. Jiyoung notices thick purple dark aura leaking from the bones. According to the guild's data, this C-class dungeon was supposed to be completely devoid of dark energy. Its presence means the skeletons aren't just monsters, they're undead. And the second these soldiers reanimate, this supposedly easy raid instantly mutates into a deadly A-class death trap. Right on cue, an arrogant party member shatters a skeleton, boasting about how easy the run is, only for the bones to instantly snap back together and lunge at his throat. Before the undead can strike, Jiyoung hurls a vial of holy water, instantly vaporizing the monster and saving the shocked hunter's life. Instead of a thank you, the hunter sneers, demanding to know how a mere slave got his hands on expensive holy water. Jiyoung ignores the insult, warning the captain that they need to retreat immediately. The density of the dark aura proves there's a lick controlling the tomb. But the arrogant captain just laughs in his face. He mocks Jiyoung's past failures, insisting the guild's research team confirmed it's only a C-class. But Jiyoung glares right back, knowing all too well that when a dungeon mutates, past data means absolutely nothing. Desperate to save the team, Jiyoung begs the arrogant captain to use the escape hearthstone immediately, offering to take full responsibility for the penalty. He refuses to watch another party die on his watch, but the captain just laughs, mocking Jiyoung for already drowning in debt from a past dungeon failure. Furious, Jiyoung snaps back that trillions in debt mean absolutely nothing compared to human lives. He points into the shadows, warning them that if the skeletons are rising, an S-rank lick has already spawned. And right on cue, the terrifying lick emerges from the darkness. The arrogant hunters finally realize their fatal mistake as the dark energy swirls, fusing the scattered bones together. The lick summons an undead bone drake, a massive S-level monster that radiates pure death. Jiyoung knows the grim truth, even 100 C-rank hunters wouldn't stand a chance against this thing. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the nightmare unfolding, Hanjin and Seongmo are still waiting in the Midas Guild lobby. Seongmo spots a familiar face on the TV, Seale, a powerful healer who is still performing with her idol group. Hanjin notes that it's a shame she couldn't join their CTRL guild, but he knows exactly why she had to stay behind. He recalls a recent meeting with the Hunter Association. They insisted on keeping Seale under their protection to hide her rare healing abilities from greedy guilds who would try to exploit her. Hanjin agreed to the terms, knowing he'd eventually need her unique powers to handle the upcoming Dimensional Door, an event of global importance that could change everything. But Hanjin's thoughts are cut short by a sudden panic in the lobby. Midas Guild executives are sprinting down the halls, and when Hanjin stops one to ask what's going on, the man drops a bombshell. The C-class dungeon just mutated into an A-class mid-raid. Hanjin asks which one, and his blood runs cold when he hears the name, the Skeleton Tomb. Seongmo panics, realizing that's the exact dungeon Jiyoung is trapped inside. Hanjin and Xiangmo rush straight to the dungeon's entrance, where the mutated portal is already crackling with dark, fiery energy. Association staff are scrambling to set up magic detectors to measure the spiking mana levels. But as they arrive, Hanjin spots a familiar face leading the response team, Jiyoung. Surprised, he asks if the association dispatched her, and she turns around, just as shocked to see them there. Jiyoung asks Hanjin why he's fully geared up, and he immediately tells her that his junior is trapped inside and he's going in after him. But Jiyoung delivers grim news: entering is impossible. An anomaly has sealed the entrance with a massive dark aura barrier, confirming that the S-rank boss has respawned. Hearing this, Hanjin's eyes light up. He realizes that since the dark aura is fueled by dark mana, he can use his subspace travel to slip right through it. While Jiyoung apologizes, insisting there's no way past the seal, Hanjin confidently steps forward, declaring that the dark aura is exactly what's going to let him inside. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, things are going from bad to worse. The monstrous bone drake looms over the terrified strike team. The captain desperately tries to activate a hearthstone to teleport them out, but it's completely useless. The Lick's dark barrier is jamming all escape items. With the drake cutting off their only exit, the arrogant party realizes they're completely trapped. Jiyoung grits his teeth, his mind racing for a way out because he refuses to die in a place like this. Just as a skeletal hand lunges at them, Jiyoung blasts it away with a holy light spell. One of the party members is shocked, asking if he knows holy magic. Jiyoung admits he's no priest, but he can manage basic spells, and more importantly, he has 10 extremely expensive bottles of holy water. He tosses them to the mage, ordering him to cast a giant holy barrier over the entire team. The mage hesitates, warning that it won't hold up long against the bone drake's raw physical power and questioning the insane cost of the items, but Jiyoung snaps at him to just cast it. As swarms of skeletons close in, the mage unleashes the holy water, erecting a massive dome of blinding blue light. The bone drake immediately slams into it. The party panics, knowing the holy magic might block the dark energy, but it will shatter under the drake's brute physical force. But Jiyoung calmly reveals that the barrier's only purpose was to keep the monster preoccupied. Before the arrogant party can even process what that means, Jiyoung wishes them luck with the drake and bolts in the opposite direction. The team watches in absolute horror as they realize the truth. The guy they treated like garbage just used them all as bait to make his escape. The trapped hunters realize the bone drake is just a distraction. If they don't take out the S-rank Lick, they're all dead. Desperate, one of them splashes his blade with their expensive holy water, temporarily granting it the power of a holy sword. He lunges at the Lick, knowing a holy strike will completely seal its ability to summon the undead. But the Lick just laughs it off. With a wave of its skeletal hand and a surge of dark mana, it casts a massive resurrection spell right through the holy barrier. A colossal, glowing green skeleton erupts from the ground, shattering their counterattack and throwing the battlefield into absolute chaos. Meanwhile, Jiyoung's grand escape hasn't gone as planned. He burns through his very last bottle of holy water, only to find himself cornered by another massive skeletal beast. With his supplies gone and the monster looming over him for the kill, he braces for the end. Just as the claws come down, a blinding flash of energy tears through the darkness, slicing the monster in half. Jiyoung opens his eyes to see a familiar, smirking face standing in the fallout. It's his guildmaster, Hanjin. Completely stunned, Jiyoung stammers out a question of how he even bypassed the barrier, but Hanjin tells him they can catch up later. Igniting his blade with a roaring aura, our hero leaps straight at the towering undead and obliterates the giant skeleton in a single, earth-shattering strike. But Hanjin hasn't come alone. Suddenly, a colossal dragon made entirely of blue flames roars through the cavern, incinerating the undead hordes. Jiyoung instantly recognizes the terrifying heat. It's hellfire, the only element capable of permanently stopping undead regeneration. Stepping through the blue inferno is Jiyoung, the association's response team leader, and the battered hunters finally realize their salvation has arrived. The trapped hunters are stunned by Jiyoung's speed. Ever since she turned down a vice guildmaster spot at the massive Daehyun Guild to lead the association's response team, dungeon casualties have plummeted. They think they're finally safe, but Hanjin knows the fight isn't over yet. The Lick is still kicking. Refusing to go down without a fight, the undead boss summons massive spectral skulls pulsing with dark energy. But our hero just smirks, asking the monster why it's in such a rush when he brought a little present for it. Tapping into his system, Hanjin pulls off his signature move, hitting Ctrl+V to infinitely paste the holy sword. Instantly, the cavern is flooded with blinding light as thousands of divine blades materialize in the air. Jiyoung can barely process the impossible sight, and the Lick realizes it's completely outgunned, making a desperate lunge forward. But it's way too late. Hanjin snaps his fingers, unleashing a blinding flash of radiance and bringing the entire arsenal crashing down in a massive swordfall. The sheer holy power detonates with enough force to vaporize the S-rank boss on contact, blasting it into nothing but scattered ash and floating debris. With the boss dead, Jiyoung warns the remaining hunters to steer clear of her lingering hellfire while she confirms the dungeon is finally cleared. Hanjin steps up to check on his old friend, and Jiyoung is absolutely speechless. It wasn't that long ago that Hanjin was just tagging along as his +1, and now he's casually obliterating S-rank threats like it's a walk in the park. Offering a hand to help his first guild member up, Hanjin smiles and says he can finally keep his promise to buy them drinks. Ji-young gladly takes it, joking that he's definitely ordering the most expensive stuff on the menu. Later, back in the city, Ji-young reports to the Midas Guild chairman's office. The chairman thanks her for saving his people, praising her as the association's greatest asset, but she humbly reminds him that every hunter is an irreplaceable life. As she formally takes her leave, the chairman's polite smile fades. He watches her go, wondering out loud if her naive sense of justice will really be enough to survive the impending great calamity. Midas Guild chairman sits across from Hanjin, adjusting his glasses and noting that he finally understands why the other guild leaders are having such a hard time with our hero. He addresses Hanjin respectfully as a guild master, which completely shocks Xiangmo and Ji-young. Hanjin skips the small talk, declaring that he's here to recruit Ji-young into his newly formed CTRL guild. Chairman asks if Hanjin actually understands the massive debt hanging over his friend's head. Our hero doesn't flinch, offering to pay it off in full right now. The chairman just smirks, revealing he already knows Hanjin recently sold a giant golem's heart for a staggering 200 billion won, nearly $145 million. Hearing that his friend is casually carrying around hundreds of millions, Ji-young practically has a heart attack. Cold hard cash isn't going to fix this. The chairman flat out declines the money. When Hanjin assumes it because Ji-young is just a cheap slave to the guild, the chairman flips the script. He claims he values Ji-young's abilities highly, which is exactly why Hanjin wants him back. Ji-young is stunned to hear he's actually respected, but the chairman explains that his true debt goes far beyond simple cash because of the specific dungeon he failed. He reveals that the dungeon Ji-young was running required a Cerberus's key crystal to enter. Only 3 exist in the entire world, and each one is a one-time use item worth close to $1 trillion, roughly $750 million. During the boss raid, Ji-young chose to activate an escape Hearthstone to save his dying party members, instantly failing the $1 trillion operation. The chairman claims he forgave the massive loss because he valued the lives saved, only making Ji-young work off the miscellaneous operation costs. Hanjin realizes the dungeon's rewards must have been astronomical to justify that risk, and the chairman confirms it. The Cerberus key opens a gate to the spirit dimension. He then points out that Hanjin is currently the world's leading expert on dimensional doors. The pieces finally click together in Hanjin's mind. The chairman was after his dimensional key from the very beginning, and he's been holding Ji-young hostage as leverage to force this exact meeting. Realizing he's been played, Hanjin casually asks if the chairman wants in on their operations, and with a satisfied smile, the chairman formally opens negotiations. Meanwhile, at a sprawling, heavily guarded estate, absolute chaos breaks out. A hooded figure tears through the grounds, effortlessly slashing down the armored guards in a blur of motion. As the intruder locks onto his next target, he simply raises a hand, snaps his fingers, and activates his CTRL+X skill to instantly cut away the incoming damage. The guard is instantly deleted into a bloody mist. The intruder steps over the carnage, pushes open the heavy doors to the study, and greets Count Ashley Cooper. Cooper already knows why this monster is here. Knowing he stands zero chance against the intruder's curse, the Count hands over the prize without a fight, the entry crystal for the Cerberus's key dungeon. He guesses the intruder wants the key to the spirit dimension, and the dark-haired man confirms it, revealing he's specifically hunting for the shift skill. Cooper realizes with horror that shift isn't compatible with the man's control skill, unless he's trying to combine them to create the apocalyptic shift plus delete. The intruder grins, explaining that humanity is nothing but lab rats to the godlike beings known as transcendents. To wipe them out, he needs the power of complete deletion. He even taunts Cooper, warning him that his own son Lucas is a prime target for the transcendents, so he'd better pray this insane plan works. As alarms blare and guards swarm the halls screaming for backup, the intruder's aura erupts into jagged red lightning. He casually adds that if the user of Control plus C happens to show up in the spirit dimension, he'll just steal that power too. Cooper warns him that even if he survives the dungeon, the massive hunter army outside will tear him apart. But the intruder just smirks and asks if the Count forgot what the dungeon's clear reward actually is before vanishing into the portal. When you have the power to delete reality, an army of hunters is just a minor inconvenience. 3 months later, the story jumps back to our hero. Hanjin and his crew are riding an elevator deep beneath the Nevada Research Facility in the United States. They learn the place has 20 underground floors, with the top 10 dedicated to alien research and the bottom 10 holding interdimensional monsters. While the guys bicker over whether aliens are crazier than the portal monsters they kill every day, Hanjin stares ahead, quietly wondering what kind of secret research his father was actually conducting down here. Meanwhile, Ji-young trails behind, sweating bullets. He feels completely out of his depth surrounded by these top-tier hunters and can't stop wondering why Hanjin went to such extreme lengths to save him. He recalls the final deal Hanjin struck with the cunning Midas Guild chairman. The chairman agreed to completely wipe out Ji-young's massive debt and officially transfer him to Hanjin's CTRL Guild, but only on the condition that the Midas Guild gets a cut of Hanjin's highly classified dimensional key operations. Hanjin's companions are completely stunned that he actually accepted those steep terms, but our hero just smiles. He tells the Midas chairman that Ji-young is a precious junior to him, and if anything, getting him back for a cut of the profits is letting them off easy. Fast forward to the Nevada desert, where Hanjin's team is escorted into a massive, heavily guarded underground facility known as the Interdimensional Lab. Seeing government agents swarming the place puts everyone on edge, but Hanjin stays focused, demanding to see his late father's research immediately. Lead him to a crackling piece of metal secured in glass, explaining that this indestructible fragment came from the spirit dimension and was discovered by none other than Hanjin's father, Jinseok. All research halted when his father died during the Great Calamity, but Hanjin is stunned by a glaring plot hole. His father never left Seoul. He realizes his father must have teleported here using the magic subspace of Jaya, a mysterious woman who vanished long ago. The pieces finally click together. Both Jaya and his father knew about other dimensions before the calamity even hit, and his father had likely tried to bring Hanjin here to save him. Realizing the fragment holds the answers he desperately needs, Hanjin decides it's time to open the dimensional door. But when the lead researcher offers to fuse the remaining fragments right there, Hanjin refuses, warning them that it's way too dangerous inside the confined facility. Instead, he orders them to take him to the open desert test site. Meanwhile, at the White House, the American president is making his own ruthless moves. He confirms with his agents that heavily armed soldiers and elite hunters are already on standby in the Nevada desert, waiting to secure the complete dimensional key the second Hanjin finishes it. One of the suits worries about angering Master Turner, a powerful hunter who owns a fifth of the fragments, but the president coldly brushes it off. With the infinite skills and resources of the spirit dimension on the line, he's willing to betray anyone to secure America's future. Out in the vast desert, Hanjin stands alone with the glowing fragments. But thanks to his recent level-ups, his newly heightened senses immediately pick up on the massive ambush waiting just out of sight. Snipers and camouflaged soldiers have him completely surrounded. A smirk crosses Hanjin's face as he realizes Jiyeon was right all along. There was no way the American government was ever going to just let him walk away with the ultimate prize. Over the comms, Jiyeon warns Hanjin about the government agents closing in for the dimensional key. The US commander orders a drone deployed, sending a golden pendant flying straight toward our hero's position. While the rest of the team sweats over his safety, Seongmo remains completely unfazed, knowing Hanjin has it handled. Out in the desert, Hanjin waits until the drone is perfectly in range. He pulls out the fused fragments. The moment the completed key reacts with the drone's pendant, a blinding flash of golden light erupts, followed by a massive shockwave that engulfs the entire desert. The soldiers brace themselves against the blast, and the commander immediately orders them to advance and secure the prize. But as the dust settles, they freeze in disbelief. Hanjin and the fragments have vanished without a trace. Miles away, reality cracks open. Hanjin steps out of a vortex of purple lightning into a hidden subspace where Jiyeon is waiting with a smug grin. Jiyeon brags that setting up this escape route was exhausting, revealing he used corrupt branches to create a spatial barrier. Hanjin realizes the dark mana from the branches planted all over Seoul acts as a direct link to this dimension. Gaia, the mysterious subspace magic user, steps out of the shadows to ask if the key is finally complete. Hanjin confirms it's safely in his hands, allowing them to open a dimensional door anywhere. When she asks why he didn't just open it in the desert, Hanjin explains the American ambush. She panics, fearing Seongmo and the rest of the team were taken hostage, but Hanjin shuts that down immediately. He points out that he's the one holding all the cards now, and the US government should be the ones terrified of him. Jiyeon warns that getting back to the others will take time since there's no teleportation barrier on the other side, but Hanjin just smirks. He tells them they can leave right away, revealing he left behind something much better than a barrier. Back at the blast zone, US military helicopters sweep the smoking desert crater, reporting absolutely zero signs of life. Seongmo and the rest of the crew are waiting nervously nearby, stubbornly refusing to believe their leader could be dead. Right in the middle of the tension, Seongmo's phone suddenly buzzes with an unexpected call from his father. Meanwhile, at a top-secret research facility in Nevada, things are getting violent. A dreadlock powerhouse radiating intense pink energy. Master Turner is furious with the US president. Turner's faction had bribed the Americans with a dungeon crystal worth a staggering $1 trillion just to keep them away from the dimensional gate. But the US military interfered anyway, completely botched the ambush, and now the president is forced to admit they don't have a single crystal left. Someone suggests using the last known crystal in England. A blonde noble drops a bombshell. A rogue user named Mikkel recently raided his family's estate and stole it. The room panics, realizing Mikkel is racing to the spirit dimension. But one of the executives coldly brushes it off, explaining that Mikkel's Control X ability is completely useless in that dimension, and he plans to hunt him down anyway. The real threat, they realize, is Turner. If he manages to combine his Control S ability with the dimension's power, the consequences would be catastrophic. Before the argument can escalate, a massive purple vortex violently tears open inside the facility. The sheer power of the portal sends a shockwave through the network, activating a dormant subspace gate in Nevada that hasn't turned on in 15 years. But Hanjin isn't heading to America. Realizing all subspaces are connected, our hero used the gray-haired Mahyeon as a living teleport beacon. Hanjin rips a portal open right behind him in the desert, casually stepping through and telling Mahyeon to get out of his way, while Seongmo and the crew light up with relief. Jaya smiles, having never doubted our hero for a second. With the crew safely reunited, they confirm their dimensional key is finally complete, and even Mahyun decides to tag along, joking that as a shareholder, he can't exactly miss out on the action. But the celebration is cut short when Seongmo drops a bombshell. He reveals that Mikkel has gone rogue, stealing a dungeon entry crystal from his father to enter the Cerberus dungeon. Knowing Mikkel's terrifying power, Seongmo warns that the rogue user will definitely clear it, prompting Hanjin to declare they need to open a door straight to that dungeon. Meanwhile, Mikkel is already standing face-to-face with the level 670 boss, the Cerberus of Hell. Defeating this three-headed beast guarantees the key to the spirit dimension, and as the monster lunges, Mikkel doesn't even flinch. He simply raises his hand and activates his absolute ability, Control X, literally deleting the colossal boss from existence in a massive spray of blood. The system instantly grants him the Cerberus key, warning that it opens the spirit dimension gate only once, with zero chance of returning. Mikkel realizes this one-way ticket is exactly why Mitzel was so desperate for the dimensional key, but he couldn't care less. Muttering that he never planned to come back anyway, he steps straight into the glowing void. Back with our hero's crew, they gather in front of their own glowing portal, with Jeong buzzing with excitement over exploring interdimensional spaces instead of standard dungeons. Seongmo formally apologizes for the US president's hostile ambush, but Hanjin just smirks, brushing it off since the botched trap actually worked out in his favor. Desperate to salvage the situation, an anxious American representative begs Hanjin to let the US scout team survey the area first if their dimension conquest succeeds. But Hanjin coldly shuts him down, declaring that Korea gets absolute priority, leaving the American suits sweating bullets as they realize they're falling hopelessly behind in the interdimensional race. Desperate American officials agree to Hanjin's terms, begging for just one favor in return as they inspect a glowing triangular artifact. Hanjin realizes this mysterious object is made of the exact same material as the dimensional key, and more importantly, it is something his absolute copy-paste skill could not duplicate. Sparks of blue energy crackle around him as he steps away, confident he will uncover its secret soon enough. Meanwhile, deep inside the newly opened spirit dimension, a storm brews over a massive stone castle. Inside, a 50-year-old dwarf warrior named Pio comes sprinting through the halls to find her great-great-grandfather, Duiko, the level 460 chief of the dwarves and the realm's greatest artisan. She frantically tells him the dimensional door has finally opened, but Duiko is not surprised since he is the one who forged the key. Pio is ecstatic, realizing they can finally recover a lost fragment of their sacred anvil. She reminds him of a female mage's prophecy that once the anvil is repaired, they can free the trapped spirits and purify the corrupted world tree. But Duiko's expression turns grim, knowing that the open door also means a terrifying threat named Krail is on his way. Deep within the dimension's twisted wasteland, the corrupted world tree stands choked by thorny purple vines. Caught in the blood-soaked brambles, a tearful elf realizes that a savior named Mitzel actually kept their promise. But the touching moment is cut short as a sinister presence sweeps through the thorns, declaring that they have yet another realm to conquer. Right on cue, Mikkel steps into the desolate landscape, confirming he has successfully crossed into the spirit dimension. But instead of a peaceful realm, he is instantly swarmed by monstrous moth-like creatures, realizing that the spirits here have been completely consumed by madness. As the horde lunges at him, Mikkel charges up his dark energy and casually triggers his absolute Control X deletion skill to wipe them out. But for the first time, his ultimate hack failed. The system refuses to delete them because they are purely spiritual entities. Annoyed that he actually has to put in effort against this undeletable horde of mad spirits, Mikkel draws his glowing dark sword and charges headfirst into the swarm. While Mikkel fights for his life against the horde, Hanjin and his team finally step through the dimensional door, only to find the spirit dimension completely reduced to rubble. Looking out over the desolate wasteland, Hanjin remembers the elf Mitzel mentioning that her homeland had fallen to ruin, but he needs to know exactly what happened here. He activates his Ctrl+F search ability on an ancient relic to read its accumulated memories. The massive influx of digital data nearly overwhelms his team, but Hanjin stabilizes the connection and begins piecing together the tragic history of the realm. He reveals that this world was once a peaceful sanctuary shared by elves, dwarves, and spirits, but everything went to hell when a dark spirit named Grimoire appeared. The spirits were corrupted first, sparking massive race wars, until the twisted entities started controlling colossal monsters that wiped out civilization entirely. Hearing the name Grimoire, Hanjin realizes that the original owner of Jaya's subspace magic, meaning they are exactly where they need to be. They aren't the only ones exploring this dead world. Somewhere nearby, an advanced scout team from a rival faction is picking through the rubble. When one of the scouts carelessly touches a glowing object, the ground violently erupts. A colossal corrupted centipede monster bursts from the earth and instantly bites the man in half. The squad scrambles to fight back, but the beast unleashes a massive shockwave and vanishes back underground. As the terrified scouts realize this thing is way smarter than a standard dungeon boss, they are suddenly swarmed from the sky by flying insectoids. Before they can even retreat, the giant centipede bursts back out, leading an entire swarm of monsters to massacre the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, in another sector, a heavily equipped tracking team locates a massive energy source hooked up to heavy machinery. A scout reports back to his superior, confirming their worst fears. The boss of this area has already been defeated. The interdimensional race for resources is heating up, and Hanjin's crew is already steps ahead. Meanwhile, a covert American team investigates the remains of the dimensional door that the rogue user Mikkel originally used to enter the realm. Their tech can only keep the unstable rift open for a week, and it's completely useless without a dimensional key. But they have a plan. An agent makes a late-night call to the US president, confirming that their preparations are complete. If they can secure the key, they can rip the door wide open immediately, giving the US the perfect excuse to invade the spirit dimension and finally cut Hanjin out of the equation. In the race for dimensional supremacy, loyalty is always the first thing to get deleted. Back in the spirit dimension, Hanjin's crew is already deep in combat against a colossal monster. Pio, the dwarf warrior, steps up to hold the beast back, channeling raw energy into his twin axes. He uses a unique technique to stack nested layers of mana, storing the power before triggering it all at once in a massive, explosive shockwave. Watching the devastating strike, Hanjin is amazed. The dwarf's mana stacking is incredibly similar to his own copy-paste abilities, and he immediately starts plotting how to evolve his own skills by copying it. But the giant beast isn't dead yet, and it lunges right back into the fray. Before it can strike, Jeong steps in, casting a massive barrage of blue ice runes that erupt from the ground and freeze the monster in its tracks. With the creature locked down, Pio charges through the debris, unleashing one final earth-shattering slash of pink energy that completely obliterates it. Hanjin's team has no idea they're being watched. From the shadows, two cloaked elves observe the battle, quietly impressed by the humans' combat skills. However, they note a dark, tragic truth. The terrifying monster the humans just slaughtered used to be a gentle, peaceful underground creature. The elves know that unless Hanjin's crew realizes exactly what corrupted this realm, they are doomed to repeat the exact same ruin that wiped out the elven race. Sometimes the real enemy isn't the monster in front of you, it's the poison you can't see. Watching from the shadows, the hidden elves are absolutely certain Hanjin's crew is about to get wiped out, but they underestimate Xiangmo. The young master of the Dihyun Guild steps up, drawing his glowing holy sword. He knows the blade lacks raw physical damage against normal monsters, but against these corrupted bloodsuckers, it's the ultimate counter. With a blinding flash of radiant energy, Xiangmo tears through the swarm, instantly vaporizing the dark corruption and leaving behind pure, glowing yellow orbs. The elves watch in absolute shock. Those glowing orbs are the sacred crystals of the spirits, completely purged of the darkness. Realizing Xiangmo is wielding genuine holy power, they wonder if Mitzel, the legendary savior of their race, sent these humans to rescue them. The effects are immediate. With the dark spirit's control shattered, the massive, monstrous worms stop attacking and peacefully burrow back underground. For the first time since their realm fell to ruin, the elves realize there is actual hope. The corrupted world tree can be purified. Seeing Xiangmo's success, Hanjin realizes holy power is the ultimate cheat code for this dimension. But our hero isn't about to settle for swinging just one sword. As the rest of the frenzied insects swarm dives at him, Hanjin taps into his copy-paste abilities. He hits CTRL+V, instantly generating a massive, razor-sharp web of giant spider silk that snares the charging monsters midair. And his crew shouts a warning that the surviving dark spirits are trying to escape. Hanjin just smirks and tells them to look up. The sky is completely blotted out by an entire arsenal of floating, glowing Yggdrasil branches. Down below, the hidden elves are terrified. They recognize the branches as the exact same relics they entrusted to Mitzel, and their minds are completely blown trying to figure out how one human just duplicated hundreds of them. Sometimes playing fair is for people who can't literally copy-paste weapons of mass destruction. With a casual wave of his hand, Hanjin brings the rain. Hundreds of holy blades plummet from the sky, impaling the massive shadow creatures and instantly purifying every last corrupted spirit on the battlefield. As Hanjin catches one of the warm, glowing yellow orbs in his glove, the realm goes quiet, but the peace doesn't last. Deep within the shadows, a pair of intense, glowing eyes snaps open, locking dead onto our hero. Before the shadow creature can strike, the intense backlash of pure energy hits Hanjin. He groans and slumps forward as his crew rushes to his side, but his powers are already reacting to the environment. Using his copy-paste ability, he fuses the newly acquired spirit crystal directly into the Yggdrasil seed, triggering an incomplete germination. A massive wave of golden energy blasts outward, pushing back the roaring darkness. But to fully awaken the world tree, he is going to need two missing pieces, the Yggdrasil's core and elven purification. Colossal glowing root structure bursts from the rocky ground, leaving Xiangmo and the rest of the crew completely stunned. But they aren't the only ones in shock. The massive surge of life energy forces the hidden elves out of the shadows. Seeing the legendary world tree seed in the hands of a human leaves the cloaked survivors trembling in tears, and as they step into the open, Hanjin's crew finally realizes they aren't alone in this dead realm. Meanwhile, in another chaotic sector of the spirit dimension, Mikkel is fighting his own desperate battle. Surrounded by an endless swarm of corrupted monsters, the rogue user is pushed to his absolute limit. His stamina is completely drained, but realizing the ambient mana in the realm is practically infinite, he decides to risk it all. Activating his ultimate deletion ability, Ctrl+X, Mikkel unleashes a devastating vortex of dark purple energy, aiming to completely erase every single entity in the area except himself. Shockwave shatters the landscape, dusting the creatures into nothingness. But there is a fatal catch to his power. The massive deletion is rapidly draining the area's mana, and once it runs dry, it will consume his own life force. Just as the last few monsters begin to fade, the deletion abruptly halts as his mana pool hits absolute zero. Mikkel gasps for air and collapses to the ground, completely defenseless. The surviving monsters immediately lunge for the kill, but before their fangs can tear into him, a brutal mid-air collision sends the creatures crashing into each other. Instead of ripping Mikkel apart, the monsters start cannibalizing their own kind. His constant deletion aura had completely rotted the spiritual entities' minds, leaving them unable to even recognize their allies. Bleeding out on the dirt, Mikkel finally realizes that Hanjin was the true irregular all along before slipping into unconsciousness. Chaotic bloodbath quickly draws the attention of a hidden elven scouting party. They are absolutely stunned to see the corrupted spirits tearing each other to shreds, but their shock doubles when they spot the human lying in the wreckage. Remembering a female mage's prophecy about a dimensional traveler, the elves decide they can't just leave him to die and prep his body to be dragged back to their chief. Deep within the corrupted zones, the dark spirit grimoire senses the sudden massive wave of purification. He assumes it's the work of the holy sword Mitzel brought into the realm, but he has much bigger plans than hunting down a few survivors. He can feel a dimensional crack forming on Earth, and once it fully opens, he plans to launch a full-scale invasion. But before he crosses over, he sets his sights on absorbing the final core of the world tree. Back on Earth at the Korean Hunters Association, Jeong gets an urgent visit from her father with catastrophic news. The US president and the Cooper family have hijacked the dimensional gate device Jaya left behind to open their own rogue portal. Since the Americans are relentlessly pushing to reopen the gateway Mikkel used, Earth is now sitting wide open for a dark spirit invasion, and her father orders her to stay put. Jeong panics, realizing that if monsters can cross over from England, they might also pour out of the portal Hanjin opened. Her father quickly calms her down, explaining that they have a failsafe. Hanjin's door is locked inside Mahyun's underground vault, and if things go south, they can force it shut by destroying the corrupt branches. However, the American-controlled portal is completely out of their hands, forcing them to issue a desperate emergency warning to the International Association. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Elf village, Hanjin's crew finally arrives, with the dwarven warriors hauling in the massive germinating world tree seed. The local elves are completely baffled by the monstrous-looking dwarves, but the commotion comes to a halt when the imposing Elder Krail steps forward. Taking in the sight of the incomplete germination and the purified spirits, the Elder realizes their realm's long-awaited salvation has finally begun. Sensing the Holy Sword's energy radiating from our hero, Elder Krail asks if he was the one who purified the spirits. When Hanjin casually confirms it, the Elder smiles, pleased that their long-awaited savior has finally arrived. But then he asks the one question Hanjin dreaded. He wants to know where his son Mitzel is. Before getting an answer, Krail channels his magic to imbue the area with elven purification, allowing the second phase of Yggdrasil's seed to take root. Instantly, Hanjin is hit with a blinding surge of energy as his system automatically kicks in, copying the blessing of the world tree and pasting it directly into his body. The perks are absolutely insane. He gains a massive 65% health recovery rate and halves all incoming damage. And it gets even better. Once he secures the world tree's core, those stats will jump to total immunity and an 80% damage reduction, meaning he'll never need a healer again. As the golden light settles, the physical form of the world tree completely vanishes. The local elves panic, thinking their sacred tree is gone forever, but Krail calms them down, revealing that the seed hasn't disappeared. It has literally taken root inside Hanjin's body. With the blessing fully bestowed, the Elder turns back to our hero and demands to know Mitzel's whereabouts. Hanjin doesn't sugarcoat it. He bluntly reveals that Mitzel died back on Earth. The elves are absolutely stunned that mere humans could kill one of their kind, but Hanjin coldly fires back that to humanity Mitzel wasn't a savior, he was a monster trying to destroy their world. Hearing that his son was slaughtered, Krail's gratitude instantly morphs into devastating grief, and a terrifying, dark purple aura erupts from his body. Hanjin and his dwarven muscle immediately launch an attack, but the Elder is on a completely different level. Krail unleashes a barrage of glowing purple runes and chains, binding our hero's crew and blowing them back with massive magical explosions. As the devastating elven magic completely overpowers them, Krail coldly states that if his son had been able to use this spell on Earth, he never would have died, mocking Hanjin that his pathetic human skills could never even hope to comprehend this level of power. Krail's massive spell drops, but instead of obliterating Hanjin, the purple runes suddenly warp into a chaotic demonic formation. The elves panic as their skills inexplicably fail and the spell rapidly drains their mana. But standing in the center of the storm, Hanjin realizes the world tree's blessing isn't just protecting him, it's supercharging his own mana reserves. He quickly deduces that this elven magic is designed to automatically copy abilities from other dimensions, but it's missing a crucial component called shift. Hanjin smirks, realizing that if he can just secure that missing piece, he'll be able to literally copy and paste any spell he wants. Enraged that humanity treats them like monsters, the surviving elves launch a desperate, blinding barrage of green energy. The lethal attack hurtles straight toward Siale, a young woman caught in the crossfire. Runic vines erupt to intercept the blast, but the sheer force of the elven magic threatens to obliterate her on impact. But as the smoke clears, Siale stands completely unharmed. Her trench coat flares with glowing green symbols, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. The elves freeze in absolute shock, recognizing her glowing artifact as the legendary Mantle of Immortality, a relic belonging to famous female mage. Hearing this, Ciale furiously demands to know how these elves know her mother. Meanwhile, the rogue user Mikkel finally regains consciousness after his brutal mana depletion, finding himself bound tightly with heavy ropes deep inside an underground dwarven prison. He glares at a young dwarven girl behind the bars, accusing them of taking him captive while he was passed out. But the girl scoffs, firing back that they actually saved his life when he was on the brink of death. Mikkel just lets out a dark chuckle. In an instant, sinister black energy flares around him, and he effortlessly snaps his heavy restraints like twigs. As he rises to his feet, the terrified dwarf realizes too late that they just rescued a dangerously powerful mage. Smirking with glowing yellow eyes, Mikkel notes that if he's surrounded by dwarves, he's ended up exactly where he needs to be. Mikkel wastes no time. Activating his deletion ability, Ctrl+X, he unleashes a massive vortex of dark energy that rips through the cavern. The dwarves who just freed him scream in betrayal, demanding to know why he's attacking his saviors. But Mikkel just flashes a glowing yellow gaze, coldly stating that to him, they're nothing but walking experience points. Slaughter is interrupted when the imposing dwarf chief finally steps onto the battlefield. Realizing the sheer threat Mikkel poses, the chief immediately orders his subordinate Pio to run and fetch the elf elder Krail. Pio hesitates, terrified to leave his leader alone with this monster, but the chief furiously roars at him to go, forcing Pio to dash off for reinforcements. Mikkel turns his attention to the chief, completely unfazed. He notices the chief's glowing hammer managed to block his deadly curse, deducing it must be forged from the same rare material as the dimensional fragment. The chief grins, boasting that he'll gladly take Mikkel's curse head-on. Mikkel just smiles back, genuinely amused that his new prey is so eager to die. Chief swings his hammer with devastating force, using the system's shift ability to massively amplify its power. But Mikkel effortlessly counters the strike, sending the chief flying through the rubble. Smirking, the rogue user realizes exactly what he's up against and declares he's going to steal the shift ability for himself. With his prize secured, Mikkel triggers a new command, Ctrl+H, and instantly translocates away. Meanwhile, completely unaware that Mikkel has just hijacked the exact ability he needs, Hanjin is sailing straight toward the danger. He's aboard a ship with the elves, passing through a massive canyon that marks the border of dwarf territory. The elves warn him that as soon as they drop him off, they're turning right back around. Even though there's a temporary truce, they are technically still at war with the dwarves. They explain that their races used to live in perfect harmony, with the dwarves forging legendary items for them, but those days of peace are long dead. Elder Krail explains the history. The elves used to supply the dwarves with world tree branches to fuel their furnaces, but that peace shattered when the dark spirit grimoire corrupted the world tree. Desperate, the dwarven blacksmith Duiko begged Krail's daughter to retrieve a pure branch, but she was captured by Grimoire during the attempt. Blinded by grief and rage, Krail destroyed the dwarves' legendary anvil and banished it across dimensions. But this reckless act triggered a dimensional break, unleashing the great calamity upon Earth. It turns out, that's exactly why Krail's son Midsoul traveled to Earth in the first place, to push the dark spirit into the human world. Krail reveals that when their world was overrun by corrupted spirits, a powerful female mage arrived and wiped them out. Gio immediately demands to know where her mother is now. Krail explains that her mother had Duiko forge a fragmented key before sealing the dimension and leaving for the Beastkin realm. But because Krail had destroyed the anvil, she was left with no way to craft a return key. Gion demands to see Duiko immediately to fix this, but Krail shakes his head, insisting it's impossible without the anvil. That's when Hanjin steps up and flips the script. He casually pulls out the exact anvil Krail banished, revealing that his muscle Duiko is right there with them and ready to get to work. But Hanjin doesn't stop there. Using his unique abilities, he plants a sapling and instantly grows a massive, uncorrupted golden world tree right in front of them. As the elves stare in absolute disbelief, our hero gives a casual thumbs up, asking if a literal world tree is enough to reignite their furnace. Before they can celebrate, a massive explosion rocks a nearby mountain peak. The corrupted spirits are swarming something, and as a massive blast obliterates one of the monsters, Krail and the elves gasp in shock. They realize a human is up there fighting, completely unaware that it's the rogue user Mikkel tearing through the zone. Meanwhile, back on Earth in the basement of an English estate, a different kind of disaster is brewing. A massive dimensional portal violently tears open. The rogue US president, who has been pulling strings in the shadows, steps forward, declaring that the gateway is finally open. With a sinister smile, he and his forces step through the crackling energy, ready to make their move. Stepping through the portal, the US president and his heavily armed forces are immediately swallowed by a thick, suffocating black fog. Before they can even secure the area, the corrupted atmosphere violently tears into the tactical squad, sending soldiers flying and coughing up blood as they drop dead in seconds. Blonde Hunter frantically orders all non-combatants to retreat, warning that this dimension is heavily corrupted. Massive grotesque beasts ambush the survivors, crushing them with terrifying ease. Even when a high-ranking mage fires off a devastating energy blast, the monster swallows the hit and roars back. The hunters panic as their level 300 skills fail to leave a single scratch. realizing too late that the creatures in this realm make top-tier dungeon bosses look like an absolute joke. But the US president doesn't care about his dying men, he simply dashes deeper into the fog. His masked subordinate realizes the horrifying truth. The soldiers were nothing but bait, and the president knew exactly how deadly this place was from the start. Suddenly, swirling dark energy halts them in their tracks. A towering, hooded entity looms over the bloody battlefield, mocking the foolish humans. The Dark Spirit thanks them for their sacrifice, declaring that with the gateway finally open, he will conquer their dimension next. Disaster doesn't stop there. Over in England, a massive explosion rips through a stone estate as a second-dimensional break shatters the sky. Back at the Hunter Association, Gio and her father watch the breaking news, realizing the global invasion has begun exactly as she predicted. They know they can't stop the incoming armies alone, so they put all their faith in Hanjin. Beside them, Jaya channels her subspace magic to block the dimensional rifts, praying her barriers will hold long enough. Meanwhile, back in the Beastkin realm, the chaos continues as a young dwarf girl plummets through the smoke and debris. Hanjin's allies immediately recognize her as the defeated dwarf chief's granddaughter. Seeing her swarmed by flying creatures, our hero doesn't hesitate. He flips the script, activating his copy-paste skill to summon a piece of the newly spawned world tree, Yggdrasil's branch, ready to swat the monsters right out of the sky. Hanjin unleashes the branch of the world tree, sweeping through the sky and obliterating the flying swarm in an instant. With the monsters cleared out, he grabs the terrified girl and touches down safely on the ground. As the dust settles, the girl opens her eyes, only to panic and scramble backward when she realizes she is surrounded by towering humans. But before she can bolt, one of Hanjin's elf allies steps forward. He asks Pio why she is out here all alone, and she is just as shocked, demanding to know why an elf is working with humans. Elf calms her down, explaining that these humans cross dimensions from Earth just to find her grandfather, the dwarf chief. Pio's eyes go wide as she asks if they're the ones a certain female mage mentioned. Gio steps up desperately, asking if she knows her mother, but Pio bursts into tears, revealing her grandfather is currently being attacked by a man wielding curses. Hearing this, Hanjin's expression darkens. He knows exactly who that is. Meanwhile, the dwarf chief is in the fight of his life. Mikkel isn't playing around, activating his deletion skill to trap the dwarf in a massive sphere of dark energy, fully intending to erase him from existence. But the chief isn't going down that easily. With a furious shout, he channels a blinding golden light into his hammer and smashes right through the curse. Mikkel watches the explosion of energy, genuinely surprised that the dwarf's weapon can counter his powers as the chief proudly reveals the hammer's name, Grom. That is all Mikkel needs to hear. Chuckling to himself, the rogue user decides he wants Grom for his own collection. He summons a massive, segmented blade radiating intense red energy and brings it crashing down on the chief in a devastating explosion. The clash continues. Mikkel tries to leap back to create some distance, but the chief is relentless, lunging forward to keep the pressure on. Mikkel swings his massive red blade to force him back. Taunting the dwarf for relying entirely on his hammer, the rogue user proves he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Mikkel unleashes his deletion skill again, blasting the chief with a wave of dark purple energy before rushing in with a flurry of devastating slashes. The chief swings Grom wildly through the explosions, but Mikkel lands a brutal, bloody strike that completely severs the dwarf's arm. Refusing to go down, the chief channels his remaining strength and smashes his hammer straight into Mikkel's energy orb, triggering a massive shockwave that sends them both tumbling through the debris. When the dust settles, Mikkel just smiles. He points out that a one-armed dwarf isn't much of a threat and demands the chief hand over both the hammer and something called the rune. The chief realizes Mikkel planned this from the start. Bleeding and battered, he reaches into his pouch and pulls out a glowing amber gem, making Mikkel's eyes widen in shock. Mikkel has been hunting this exact item. He recently learned that to upgrade his curse, he needed a rune of enhancement, a legendary artifact crafted from the core of the world tree. Because the tree is corrupted, no new runes can ever be made, making the one in the chief's possession priceless. But if Mikkel thinks the dwarf is just going to hand over a priceless artifact, he's dead wrong. Instead of surrendering it, the chief shoves the glowing gem straight into his mouth and bites down. Rune's power is absolute. In an instant, the dwarf chief's severed arm regenerates out of pure, fiery energy as he hoists his massive hammer. Mikkel just smirks, casually noting that the artifact lives up to its reputation, but he isn't smiling for long. The chief mutates into a towering, magma-infused golem and unleashes a catastrophic barrage of explosions, intent on crushing the rogue user into dust. Mikkel is forced into a desperate retreat, dodging for his life as the enraged chief shatters the earth and rains massive boulders down on him. The sheer scale of the dwarf's fiery wrath blankets the battlefield, and for the first time, Mikkel's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock. He's about to learn the hard way: underestimate the rune and you pay with your life. Meanwhile, back at the world tree, Hanjin's allies are discussing the very same artifact. One of them hopes Hanjin brings back a stash of runes, but the elves quickly crush that dream. Thanks to Grimoire's corruption, the world tree is barely clinging to life through a single remnant core. Once the dark spirit absorbs it, this entire dimension will collapse. The elves confess their desperate backup plan was to let Grimoire cross over to Earth, trap him in a cross-dimensional dungeon, and use the healing core's power to forge the key. During this, one of the tattooed hunters connects the dots. He realizes that with Duiko's blacksmithing skills, they could forge a key to any dungeon as long as they have an item from it. He slumps to the floor in overwhelming relief, realizing he finally has a way to rescue his younger brother Hyunseok from a dungeon they were trapped in years ago. But the elves immediately shatter his hope with a grim reality check. They're completely out of time, and Grimoire is about to consume the core.